Would note that Commissioner Rice is still out of state, I believe, and will be joining us via Zoom. So Commissioner Noasad has graciously agreed to operate our timing machine today. I would ask those of you in the audience with electronic devices to please silence those so we don't interrupt speakers at the podium or otherwise. And at this time, I'd ask you to all please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance to be led by County Manager Jennifer Davidson. And gentlemen, if you'd remove your hats, I'd appreciate it.
Please rise and join me for the join us for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic
for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Rice, for joining us.
My pleasure.
At this time, we'll go into public comment. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes per speaker unless additional time is granted by the board chairperson. The Board of Commissioners does use timing lights to ensure that everyone has an opportunity to speak. You will see a green light when you begin and then a yellow light which indicates you have 30 seconds. The buzzer will go off also at that time. And then when the light turns red, we ask you to conclude your comments and please sit down. In addition to opening public comment will also be taken on administrative agenda items that are identified for possible action and closing public comment. If you plan to speak on a specific agenda item that is on the administrative agenda and identified for possible action, then we ask you to please provide your public comment when that agenda item is heard. So at this time, public comment will be taken on those items that are within the jurisdiction and control of the Board of County Commissioners. Public comment. We ask you to please print your name so that we have that into the record well, and then state your name and your time will begin when you begin to speak.
Good morning. Excuse my voice. Pardon? Oh, Jim Jackson, I'm sorry. Can't remember everything. A couple of requests have come in from a lot of the people up in our neighborhood, and I think it was developed from what the school board is doing. They've requested that the Board of Commissioners on a quarterly basis have a Q&A session down at the senior center. And this way we could ask direct questions of each of you and get direct answers back. Public comment like this, I can ask all kinds of questions, but not going to be any response to them. I understand that. But a lot of people are saying that would probably be a good idea to explain why you voted on certain things in the way that you voted. I know not everybody agrees that you need to answer that to us, but I think it would be a good idea. The board's been taking a hit up in our neighborhood lately as far as what's been going on. The other thing, last time I was here, I spoke about some problems we had with weeds and water at the corner of Tony Court and Fremont. The water's been taken care of, thank you very much. That's no longer encroaching on the street, but the weeds are all still there. I don't know, when they cleaned up in our area, they came up with heavy equipment scraped back about 10 feet from the road. Down there, the weeds are growing right up to the road, and we're hoping that they get taken care of before we start getting a lot of snow. The other thing I think is that on the developments that are going on around here, I think one of the words that we need to come up with more often is no. We don't need to have them. The one on Vicky Lane is a good example of it. There's going to be a lot of problems there because you have the affluent water down there and you have the flight pattern for the airport. And one of the things I heard from the Planning Commission when they were making a presentation was they don't need to tell the people about the flight pan. Because they're far enough away from the airport. Well, from what I understand, when the jets take off down there, they stay lower and go over that area. So it's going to create headaches for you folks down the road. Plus, there's only one road in, one road out. And if the developer is doing like some of the old ones have done, when I sell my last house, I'll improve the roads. He won't sell the last house for years. And then the county's going to get stuck with the bill and everything. So those are a few things that have come up. I've got some stuff to say about the airport, but I'll wait since that's an administrative item that you're going to have action on. Everything, but pretty much that's what I have to say. Thank you.
James McCallum for the record. I just have a simple request. When the agenda comes out, on the agenda items, if we could put on the agenda item the corresponding page in the packet so that the public can read the full packet on that particular item, it'd be much easier. I requested this years ago, so I'm requesting it again. Thank you.
Good morning, Ellie Waller. I've attended 4 recent meetings that frankly have left me dumbfounded and annoyed, to say the least, about process and decorum. Not just you folks. Placer County Board of Supervisors, October 16th and 31st. Douglas County Board of Commissioners, October 19th. A previous VHR Planning Commission hearing, and Tahoe Regional Planning Agency, October 25th. Here's a quote from Thomas Edison. Being busy does not always mean real work. The object of all work is production or accomplishment, and to either of these ends, there must be forethought, system, planning, intelligence, and honest purpose, as well as perspiration. Seemingly to do is not doing. With that said, I propose that the county manager's staff, along with county clerk and whatever other departmental staff, provide a chart explaining the uniqueness of this county with 3 towns codified with responsibilities: Genoa, Minden, Gardnerville, 2 fire districts, East Fork and Tahoe Douglas, justice courts, commissioners, districting, and how they differ so you don't get the villagers any more confused and frustrated than we already are. More specifically today, narratives written in newspaper article and staff reports need further clarification for the public to understand the intent and how to comment thoughtfully. Examples: how the vacation home rental referendum was written Douglas County inclusive of Tahoe Township. Topaz Ranch Estates residents thinking Douglas County should fix the roads. What are the GIDs responsible for? Tahoe Transportation District, Carson Valley versus Tahoe Transportation District, Lake Tahoe. Still need clarification between all the different tourism and business-related groups. I believe we need to sort out the duplicative activities and funding them more appropriately. The Chamber states that they represent California and Nevada businesses on legislation, regulations, and issues that affect their bottom line and ability to conduct business. Carson Valley Chamber has a similar statement. The Business Council does. LTVA, Lake Tahoe Visitors Authority. Our purpose is to share the wonder of Lake Tahoe. TDVA, Tahoe Douglas Authority, came into existence to get that event center in place. Fine and well, it's built. Now how much money is really needed for operations? All of this needs to come forward to make it more comfortable for other people to want to comment here.
Good morning, Nancy Gilbert. At last meeting on October 19th, 2023, President Rowe from Elk Point testified, and I listened to on the record. He's one of 4 of the 5 board members that are pro-VHRs, and he said that there was 0 complaints and 0 encroachment or VHR complaints during the period, I think, of November of 22 or 21 or 22 to current. So I wanted to point that out, and I wanted to come prepared. I have, just from a few of the homeowners, complaints during that same period of time with the photographs and evidence that they produce where no action was taken by the board in terms of violations by VHRs. Mr. Rowe lives in North Carolina during that period of time. He lives sometime now at Elk Point. What the process has, and this is what was our complaint about the ordinance 20.622, is this. A complaint is lodged to Ernie Strelo, and Ernie, if you're here, you'll confirm this, at least in Elk Point. And what happens is Ernie calls the vice president, who is Mr. Lagos Messina, who rents full-time. His calendar is full, and I can present it to you almost every day of the week. What he does is he tells Ernie that the complaint is not verified because it's the owner's guest. It's always a guest or a member of the family. Now, we present to Ernie the VHR calendars, and later I ask Ernie to check the VHR reviews, because later on, the VHR person that there's complaints about posts a review how great the VHR was. But the fact is that the vice president will say it's a guest of the VHR owner, and nothing happens. It goes into a black hole. So there's 0 citations issued, and there's 0 action taken. So I can leave this. I have copies, but I have this. If anybody wants it, I can leave it here. You can go through. This is just about a year and a half. And I also wanted to point out at the very end, I have an email between Kathy Oyster, one of the owners, who was complaining about a VHR, and Miss Novell, who was a prior enforcement officer, where she confirms that in Elk Point, it's virtually impossible to enforce VHR complaints. And that's on the back page. So, and I also have, if anybody wants, is a copy of the Elk Point member roster, where Mr. Rowe's address is listed at 64 Oak Gate Drive, Hendersonville, North Carolina, 28739. So I think that needs to be considered, because the complaints are justified, photographs are
Ms.
provided.
Gilbert, if you do leave those, I would ask you to leave those so we can see how many there are. You don't know how many there are off the top of your head, do you?
There's so many here, and these are just for a year and a half.
Okay, what
But
could you leave them,
I would
please?
I don't want to guess.
I think we could put those into the record. However, to distribute them, we would have to have copies of that available to the entire public. So anyways, okay, we're still in public comment, so let's go back to public comment. Sorry, go ahead.
Good morning, Chairman, Commissioners, Madam Manager, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here for the unusual.
Could you please state your name for the record?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, my name, Dan St. John, and I'm out in District 2. I'm here for the unusual privilege of thanking you, Commissioners, for what you do. We might not always agree on everything that you act on, but I will tell you, I always look up to and admire the dedication and the work that you put into this job. I don't think most of the public really understands what it takes to be a commissioner. All the meetings, and we just heard a request for even more meetings, which is a good idea. Q&As are good. We love talking to our commissioners. But I just wanted to sit here and say, as somebody who lives in the county and has been 25 years in northern Nevada, I love it here. I use the facilities. I don't have a whole lot of complaints other than, things that can be solved with more money, like road maintenance. But anyways, thank you for what you do. I have been participating a little bit in the strategic planning process, and again, I congratulate you on that effort. I wish more county officials or county residents would participate. And a shout out to Madam Manager, who is out there promoting it and really speaking well for the county. So those are my nice words. I also want to invite you, as a member of the Sierra Sagebrush Flyers Club, and did you know there was such a club? It's a radio-controlled aircraft club that uses your facility out at the fairgrounds. Did you know you had an airport at the fairgrounds? You did know that, good. Well, this Saturday at 10 o'clock, you have the opportunity to come join us for a military fly-in with model planes, not the real stuff, and a special monthly meeting. So we would invite you or any members of the public to come on out to the radio-controlled airport this Saturday, 10 o'clock. Well, I see I have 43 seconds left, so I could not leave without mentioning one of my passions these days, and that's climate action. I know we don't talk a lot about it in the county, so I'm just going to rattle off what our key goals are in our call to arms in the war on climate change. And some of these things are international, some of them are national, some of them are statewide, but some of them could be done at the county level, and I would have you consider it. Real quick, carbon fee and dividend program, healthy forests, electrification, which is something the county could do, and I'll get back to that in my last 5 seconds, and streamlining permitting for clean energy projects. So when you discuss the judicial center, consider electrification, which would mean heat pumps, energy efficiency in that building. Thank you very much, and thank you again for your service.
It's always nice to hear kind words.
Jim Slade. I have regularly been making public comment to the board for more than 20 years. In preparing my comments, I regularly research public documents to try to make sure that I have the facts right. While I often express my opinion on various issues, I have never commented on any matter that affects me personally or financially. I always try to speak for what I believe is in the best interest of the county and voice concerns that I feel most residents share. While I strive to be factual at all times, I've inadvertently made a few statements over the years that were mistaken. When I've done so, I've apologized. Unlike Commissioner Rice, who has made multiple purposeful lies this year, yet has never apologized to his fellow commissioners or to the public. At your September 21st meeting, you held interviews for the Tahoe Township Justice of the Peace. Most of you remember that not only was that agenda item number 1, but in a highly unusual move, it was heard even ahead of the consent calendar, out of consideration for the candidate's time, as Chairman Gardner stated. You will also recall that candidate Rick Gardner was considerably late for the meeting, yet never apologized or explained his late arrival. I raised that concern that day and again on your October 5th meeting because I found it troubling. I have no personal animus towards Mr. Gardner. My only concern was that the best possible candidate be appointed to that important position. With that in mind, I did comment on Mr. Gardner's interview by quoting some of his responses. I thought his interview was clearly the weakest of the three, as did a number of other people to whom I spoke. When the matter went to the board for discussion, I was surprised that Commissioner Tarkanian said this about Gardner's late arrival for his interview, quote, I asked him about that, and he said he was told that the item was going to be on the agenda, I think it was number 5, and that it was moved up to number 1, and he was unaware of that, and he got here by 10:30, I think he said, so there was an explanation that I found satisfactory, unquote. Really? You thought that was a sound explanation? I don't know which is harder to believe, that Gardner might have thought that the interview was agenda item number 5, or that Tarkanian found it to be a satisfactory explanation. The agenda usually comes out on a Friday before your Thursday meeting. One thing is certain, those interviews were agenda item number 1, and that never changed. Mr. Tarkanian should have known that before he made that statement. In the end, thankfully, the board got it right by appointing Mr. Johnson. I know that the commissioners strive to be collegial at public meetings, but when someone makes a demonstrably false statement, whether that is Mr. Rice or anyone else, that falsehood should be corrected right away so that the commissioners and the public are accurately informed. And importantly, the commissioners are voting based on truthful information. Waiting until after the vote, later in private, or at the next meeting are all unacceptable solutions.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Ed Andrews. Just one small thing. This wasn't really the reason I came, but I noticed on the consent agenda, item, I'm having trouble finding it. Yes, here we go. Item G, discussion to approve the change of the awardee of $171,000 in American Rescue Plan funding from the Tahoe Douglas Fire Protection District to the Tahoe Douglas Rotary Club Foundation for restoration of a boat. Are you kidding? Are you kidding me? Taking away money from the public federal money from the fire department in a time of continuing wildfire crises for some kind of tourist enhancement? I'm just appalled. Sorry. That's it.
Jason Gibson with the House of Gibson. Good morning, Douglas County. Hats off to peace officers at Peak Productions who orchestrated the haunted house. It's exceptional production value. It'd be good to see that same kind of effort and creativity extended to our Carson Valley Arts Council and theatrical artists with costumes, with a costume department that could be used and drawn upon on the fly, with cosmeticians who will help you get in the spirit of things for themeplex parties, special events, and flyby opportunities. James Douglas Morrison is quoted as saying that the future of personal development was hinged to the art of questioning. The art of questioning. We know how Mark Gardner feels about questioning. He won't have any of that, so we'll have to carefully tiptoe around his disposition. In doing so, we'd like to draw your attention to his tactics to restrict public input, to censor freedom of speech, and to essentially create a powder keg assembly which prohibits the public from feeling at ease with their public comments. There's a lot of folks out there who don't feel safe in your meeting, sir, and that's why we're not hearing from them at our strategic planning meetings either. You posted on March 20th, 2020, there's a live poll being conducted within our community amongst the questions the pollster is asking. Amongst the questions, the pollster is asking whether or not you support the Good Governance Group. GGG was formed as a nonpartisan discussion group to ensure transparency in local government. I am something, I don't have the rest of it, but something like you're appalled by this kind of public polling or this kind of freedom of speech, which is a contradictory. Basically, you're saying you don't, that you're against people discussing the Good Governance Group and that you will not have it in your decor or your forum. We got more, but we're limited here and it's going to be a very big day. The art of questioning is the key to personal development. No excuses here, but the House of Gibson has been under constant remodel. Folks went down as a result of the pandemic, so I've been under an extensive reorganization project, and with the appeal and the other tactics used by Gardner and his business partners to fraudulently issue letters of administration to sell my estate, we are in high gear.
Thank you. Is there any additional public comment? Okay, sensing no additional public comment, bring it back to the board. I think it's important, and with Mr. Slade's agreement, you made many references to Mr. Gardner during your public comments, and I want to make sure that the minutes reflect that you were referring to Rick Gardner, not Mark Gardner. In that, right? Okay, because this is a public record, and it's important that the public understand when they look at those records in the future that those minutes reflect not this particular Gardner, but that particular Gardner. Okay, so Miss Day, did you gathered that? So correction. Okay, rather than have to correct it when the minutes come back before us later on. Okay. Also, there was a comment regarding the transfer of the funds from the Tahoe Douglas Fire Protection District to the Tahoe Douglas Rotary Club. That item, as I understand it, should have come before us originally as the Douglas County Rotary Foundation, not the, and so we're not taking any funds away from them. That boat is still for the protection, fire protection, not recreational use on the Lake of Tahoe. So I just wanted to correct the record on that, but it looks like Mr. Ritchie wants to say something as well. So, Mr. Ritchie.
Thank you, Chairman. Doug Ritchie with the Douglas County District Attorney's Office. If it's the board's pleasure, they can pull that consent item for a better discussion. But for clarification, the boat is not owned by the Tahoe Douglas Fire Protection District. It's owned by the Rotary Club, and it will be operated by the Rotary Club. It's my understanding they're going to make it available to the Tahoe Douglas Fire Protection District. But for clarity, it is owned by a private nonprofit.
Okay.
I'd like to, I don't know if we need to pull that, but I wanted to weigh in on that too. So there's no indication that there would be any tourist activities on that boat, but there's an attachment A in the packet that starts, I don't know, around 202, page 202, and it spells out the uses for the boat. And they are very much for the betterment of the community, including fire. And I believe fire was the prime motivation when this board approved that, to be another source to put out fire if there were the need. So contractually, that nonprofit organization is obligated to use that boat in that way and in other ways for the good of the community, but nothing in there listed for tourism.
Just a comment on the RC airport, radio-controlled airport. I used to do that sort of flying myself years ago, but owing to my reduced ability to coordinate my hand to this joystick, I've left that behind. Very interesting. All those of you who are not familiar with this, if they're going to do a fly-in, military fly-in, it would be really, really interesting to see.
Okay, so anyways, just a quick note, based on the length of the agenda today, I do anticipate taking a lunch break. I don't think we're going to be able to get done before noon. So I just wanted to inform the public that we will be taking a lunch break sometime in the 11:30 to 12-ish or 11:30 to 12:30 time frame, depending upon where we are with the agenda. So anyways, at this time, I would entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
Okay. Motion by Commissioner Noasad, seconded by Commissioner Hales to approve the proposed agenda as presented. Since no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Okay. Motion passes 5-0. Approval of previous minutes, discussion to approve the draft minutes of September 21st, 2023, regular meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. Entertain a motion to do so.
So moved.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Noasad, seconded by Commissioner Hales to approve the draft minutes of September 21, 2023, regular meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. Any anticipated changes, changes to that needed? No? Okay, then all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Motion passes 5-0. Consent calendar. I will entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar. Items presented A through I.
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Rice, seconded by Commissioner Noasad to approve the consent calendar, items A through I. Any discussion? No discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Okay. Motion passes 5-0.
Can I back up just 1 minute? Can I say one more thing?
Back up?
Yeah, back up.
Okay.
I just want to say to Mr. Andrews, I really appreciate you bringing up the question, because the way you read that, it was startling, and I don't want anyone in the public to be startled like that. And so I really appreciate the opportunity to clarify. Thank you.
Okay. Well, we're moving right along, so maybe we will get done by noon. Yeah, right. Okay. Ms. O'Neill, I take it you're just automatically moving your items to the administrative agenda rather than consent, right?
Yes, for the record, Kate Morales O'Neill, yeah, I've given up on consent items for myself since I'm 0 for 50, I think, but no.
So, okay, so we'll go into the administrative agenda. Item number 1, we have no liquor board items today, so we'll go directly to the administrative agenda. Item number 1, for presentation only, introduction of ordinance 2023-1625, adopting plan development PD tentative subdivision map TSM application DP 22-0207, requesting to A, establish a PD overlay zone for an 80-acre single-family residential subdivision site, and B, to subdivide 80 acres into 80 single-family residential lots, the smallest being 21,780 square feet, with 5 common open space parcels. The subject property is located on the west side of Vicky Lane, north of North Santa Barbara Drive, in the SFR-1 zoning district within the Johnson Lane Community Plan. The property owner is Bentley Family Limited Partnership, represented by Keith Rubin, R.O. Anderson Engineering, and this is the first reading, APN number 1420-00-002-014, being presented by Kate Morales O'Neill.
Thank you, Chairman Gardner. Again, Kate Morales O'Neill, Douglas County Planning Division. So this is the first reading, so this is just an introduction to this item. We will be having on December 7th the second meeting with a full presentation by the applicant. But if there are any questions we can answer at this time during the first reading, we're happy to do so.
Commissioners, questions, observations, concerns? Commissioner Rice?
Thank you, sir. No, I have no questions. The board packet gave lots of information on this subject, and it was presented well. Thank you.
I have a couple. So I received some email, and I appreciate the concerns of the persons who sent those. But one common thread was that this development won't be economically feasible given a number of factors. And so I wanted to ask, is economic feasibility a basis for us legally to turn this down? I don't know, maybe that's a question for Mr. Ritchie. I don't know.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I would like to ask what the term of feasibility is. For whom?
I took it to mean, will this development be able to be built and sold to people and not just be half built and left as an eyesore?
Don't touch it, it's on.
I'm not turning it off. Doug Ritchie with the Douglas County District Attorney's Office. No, it's not in the county code that the government determines whether a project is economically feasible. Our code deals with public health safety, which deals with roads, water, sewer, electricity, infrastructure.
So just to follow up on that, if a developer wants to develop something that is unwise and won't be successful, we really don't have a means of stopping the developer.
Doug Ritchie again, I would say our U.S. bankruptcy code was built for that very purpose, for people who have bad ideas.
I think that's similar to, it would suggest that may be similar to a another bank coming into town, another gas station coming into town, another tire store coming into town. We don't really have any purview over that, right? I mean, they have to build a business plan and determine whether or not it's sustainable. So anyways, but we're getting off subject here, I think. So.
Kate Morales O'Neill for the record. Just for clarification as far as from a planning perspective and what our role is. So when I look at a project, I don't get to subjectively decide, wow, I think this is a pretty bad idea. I look at it as, is it properly zoned? And in our master plan, it's zoned for this. So I have to follow code. Are they following code? Are they meeting our regulations? And that's how we have to base a project. Whether we internally like it or not, we have to be objective. So that's how it's presented. And like Mr. Ritchie said, we can't determine if we think it's economically sound. We just have to look at code from a planning perspective, land use, and regulations.
Mr. Davidson, you had something to share with us?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission. Jennifer Davidson, County Manager for the record. I would just add to staff's perspective, which they have accurately shared here, that there are certain considerations that staff can take into account in terms of phasing and considerations for infrastructure. A finding is part of a consistency evaluation with our master plan is a consideration about adequate public facilities and infrastructure going in for these projects. And so we can ask for timing of certain things in certain phases of projects to make sure that infrastructure is built at the appropriate time, and we can ask for securities to be, I'm not doing a very good job of explaining this, but a developer can front some money and buy a security for this to ensure that that infrastructure is going to be properly installed to serve that development. So while we can't really consider whether or not all the homes and all of the phases would be, certainly ensuring that adequate public facilities are going to be present and installed at appropriate times is an appropriate consideration for the commission and for staff. And we would discuss that in the findings section of our staff report. So please do look for that.
And on top of that, again, Kate Morales for the record, thank you, County Manager, for pointing that out. And in addition to that, the development, the phasing is part of our conditions. So there are conditions along with any type of recommended approval, which the applicant has to meet. The replacement page I gave you that I left for you this morning, those are some additional conditions that we added based on the Planning Commission meeting and some of the things that came up. So there are conditions that are added, and then via the meetings, which on December 7th you might have more, but that is something that we also, I think, conditioning applicants is also important.
Tom Dallaire for the record, Community Development Director. Also on page 246 of your packet, you'll see a phasing plan. Tom Dallaire, Community Development for the record, Community Development Director for the record. On page 246 of your packet, you can see the phasing plan also being proposed for this project, which phase 1 would be recorded by, so the final map would be recorded by 2027. The final phase 4 would be 2023. So they are planning on, I'm sorry, 2033. So they are planning on having this being constructed over, looks like a 5-6 year period.
So I take that to mean if phase 1 wasn't done as they have committed to, then we could deny, or spell that out for me.
Well, essentially the planning, the plan for the developer is to have this completed by 2023 or 2033. Sorry, again, 2033. And they can, if they need to, they can post a security, as Manager Davidson has represented. They can post a security for those improvements if they fail to actually build those improvements. If they build the improvements first, they don't have to post the security for that infrastructure. It has to be complete before the final map is recorded.
And I guess just one more thing is maybe in the next presentation of this, you could point out the way that that infrastructure work is built into the agreement, or is that the developer is committed to, the things the developer is committed to on infrastructure.
Okay. Any additional comments, questions, concerns, commissioners?
Yes, I want to say one other thing. I've heard just say no, and I understand that, and I feel that. And yet, I have a responsibility not to do anything that the county cannot defend. So if there's a reasonable basis to say no, I'm going to look hard at that. But I also want to say, if we want open space as a county, we have to go about it in a legal way. We have to use TDRs, or we have to purchase conservation easements. There may be other ways, but those are the only two I really know of. And if we want to secure our open space, that is what we will do. And there is no, you cannot guarantee open space by just saying no, because you will be sued and you will lose.
Commissioner Nosad.
This is for presentation only? Yes. So the comments are okay or not okay?
You can ask questions, I suppose. Yeah.
Okay, good. Then I'm going to agree with Commissioner Hales that there are several reasons in addition to the ones that you presented here in this added document. But the stuff that you've got in the added document over here doesn't seem to say, Mr. Public or Mrs. Public, this is what's going to happen here. You're going to have airplanes flying over your house. Oh, but they're small airplanes. Now they're small airplanes. Back when we had P-2Vs out here for firefighters, those are loud airplanes. Two reciprocating engines, 3,350 cubic inch each. They do create a lot of noise. And I should know because I used to fly on those.
Okay. So I would want to caution the commissioners that we need to be careful that we don't basically indicate a preference or an indication of, because this is for presentation only, and we're not allowing the public to chime in on this because it is presentation only. So we need to be careful on exactly how we ask questions, but I just want to be careful about that. That's all. So if there's no further questions, I guess we're appreciative of your attendance here today and presenting this item. So thank you.
Thank you.
That wasn't too painful, huh, Ms. Morales?
I know. It's not a win for me. It's not a loss. I'm good. Thank you. Have a good day.
And we'll see you back in December. So at this time, we'll go into item number 2 for possible action. This will allow public comment. For possible action, discussion to approve the creation of an internal Douglas County Airport Division and approve the addition of 5 new full-time employee positions, 3 new positions within the Airport Division, Airport Manager, Airport Operations Specialist, and Office Assistant, and 2 new positions in the Fleet and Facilities Division, Services Division, Maintenance Specialist and Maintenance Assistant, and approve a budget transfer from Professional Services 360-611-521.100 to Salaries 360-611-510.000 in the amount of $272,014, and to Benefits 360-611-511.180 in the amount of $124,220 to fund the new positions. The county manager is further directed and authorized to recruit an airport manager, airport operations specialist, office assistant, maintenance specialist, and maintenance assistant as the core staff to support all operational maintenance and business aspects of the Minden Tahoe Airport, being presented by Mr. Phil Richter, our Public Works Manager or Director.
Good morning. Phil Richter, Director of Public Works, for the record. What is brought before you today is a recommended motion to create a new division within the county to operate the Minden Tahoe Airport as and basically bring it back in-house. The organizational structure, as was outlined in the agenda item, is to have a airport division, airport manager, and direct staff under that person, which is our airport operations specialist and an office assistant, to manage the business functions of the airport itself. The maintenance functions will be integrated into the fleet or into the facilities maintenance operations within Public Works, but they'll have 2 dedicated staff there who will be hired to perform those functions and work dedicated at the airport. And in your packet is the organizational structure that's being proposed. And right now, because the airport had been managed through an external contract with a independent company, 100% of that funding, or the funding for operations of the airport, were in professional services, and that's the reason for the budget transfers, is to move that into line items in the budget that allows for salary and benefits to be paid for internal staff. I think that's about it. With that, I'll open it up for any questions you have.
Ms. Davidson.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission, Jennifer Davidson, County Manager, for the record. And thank you, Mr. Ricker, for his presentation on the proposed structure. This recommendation is coming forward as a result of careful consideration and hours of conversation by staff and also the Airport Advisory Committee, who have arrived at this recommendation for you today. In addition, the Airport Advisory Committee and staff did discuss the possibility of bringing on board a consultant. That is not part, I'm sorry for the voice squeak, that is not part of your consideration today. However, I do want to advise you of our intent to bring a consultant on board. We are currently undergoing the process of drafting a consulting services agreement and a scope of work, which we will solicit bid proposals for and bring back to a future board meeting for your consideration. We feel strongly that in conjunction with a consultant, that this team, an in-house team, can do the work that is requested of them. I look very much forward to getting this division established in place, and am excited about the future of the airport. We're happy to answer any additional questions you may have.
Commissioners, any additional questions, comments?
Yes.
Commissioner Noah.
Since this is for possible action, do we have job descriptions for each of those 5 positions now?
Phil Richter, Director of Public Works, for the record. The airport manager position and the airport operations specialist positions are being developed right now. Those are in draft form. All of the other positions are existing positions within the county.
Okay. And how are we going to go about recruiting for these positions?
Recruitment will be through our normal process through HR. The positions will be posted. All the positions will be posted publicly and recruited for, like we would for any other position in the county.
Are we going to go out beyond the inside possible candidates, like going out to Detroit or someplace like that?
I'm sorry, can you clarify that?
External.
I think Mr. Noah is asking whether or not we're going to open this up to the overall public versus our current internal staff, because I know we have folks that we've already assigned to operate the airport on the interim basis. But we're going to have open recruiting basically throughout the community. I mean, outside of even Douglas County, of course, right?
Yeah,
Is that
when we
what you're
post,
asking, Mr.?
correct. When we post a job posting, it is a public posting. I mean, I think what we've got in place right now is obviously the operation of the fleet or the facilities manager will obviously stay in place, and the new people will report into that person, and from the maintenance specialist and the maintenance assistance position. So those will be recruited. And whether those candidates, I mean, so there is nobody existing in-house that's doing that right now, but that will still report up into the facilities management system that we currently have. In terms of the airport operations staff, that would all be new hire. And yes, we have a temporary employee or an employee who has been acting as the airport manager on an interim basis at this point, and doing an admirable job of doing that, who is obviously eligible to be to put their name in for the running for the airport management position, but it would still be open, I believe, an open recruitment.
And at what point in time will you be complete and ready to do the postings?
For most of the positions, for at least 3 of the 5 positions, we'd be ready to start posting as early as tomorrow if we had to, because those positions exist. Those job descriptions exist. We could go forward and post for those. In terms of the airport manager and the airport operations specialist, those positions have to be created at this point.
Okay. I wondered about the little added "if we have to" part. Don't we have to?
Well, yeah, I mean,
We don't have to unless we approve this.
Yeah.
Once we approve this, then yes, we're going to have some open positions that we will need to recruit for, right?
Yeah, we'd be in a position to start recruitment effectively this afternoon if you approve it today.
Good answer.
Okay. Commissioner Bryce, you have any questions?
No, sir. I'm delighted to see that this is finally moving forward, and hopefully this will give voice to the airport so they can put down these rumors that keep flying around that we're going to have mammoth airplanes flying over Douglas County all the time, and we're going to be importing all kinds of noise-making aircraft, and that's why we're extending our runways and things instead of the fact that it needs to be done. But I'm glad to see that there will be some movement on the airport, and a job well done by our county manager.
Okay. Commissioner Hales, any questions? Commissioner Tarkanian? No? I had a couple questions. As I see this organizational structure, so the airport division this would be a new division, but that would report to you as a public works director, is that correct?
As it's proposed today, yes.
Okay, so not to the county, not directly to the county manager. Okay, not adding an additional hat for you. Okay, costs. Okay, let's talk about costs for a minute. So we're talking about basically 300 and almost $400,000, right? Total. However, those costs are not necessarily coming directly out of the general fund. Where are those costs coming from?
Phil Ritker, Director of Public Works, for the record. The airport is an enterprise fund, and 100% of its budget is essentially generated internally from user fees, from grants, and other funding. Zero money comes from the general fund. None of this is taxpayer based. It is all like any enterprise fund, it is essentially 100% funded through the users of the airport, and then grant funding that comes in from the FAA to support general aviation airports across the nation.
So I would ask a question then, and I probably you don't necessarily have this answer. Perhaps Ms. Davidson does. With us bringing this division in-house versus a vendor, would we anticipate a cost savings or an additional cost to the county in directly operating the airport ourselves? Davidson?
Phil Whitker for the record. As an enterprise, so we are not anticipating any negative impacts or financial impacts to the county or to the general fund as a result of this. And I don't think there would be an impact to the general fund whether this was maintained as an outside contract or being brought in-house. I think right now we look at it and would tell you that in the next few years, as the internal organization is brought up to speed and we are using outside consultants to support the educational process and the transition process for the internal staff, that there will essentially it would be cost neutral. But I think long term, there is the opportunity to gain efficiencies from an internal organization, and any savings, though, from that would then be reinvested back into the airport in terms of capital improvements or maintenance and upgrades and things that may have been deferred for the last few years and things like that as a result of those inefficiencies. So again, it's as an enterprise fund, 100% of those monies are reinvested back into that enterprise. It's not transferred anywhere else. So again, savings are really not a way to look at it. It's really any efficiencies can be reinvested in improvements to the airport.
Okay, and this did go before the Airport Advisory Committee, and they recommended that basically this is what they are recommending we do.
Correct. They were recommending that we manage the airport as a division of the county, and then hire consultants as needed to ensure that that we maintain compliance with FAA regulations and any other outside agencies.
Okay. Okay. So, anyways, if there's no further questions, then we should open public comment for this. Commissioner Noah.
Just one quick question: is the current budget balanced over there?
Yeah. Yes. I think the simple answer is yes, it is.
Okay. Then at this time, we'll go into public comment then, since there are no further questions.
Jason Gibson with the Maladministration Audit Council for Douglas County. With the increase in military aircraft, the expansion or the improvements they referred to, it's obvious that our city-elect is leading us into a militarized, over-commercialized local airport that'll serve as a staging ground. If you haven't noticed the traffic that's coming from that airport, if you weren't present for the last 2 years when the Minden Airport was used as a staging ground to host Donald Trump, the Proud Boys, and the Oath Keepers, who's now looking at 135 felonies, and they're all in denial about it. They're still going to vote for him. Noah Sad's going to vote for him. He's a stumper of a Trumper. You say guilty by association. That's the kind of white-collar crooks who are running the show today, Walt. We're not buying it. You're not honoring your oath or your pledge. You're violating your fiduciary responsibility and keeping these people safe and keeping my family safe. And you're exposing us to harm's way by means of a military camouflage culture, a total police state. and you're lining your pockets with it, you and your stakeholders and your shareholders. You don't have no vision for the future. None of you do. You brought them here 2 years in a row, the most crooked example of fraud in the history of civilization. And they're all in denial about it. And we're not talking about the civil issues, which are obvious. All of his top brass people are going to jail. And we're not even into the insurrection facet of his office yet. We have another 30 to 40 felonies coming forward. He shouldn't even be able to run for office because it says in the Constitution, if you're involved in insurrection, you can't hold office in this country anymore. But we know what you done with the Constitution. You jacked it. Right, Waddle? They jacked the Constitution. And that's why Mark won't put the Nevada State Constitution in a proclamation or commemorate the Nevada State Constitution, because they don't want you knowing what's in those constitutions, and they won't teach it. And they won't apply it, and they won't live by it. And every single one of these corporate subject citizens are violating their oath and their pledge, and we're going to prove it. We're going to show you the extent of the fraud that these folks are banking off of. We're opposed to any further funding for the Minden Airport. We're also opposed to your military schemes.
Linda Mae Iver for the record. Good morning, Chairman Gardner, Board of County Commissioners. My purpose here is to be an advocate for the soaring community, as well as provide aviation counsel to those of you that don't have that kind of experience. I've been an active member and operator in the aviation community on the airport for over 40 years, and accident-free, I might add, and flying both power and gliders, and worked with several airport managers. I believed I have earned the privilege to provide you, the decision makers, with the benefit of my longtime involvement. In any aviation operation, safety is the primary interest. Aviation accidents can impact the community well beyond the airport. We need knowledgeable people to protect both the flying public and local residents. A manager needs to be available for making decisions when time is of the essence and deal with issues such as sound abatement and fly-friendly programs. An airport manager is also needed for planning and developing the airport for the future, as well as with staff for daily operations. They should be familiar working with the FAA grant programs, the State Aviation Office, and obtaining grants from other sources. Minden's airport has been plagued with controversy between the power and the soaring communities, which recently has subsided, thankfully. Those controversies arose again when the county had inexperienced managers. The airport master plan desperately needs revision, with hangar plans clearly identified as a priority on both the southwest corner and the east side of the airport. The issue here is not simply allocation of space, but includes deconflicting soaring and power aircraft from the potential of ground accidents. Also, the public should be included in the master plan working sessions. The board needs an inclusive manager with development skills that will not be diluted by conflict with an aviation consultant. The loser in such conflicts is safety. Corporate aviation, general aviation, and soaring are the three main activities on our airport, and insufficient planning is likely to yield a scenario with safety challenges and unnecessary contention over the resources. I believe that with adequate planning, our airport can grow with three activities in a way that results in a safer facility and augmented economic vitality. These goals are vested in your representative, the Minden Tahoe Airport Manager. I'm committed to the safe growth of the airport and very interested in helping you understand this important component of our community. Thank you for listening, and thank you for your service.
Jim Jackson again. I have to hand it to you for some of the things you have to put up with here. Gets a little ridiculous. I was at the Airport Advisory Committee meeting when this was discussed, and I think they've got it right on bringing it in-house, managing it in here. My only caution would be on how you hire a consultant. In running my own business down in Southern California, when we ran into a situation which we really didn't know how to handle it, we would hire a consultant strictly for that situation. It would all be cleared up ahead of time how much they were going to make for it and what they were going to do for us. When they were done doing that, they went away, and we've continued on with our work. We hired several different consultants for different things. We worked with the movie industry, and sometimes we just really didn't know how to deal with them, and that's when we would bring them in. So I think the Airport Advisory Commission got it right on how they came about this, and I'm hopefully thinking that you're going to vote the same way, and we'll put this in. The people that are running the airport right now seem to be doing a very good job. Everything I've heard is that they have, and I hope that they are considered for the positions. Other than that, hope we get it right. Thank you.
Did we get your name for the record again on that? Did we get your? I wasn't sure whether we got your name. It was.
That was Jim Jackson. Good morning, AJ Ursick, for the record. I'm the vice chairman of the AAC, and I just wanted to drop a quick note here. One of the issues seems to be, or maybe the hiring of a consultant, and when would we do that? The AEC supports the idea that we would have general oversight with a consultant as a review of grant programs and that, and as the existing people that would be in the positions of managing the airport advance, we would need this consultant less and less. But I do want to, as far as the cost goes, I do want to put on the record that we do have the ability to tap the recently retired Nevada State Airports manager, who has a keen interest in MEV, who's had a hangar there, who flies there, and is very supportive of our airport. So we do have a very good source who has been managing the airports of the state of Nevada for years, and we've had I've had several conversations with him, and he'd be more than happy to help us out. So that is one resource that we do have, other than going to consultants who will be charging a lot more money. But we do have that with Mr. Kurt Halcool. He just retired from the state manager's office of the Nevada airports, and so he's expressed concern and care for our airports. So there is a source that we have there, and we should take advantage of it when that time comes. Thank you. Good morning again, Dan St. John. Spoke earlier. I may have mentioned before in my public comments that in my previous life, I served as a director both in Carson City, City of Petaluma, and other local governments. But in those two, I had the privilege of being, like my colleague here, Public Works Director, in charge of the airport. And I will tell you that it's a very interesting part of our job, is it not? I loved it. As a private pilot, obviously I'm drawn to aviation. In my experience, I agree with, I'm speaking in support. I agree with the Commission's recommendation that this should be a operation that's in-house. I think the airport's too important to just kind of go out and get somebody a consultant, and there's a lot of good consultants around. But it's too important. It needs to be a team that's an in-house team that works together with the county manager and the public works operations and so forth, and really, and obviously the airport community. So I really support that. Now, I will tell you that in my previous life in Carson City and also City of Petaluma, I would have just done backflips for the type of staffing that is being proposed. And I'm not saying it's not appropriate. I think it is appropriate because we were understaffed in those two airport operations. And so I congratulate the county for having an airport that is self-sufficient. I'm glad the commissioner asked the question about the money because I was sitting there wondering if, well, is the airport a drain on the general fund like it was in some of my previous experiences? Or with the user fees, and the one question I would have on the user fees is, as I recall, one of the large areas of revenue is actually the property tax on the aircraft that are home-based in the airport. And I guess that would be a question, whether that property tax revenue is part of the enterprise fund or if that goes into the general fund. But I'm encouraged to hear that you've got a robust plan to adequately staff, that you're going to develop an in-house team that really takes care of, takes ownership and care of that airport, and that you got all the bases covered. And that it gives you that, a year from now, 2 years from now, you may need more, you may need less, and you can always adjust. And I think that gives you the ability to do that by keeping it in-house. Now, we always had a consultant too. I mean, FAA is a very robust organization with all sorts of regulations, and of course the engineering planning aspects are very complex, and therefore consulting in that area is in my mind, appropriate. I'm not quite sure if your discussion of consultant goes kind of beyond that in sort of a grand scheme, and maybe that's the training wheels that I heard earlier, where you want a consultant to help out. But anyways, I'm in support of your action. Congratulations for coming up with a great plan, and I wish you the best.
Thank you.
Jim Lee, for the record. Like AJ, I'm also on the Airport Advisory Commission, as you know, committee. And I applaud Mr. Ritger and the commissioners for arriving at this spot. The AAC voted 7-0 against accepting the $5 million bid from OE Airports. And then the second time around, we also voted 5-1 against the revised contract for OE Airports in favor of a county-run airport. So I want to, again, add my voice to those who have already spoken that I think we're on the right track with a county-run airport, and I'm very glad to hear that. So I've wondered where we were with all of this, and so now I can see that that the proposal is being brought to the commissioners to proceed with a county-run airport. So the airport's been run for half a year or so now with a temporary staff, and Linda May and others have spoken to safety concerns, and I would add my voice that the time has passed when we can run the airport with a part-time staff. We need to hire staff immediately, so time is of the essence to get this done, to hire the staff and have a permanent full-time staff at the airport because we need it very badly at this point. Concerning a consultant, yes, I agree that whoever is running the airport will not know everything that needs to be known to run the airport, and there are people around the country and within our own community, such as Mr. Halcool from Carson City, who do have particular expertise. I would advise the commissioners and Mr. Ritger to consider the skill set that the airport manager has and select a consultant based on that skill set. So rather than putting the cart before the horse, hire the airport manager first and then decide what type of consultant you need from that point. And I would, in closing, like to say that Heather and Jeff have done an outstanding job at the airport. They've turned the entire culture around, the attitudes, all of the pilots, the airplane pilots, the glider pilots, again, find the airport their happy place, and they've done an outstanding job, and I hope that, that they are in serious consideration for the positions. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any additional public comment on item number 2? Okay, then we'll bring it back to the board. Is there any additional comments from the board? Since no additional comments, I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the creation of an internal Douglas County Airport Division and the addition of 5 new full-time employee positions, being Airport Manager, Airport Operations Specialist, and Office Assistant, and 2 new positions in the Fleet and Facility Services Division, Maintenance Specialist and Maintenance Assistant. Approve a budget transfer from the professional services to salaries of $272,014 and add to the benefits $124,220 to fund the new positions. The county manager is further directed and authorized to recruit an airport manager, airport operations specialist, office assistant, maintenance specialist, and maintenance assistant.
Second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Noasad, seconded by Commissioner Rice to approve the creation of an internal Douglas County Airport Division as presented. Since no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much. Thank you. And there you go, Mr. Richter. Additional people to hire. Okay, so we're going to take a 10-minute. It's by my my computer. It says it's 11:17. We're going to take a break until 11:30. We will come back and we will tackle item number 3. And then after we dispense with item number 3, we'll take a lunch break and then come back and fulfill the rest of the agenda for today. Just so the public knows, item number 4 and number 5 are going to be combined into one item. So we'll be discussing both of those and making public comment available for items 4 and 5 as a combined item. So, but we'll tackle that after lunch. Mr. Morgan, did you have something that you? Oh, okay. So we're hereby in recess until 11:30. Okay. Thank you. If you want to resume your seats. Okay, it's 11:30. I want to call the Board of County Commissioners meeting back into order. And we will go into item 3. Once we conclude item 3, whichever time that occurs, we will take an hour break for lunch and then return and finish the rest of our agenda items. So item number 3 is for possible action, so this will allow public comment. Discussion to approve an interlocal agreement between Douglas County, acting as the Tahoe Douglas Transportation District, in quotations, the district, and the Tahoe Douglas Visitors Authority to partially fund the operation of a microtransit system to facilitate public transit within the district from the 1% transient lodging rental tax collected pursuant to Douglas County Code Section 3.14.020, subsection B, in an amount to be determined by the board for fiscal year 23-24, and direct staff to return to the board to finalize the associated resolution at a future meeting, being presented by our Acting Assistant County Manager, Scott Morgan, and Deputy District Attorney, Zach Wadley. Mr. Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and members of the board. Scott Morgan, the interim Assistant County Manager for Douglas County. And I just wanted to start out just by clarifying for those viewing the meeting and those in attendance what the Tahoe Transportation District is, as we're referring to it today. It is not the Tahoe Transportation District that's under TRPA and run by Carl Hastings at the lake, which provides Bluego transportation. And that can be a little bit confusing because they are named and labeled the same. This is a fund, and Douglas County is the fund operator of the Tahoe Transportation District, which was set up under the Transient Lodgers License Tax Ordinance, referred to as the Transient Lodgers Rental Tax. So that can all be a little bit confusing. And so this is a fund established by ordinance where Douglas County collects 1% room tax to fund transit needs in the Tahoe Basin. And with that, Douglas County did receive a request from the South Shore Transit Management Association through the Tahoe Douglas Visitors Authority to fund $600,000 in microtransit services in the Tahoe Basin. The microtransit services are a requirement of the permit to operate the new event center, which recently opened in the Tahoe Basin. Douglas County approved Resolution 2020R 37 to assist funding of the microtransit program up to 1/2 of the 1% generated by those funds. And we are here today to review that request. We also have the board chairman, Steve Teixeira, who is here, and I believe he'd like to say a few words. And I am available for any questions if you have them.
Morning, Commissioners. I will sign in. Thank you, Mr. Morgan. For the record, Steve Teixeira, Chair of the Board of Directors of the South Shore Transportation Management Association. I appreciated Mr. Morgan covering sort of the logistics of all of this. So I'm not here representing the TDVA, but obviously they're an important partner in this project. And I did provide the members of the commission in the room here today sort of a compilation of the documents that were sent to you. They were sent to you individually, so I thought it would put them together so you could see them all at one time in one place. The things I wanted to quickly mention, we did have a great first year of success, and we appreciated the $520,000 the commission approved this past spring. We carried over 142,000 passengers in our first year of operation. We have an additional area of Douglas County at the lake that we propose to expand to. We did a little test run to Round Hill area this past September, and we see a real potential market there. We had conversations with the commission when we were here earlier this year in the last fiscal cycle about what could we do in the Carson Valley. And we've launched a van pool initiative because we determined that there are a lot of employees here in the Carson Valley who work at the lake, and we think a van pool program is an efficient way to reach them. We do have some funding set aside to help the employers and the employees defray the cost of that van pool program. I could answer any questions you might have about that. The other development is the fact that now the Tahoe Blue Events Center is a funding partner. So out of every ticket sold, $3 goes to the Lake Link service. The first month, which was the end of the quarter, September, the amount was $23,559, but you'll see in the information I provided that for the year, for the fiscal year, it's projected to be about $300,000 that would come in from events at the event center. We are planning for some service expansions in California. I'm happy to answer questions about that, but today, obviously, the focus is on what we're doing in Douglas County. I provided some of the figures that we anticipate for this year. It's about $1.5 million to $1.6 million to run the program under its current configuration. And then I have provided some additional information that I could review with you. Just to talk a little bit about why Round Hill, because it's a small business area, as is our expanded area proposed for Lower Kingsbury. We know that the loss of Raley's on the California side of state line, a lot of people probably don't want to buy their groceries at Target, so I think there'll be increased traffic to go to the Safeway in Round Hill. And there's a couple of other pieces of information here about the TMA itself. The Nevada-based organization, we're a 501c6. We have a 12-member board of directors, one of whom is sitting at the dais with you, Ms. Hales. And we have a mission and a website. If you'd like to visit it, it's ss-tma.org. We have a contract with the provider. It's a turnkey contract with South Lake Downtowner to provide the vehicle fuels, the driver, the insurance, all of those kinds of things. We pay a monthly invoice to them. We also have a modest monthly contract to pay the fee for our executive director. It's a contract for executive director by the name of Raymond Suarez. I'm happy to answer any questions. You know what happens. You approve the money, interlocal agreement with the Tahoe Douglas Visitors Authority, and then they make arrangements to transfer the money to the South Shore TMA. Happy to answer any questions.
Commissioners, questions? Commissioner Nosehead.
With respect to the van pool, how many people living in the valley would you take advantage of that and daily transport over to the lake?
So I don't know the exact number, Commissioner Nosehead, but we are in conversations with the resorts and State Line to identify how many people would be interested. There are people that come to work there from the Carson Valley, also Carson City, and also from Reno. So we're doing some pilot test programs. Probably the first property that will roll them out is Caesars, which is Harris and Harvey's. And they can decide if it's a 7-passenger van or if it's a larger van that's necessary. But I would be able to come back to you when we have a definition of how many people. But there are a substantial number of folks here in the valley who work at the lake that we believe will take advantage of the program.
Additional questions?
Mr. Chairman, I don't have any questions, but I do have a comment.
Commissioner Rice.
I would like to say that I have been a member of the TTD for over 4 years now, and we are conceptually always planning to have a interlinked transportation system so that at some point people will be able to go from our Senior Center all the way to Sand Harbor. And this is hopefully going to happen within the next 10 years. But the program is always expanding. We agreed with TRPA to provide free transportation to keep the vehicle miles traveled at a minimum so that the event center would have no effect on the lake. And it looks like the program is working. And I want to thank Steve for all of the work that he has put into this. And I am so excited to see this come to fruition. Thank you.
Okay, I got to start off by making a statement. I think this is a very important program. Anybody who has gone up to Lake Tahoe understands the problems with traffic, the problems with parking, the residual effect of pollution. So all of these things is great, and this program needs to succeed. The problem I'm having wrapping my head around what the request is why Douglas County is bearing such a large portion of this compared to others. And maybe you can address some of these. And I'll ask you a couple questions first. And I want to start off too by saying, I don't believe we can measure the benefit to Douglas County by the number of rides from Douglas County residents, because anybody coming from California to Douglas County and spending money here is giving us tax dollars. And we understand that, and that's a benefit to us. That is actually a practice that has been used very successfully for the strips in Las Vegas, is to bring in people at no cost to bring in tax dollars. So I'm all for that. But I got a couple questions. You said there was 142,000 rides last year. How many of those were with Douglas County residents or from Douglas County?
Was that in terms of riders in and out of Nevada, it was 57,000 plus during that period.
So 57,000
Yes.
in and out.
Coming into or out, going out of Douglas County, having come here to shop, work, to go to the event center more recently.
Okay, so that's about 1/3. And last year we gave 560,000, I think, right? Was that the number? 520,000, and which is much more than our counterparts in California when we're talking about the government jurisdictions, not the private sectors, because a lot of the private sector's money comes from us. Okay, we did that because the previous Board of County Commissioners had made a commitment to provide us so much, and I voted for that. I think it was, I don't know, it's 3-2 or 4-1. It was not an easy vote. But I figured, okay, let's give it a year. We'll see if they'll expand more into Douglas County and do some things. Okay. Now we understand that South Lake Tahoe wants to put is willing to put another $500,000 if they cover the entire county, right? El Dorado County? Just South Lake Tahoe
I'm not
City.
sure that it would cover the entire city, but that's certainly a goal.
I think that's what we were told was going to cover the whole thing. But this is my question. I don't understand this language here. I think I misread it when I was doing a 101. And it is confusing because the TDD I got two different names. But you state here on page 435, line 5 under FYI Planning for Service Expansion California. It says, based on this agreement, the $500,000, TTD would share State of California transit funds allocated by TRPA to the district for transit service within the city in El Dorado County. Is that money coming from, where's that money coming from? Is that coming from the other Tahoe Transportation District that you said there's a second one, Scott?
It is confusing. Mr. Chairman, can I answer?
Yes.
So Commissioner Tarkanian, to answer your question, the Tahoe Transportation District, which is a bi-state compact agency, the same compact as TRPA, as you know, they receive from the state of California sales tax money generated in those jurisdictions that comes back to help fund public transit. We wish it was higher, but it is what it is.
Okay, but don't we also?
The issue is that we're discussing with TTD sharing some of the revenue that they now use for one of their fixed route services and shifting that over to microtransit.
Okay, so I want to just be clear so I understand this.
Yes.
Because this is important to my vote.
Yep.
This is not the TTD we were talking about coming from our 1%.
That's the TD.
So this money, this TTD is still a joint state organization, correct? Isn't Nevada is part of this with California?
Yes, the TDD is a bi-state compact agency,
I
correct.
would assume there's Nevada dollars that go into this
They
organization
do have
too.
some Nevada dollars, yes.
So I guess the question I have is, South Lake Tahoe wants to expand their area to the entire city, and they're willing to put $500,000, but it's coming from a joint organization that is also supplied with Nevada dollars.
So the money is applied for by the Tahoe Transportation District from the state of California for the share that would go to the unincorporated part of South Shore and El Dorado County and the city.
I just got to cut you off because you're losing me, and I maybe the public can understand this, but I don't.
Okay.
I didn't want a long-winded answer. Am I missing this or not? When you're saying this money comes from the state of California,
Yes.
you're not answering the question that I've asked, and if it's a no, then great, tell me it's a no. But this TTD is going to provide the proposal would provide $500,000 from the TTD. And the TTD is a joint organization with both California money and Nevada money. Is that correct?
Not completely, sir.
Okay. Go explain to me what I'm missing.
So the $500,000 is actually a commitment by the South Lake Tahoe City Council to put in, to add to their share, so their share would go to $700,000. That would help to match some money coming from the Tahoe Transportation District, California state sales tax money that is for the jurisdiction of El Dorado County within the South Shore and for the city. The TDD has applied for that, and the city and the county have agreed that they can have that money. Now the city and the county are saying, we really like this microtransit service. We'd like to expand it in California. We want to share some of that money that is technically rightfully ours to apply directly for. Those are the discussions.
So if I'm understanding this correctly, the TTD is going to apply to the state of California for their funds of $500,000, their funds, not a commingled funds with Nevada funds, and they're going to use their funds, the $500,000 of tax revenue that came in just from California, to fund this microtransit system. Is that what you're saying?
You're on the right track, sir. We don't know what the amount is. The $500,000 is the city's contribution. We're still negotiating with TTD as to how much of the California sales tax they could earmark for Lake Link.
I see how good I'm getting. I'm not going to get frustrated and start getting angry.
Yes.
Make that clear, because I don't think that's.
I'm just trying to get a straight
No,
answer now.
I appreciate it. Council is assisting me with providing you with the answer.
Okay.
The city of South Lake Tahoe's money is South
Hold on
Lake
one
Tahoe money.
second. The key to me is, where is this money coming from? If it's only California tax money, then that's different. But it seems to me, from the way I read it, it's money that's from both. But if I'm wrong, now please explain that, because I haven't heard that yet.
The $500,000 that I show on the table that says fiscal year 23-24 anticipated revenue, it has an asterisk on it which says it's been set aside by the city, but it's not been approved for Lake Link at this time. It is subject to the negotiations with the Tahoe Transportation District for strictly California money to go into the city and/or as far into El Dorado County outside of the city as possible. So that's maybe where I have.
So this is not money that goes into the TTD normally. This would be additional money that the state of California will be funding to the TTD?
It's not additional money, sir. It's money that is existing. Let me give you an example. This may help. So right now, the TTD, Tahoe Transportation District, runs Route 50 on Highway 50 back and forth, and they run Route 55, which goes through the neighborhood. What they're talking about is saying, we'll take the money that we're spending on Route 55, and that area will be covered by Lake Link. So you could have that money that we're spending on Route 55. That's one of the things that's being negotiated.
You're really trying to make me look bad. I'm sorry.
I am not.
I'm not familiar with Route 55. I know Route 50 goes through Douglas County, so I assume Route 55 is what goes through California?
Yes.
Okay, so they're saying, so TTD allocates money to each specific highway. They don't just use it based upon the need. So you're saying that they get money and they say, hey, this much goes to the 55 and this much goes to 50. And you're saying that they're going to take some of the money that goes to 55 and use it for this microtransit.
That's essentially correct. Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. So I guess my next question then is this. Because of the astute study and advice that Scott Morgan gives us, he has said that that money from the TTD that they get to fund both Highway 50 and 55, a lot of that money comes from the federal government because it's been approved as being a program that falls under their guidelines. So I guess my question would be is if there is money, and again, I want to make clear that this microtransit system does not fall under the guidelines of the federal government, so it is not eligible for federal grants yet.
Correct.
So if California is going to use $500,000 for money that's been allocated that includes federal funds and use it for a project that's not approved for federal funds, is that one legal? And if it is legal, why doesn't Nevada do that?
If I'm following the question, sir, the $500,000 that's listed by the city of South Lake Tahoe, that's city general fund revenue. It's not anything from the state. It's not anything from the federal government. And you're correct in that microtransit is not a federalized transit service.
So now you're saying that the money that goes to the Highway 55, and I assume also the money that goes to Highway 50, you not only separate, the TTD not only separates it based upon highway, they separate based upon where the funds came from. So they have their own little account where the money comes from California, and then they do not commingle that money with the federal money that comes in. Is that what you're saying?
No, they do have some of their services federalized. They have 5311 and 5307 funds that come from the federal government, but that's nothing to do with Lake Link.
Lake Link being the microtransit.
microtransit.
I understand that.
Yeah.
We're talking about the TTD money.
Right.
And whether, if the federal funds come into an account and you're taking money from that account to use it for the microtransit and it's not eligible for that account, I would think that's illegal. If it hasn't been commingled and it's been separated, I assume that would be fine if that's what you're saying. But it's very unusual that I would think an agency would separate the money that's coming in from state tax dollars and federal tax dollars used on the same specific highway.
So, Mr. Chairman, I'm not here today representing the Tahoe Transportation District. I'm just attempting to explain the negotiations that we're presently underway with TDD to share some of the California state sales tax for transit that they use currently for their system that they are willing now to allocate to Lake Link because the service has been, frankly, much more successful than their fixed route services, particularly Route 55.
Mr. Chairman, I was still asking questions, but I assume he didn't want to answer it, so he asked a question to you. And I guess my position is this, and hey, you guys have four other votes and you can vote me down. I want to provide money to this organization, as I stated to begin with. I want to provide. I think it's an essential program, but I don't want to provide Douglas County funding the majority part of it when the other jurisdictions aren't. So my question is extremely relevant in my vote, and whether or not Douglas County. Now, Douglas County is providing you want Douglas County to provide $900,000 of government money to this microtransit system. That's the $600 that you're asking for, and the $300 from the estimated amount with the Tahoe Event Center, which I believe when you guys first built the Tahoe Event Center, you estimated at $600, so it's gone down to $300. But that's fine. But that's $900,000 you want us to pay for, and we only have, as you show on your map. I mean, you just mentioned only 1/3 of the riders are coming in or out of Douglas County. So, but you want us to pay the vast majority of even pay more. Now, I think it's wonderful. We can get South Lake Tahoe to use their tax money to put in another $500,000. And I think it's great. You can come back to us and ask us to put in more. But if it isn't South Tahoe's tax money, it's money coming from a commingled account with Nevada money or with money that's federal money, then it's not. So these questions are relevant. If you don't have the answer, that's fine. I don't mean to put you on the spot, but this is important for me to vote on. I want to vote for you for more money, and I will vote for more money. The question is, well, am I vote for $600,000 more? I'm just trying to get an answer on it. Let me go to the next one. And I'm almost done. I'll save most of mine for the VHRs. The new area that you're going to transport, that is proposed to be transported, I assume this is contingent upon Douglas County putting in much more money, possibly up to the $600,000. Is that correct? This map that you have on page 436?
So for the $600,000, we would add the areas in gray on your color chart, which would be Round Hill Square Mall and the Round Hill neighborhood, and on Lower Kingsbury from Pine Ridge up to Meadow Way.
Okay, so I guess what I'm asking is, there's a lot of areas out there that could use this, and it would be wonderful. Why weren't adding more of that in Douglas County? For example, I went to one of the shows at the event center. In fact, I tell you, what a great place. Anybody who said that wasn't a nice facility, wasn't going to be a nice facility, it was great. It was packed. It was hard to get in and out of. But some of the people that were there, they walked from they walked from the Tahoe Beach Club. Wouldn't it be great to be able to? I mean, we're talking about this being something that can take care of some of the congestion there, providing this service to people so they don't have to walk from there, or maybe Elks Point, or maybe Zephyr Cove, and so they can go to events to the event center. Why, if we're going to add another $600,000, we're not covering most of this area as South Lake Tahoe is covering? I just want it to be fair. I'm not trying to be argumentative with you. I want it to be fair.
We do presently cover Kell Drive area, Oliver Park, and the Beach Club is in our present service area.
Okay. All right. What about the other areas I mentioned? I mean, if I assume that there's, let me ask you this. Do you know how many people of the it was $23,000 that was paid into the, from the ticket sales. Do you know how many of the rides are coming to or from the event center events?
Do I know how many riders have used Lake?
Okay, I'm sorry. It was a little convoluted. So one of the reasons for this service is to provide ridership to and from the event center to cut down the traffic. In fact, that's what the commitment was from the county board, was when we built this, we would do this. So I guess my question is, how effective have you been with that? Do we know what percentage of the rides that are people going to the event center are coming from this?
I don't have those figures with me. I'm not sure we have enough data yet to be able to calculate that. The event center, as you know, because you've all been there at least once, only opened in the beginning of September. So we look forward to having the data to be able to answer that question.
Okay. And the only other one I asked, I haven't got an answer from, but that's okay if you don't have a specific answer for it. But I would think and hope and like that if we're going to put $900,000 into this program, we would have more areas covered than just this Round Hill portion and the portion to the Tar Heel. God, I can't read this. My eyes are bad. Anyways, the two gray areas you're talking about. Up at Kingsbury has shown a desire to have it. There's parking issues up there, transportation issues. We're not going up there, but we're going to put $900,000 into the deal. I would hope that there'd be more area covered if we're going to put that kind of money in.
I appreciate that, Commissioner. One thing I would say is that a constraint that we do have, and probably the biggest challenge in operating the system, is the number of vehicles and drivers. So we can't really expand beyond what the vehicles and drivers that we have presently. That would take an additional capital infusion to have more vehicles and drivers serving the area. So the bigger the area gets, the more challenging it is. And we're trying to keep a reasonable wait time.
But that's my point. Mm-hmm. You want our money. $900,000, more than $300,000 you want now. Shouldn't we take care of our area with our money that's coming in as opposed to expanding the entire South Lake Tahoe?
I'm not sure where the $900,000 figure came from. Perhaps you're including $600 plus the $300 from the event center?
That's exactly $600 you're asking for, and $300 that you've estimated from the event center that is paid for. The event center was paid for with tax dollars from Douglas County and located in Douglas County.
And one question I have, you mentioned the number of vehicles. How many vehicles do we have in that microtransit right now?
So in the core fleet, during the peak seasons, we have 4 vehicles. And during the off season, such as we're in right now, it's 3 vehicles. And the standard we try to achieve is a wait time of no more than 15 to 20 minutes. But when it's very busy and we only have that limited number of vehicles, the wait times can go much higher than that. So that's a concern that we have, because if people have to wait too long, then they're not going to use the service. And so we're trying to figure out where we can get some capital money to add more vehicles to the fleet for our provider.
Commissioner Hills.
I appreciate the thoughts you've brought up, Commissioner Tarkanian, and I 100% agree with you. We need better service up Kingsbury. And I have said, even if it's not door to door, because those neighborhoods go back real far and the houses get spread out and it becomes less cost efficient, but if there were pickups up and down Kingsbury, that's really important to me and a worthy goal. I would say that I see the 300,000 as different than the 600,000. 600,000 now comes really essentially from the 0.5% that we must spend for transportation at Tahoe, but we don't have to spend it on Lake Link. The 300,000 comes directly from ticket sales. So the people who are paying for tickets are the ones paying that 300,000. So I don't necessarily see that as Douglas. Geographically, it's located in Douglas, but where are those people coming from? Are more than a third of them coming from Douglas County? I wouldn't necessarily lump the 300,000 in with the 600. So from my calculation, we have about a third of the riders are connected to Nevada, and now we would be spending 600. Our vote today is considering 600, or maybe some lesser amount, but 600. And you compare that to total anticipated revenue of $1.5 million. It's getting closer to the 1/3. It's getting closer than it was last year. I'm encouraged by that. It's a messy process to start a transit service, and precise ratios. I really appreciate the board being willing to contribute without exacting precise ratios, and I think we're moving in the right direction on those ratios. So for that reason, I would support the full 600,000 with the understanding that we continue to apply pressure to get up Kingsbury, because that's really, really important to Douglas County.
If I could, Mr. Chairman, just add one thing to what Commissioner Hales just said, and want to make sure. So we were able to, with the help of the Tahoe Douglas Visitors Authority and their advocates, we were able to secure some funding from the state of Nevada. And in our conversations as a board with Commissioner Hales as a board member, we are looking at the potential of using some of that funding to acquire additional vehicles. And so there is that possibility that we would be able to provide service farther up Kingsbury. It is complicated, when you get up towards the top, the winter conditions and the roads going way back. But I think that Commissioner Hales has a good idea if we could have some stops along the way where people could come down and pick up Lake Link if it didn't have to go too far from the highway itself. So those are possibilities, and I think it's important for all of us to understand that those discussions are ongoing.
Can I point out one more thing, and that is that 1/3 ridership to or from Nevada doesn't take into account this whole new van pool effort. And so that will be an entirely different but very, very valuable to Douglas County residents.
Okay, so I'm going to share some thoughts.
Yes, sir.
So first of all, I guess I'll start by saying, have we stopped the door-to-door service of the Lake Link, or is that still the offering is a door-to-door service? In other words, you sit Commissioner Rice is at his doorstop and he pushes it up, and a van comes up and picks him up and takes him where he wants to go and then delivers him back to that. Is that still the concept?
That is still the concept. We are in some areas, there's a conversation between the driver and the passenger. Where can I pick you up? And it may not be at that person's front door of their home. It may be some other place, but that's a conversation between the driver and the passenger as to what is best for both. But that's still the concept, yes.
So I'm concerned that it's a great service, and I concur with my fellow commissioners that I believe there is a need for this type of service. I'm questioning whether or not the cost of doing that on a door-to-door basis is really cost-effective for the service, and the best use of the anticipated infrastructure to accomplish that. But those are decisions that have to be made by your organization. The other aspect of this, when it says here, and I'm looking at your financial page, the state of Nevada one-time funding for $600,000. So that concerns me that we get something started, and that's been the concern also that has been expressed to us before when we've had this is we're going to start something and there's no continuous funding source. And so when we start a service and that as you know, and I mean, Mr. Morgan has been involved in our program here on the Valley floor and knows that it's very, very important for the ridership to know what time they're going to get picked up, what time they're going to get dropped off, and have a set service in place. That's the only way you can guarantee ridership, right? Otherwise, then people are just going to say, well, if I have to wait here for 20 minutes, as yours indicating, 15, 20 minutes, then I'm going to probably either walk or I'm going to take my personal vehicle. So that's one of the concerns I have in regards to that one-time funding of $600,000. I too, as Commissioner Hales has pointed out, the $300,000 or whatever is generated by the Tahoe Blue Event Center on the purchases of tickets. I too attended an event, the Billy Strings concert several weeks ago, the first completely sold out event at the event center, and at the end of the event, 5,100 people poured out of that facility all at once at 11 o'clock at night, and I was parking in the Valley's parking lot, and so on the 5th floor. I didn't think it was the 5th floor. I started at the 3rd, going back to get my car, and then found it, and had my wife stay there, and I eventually found it up on the 5th floor, but I didn't realize that. But anyways, that's a whole nother story. But I don't know that really that $3 or the microtransit system was ever created, and maybe that's not something that was a panacea or something that was not communicated to us very well or to public, is I don't know that microtransit was ever designed to accommodate 5,100 folks and anticipated of trying to move 5,100 folks right after an event. Now, I do know that the hotels were full that evening, all 4 of them, and the parking lots were all full and charging $45 a night for parking, or for that event, $45. So that was a tremendous boon for them, right? In charging. So not only did the participants, the spectators of that event, pay for their event ticket, they paid $45 for parking, those of who did, and they paid the $3 in their ticket price for microtransit. So, but I do understand the concept that microtransit runs 365 days a year, and what we're trying to do is reduce the vehicle miles traveled to be neutral based on the understanding of what the event center is going to cause in regards to vehicle miles traveled. Okay, so I've come around to that understanding. It's taken me a considerable amount of time to finally wrap my head around that idea, but once again, I don't think that it was ever articulated to us very well that microtransit was never designed, nor could it, to take 5,100 people out of that event center and then put them out back to wherever they were going, whether it be California or Nevada. I have a whole. I'm very interested, and hopefully at some point in time, the TDVA can provide us these numbers. But I'm curious about the demographics of the attendee of the event center and where those tickets are being bought from, zip code or whatever, where those people are coming from, okay? Because that plays into this vehicle sector and vehicle miles traveled importantly, and whether or not that vehicle miles traveled can be mitigated through those other means. I like the idea that we're going after state funding to help us assist in this, and it's been brought to my attention, and I had forgotten about that aspect, is that this system is not available for federal funding. Is that correct?
We have chosen not to be eligible for federal funding because it comes with a lot of strings and paperwork, which we as a nonprofit organization are not prepared to undertake.
Okay, okay. Well, I just think that there's a lot of federal funds that are available in regards to mass transit, and so but okay.
Doesn't say that it won't happen in the future. It just doesn't happen now.
So the other thing is we see your anticipated revenue, we see no anticipated expenses. And I think that's something the commissioners have asked for the last year, is a true budget, okay? Income, expenses. And so you're saying it's nonprofit, but, and I hope Commissioner Hale sitting on this board can get those numbers for us, okay?
I have some sympathy. And yes, they should. They should. But I have some sympathy because they're so new and there are still a lot of moving parts. And they're still like, will this van pool thing work? Will they be able to make it happen? And they have such they don't even really they have Raymond Suarez a little bit. They don't really even have staff. It's just people volunteering. And so to have someone who could spend a lot of hours to figure out, okay, if van pool happens, what will our expenses be? In detail, a year ahead. I understand why it's not happening, but I agree it should happen, and it should happen as soon as possible.
It just lacks transparency, right? So that's just a couple more comments. It bothers me that the private sector is only into this for $10,000 a month. I know there's a great many companies in the Bay Area of California and in the LA Basin that companies provide van pools for their employees to move their employees back and forth to work. And at the benefit of $35 to $45 a night or an event, to fill those parking garages, seems to me like the private sector could pony up a little bit more and become more active in the regional van pool program of moving their employees, even from the valley floor up to their facilities. So I think that's something that SSTMA needs to pursue in that regard, because I think $10,000 a month is pittance to their income, and I don't know what their capacities are in their parking facilities, but if you're talking 600 rooms a hotel, that's quite a bit of that's quite a few cars at that amount of money, and I think they could pony up more than that. So those are just some comments in regards to the and once again, I should have prefaced this by saying, last year our hesitancy, at least mine hesitancy, in regards to even providing the 520 that we did, was lack of coverage into the residential neighborhoods of our community in the Tahoe Township. And so I'm very happy that we're moving in that direction. Obviously, I think the commissioners have stated that we need to move further into that direction as those become available. So anyways, those are my comments and thoughts. Not so much questions, I suppose. This is a actionable item. Do we have any other comments or questions from the board before we go to public comment?
Did some
Noah
calculation based on the 57,000 from the valley. Is that 57,000 per year?
In the year for 22, 23, yes, sir.
Okay. So I did the calculations and it came out with 57,000 divided by 142. Anyway, come to the bottom line, at 169 riders per day. During the on-season, you would have 42 people. And if you divide that by 7, which is the capacity of your van, you need 7 vehicles just for that. So you're a little bit short. How are you going to come up with that is this part of this? I'll tell you, this is very confusing because basically of what Commissioner Tarkanian talked about, it's split up from between the county and the federal government and California, and it is confusing. So I just wanted to point that out, that you don't have enough vans.
Yes, we feel that every day. I would just, if I could, Mr. Chairman, just a couple quick
Sure.
of your comments. You're spot on that the Lake Link is not designed to take 5,100 people away from the event center or to deliver 5,100 people. We are part of an overall system, and we're trying to help our friends at the Tahoe Transportation District get into the swing of things. And they did, for Billy String specifically, they did run some of their fixed route larger buses to that event that evening, as they did the night before for the Fleetwood Mac cover band. So we're trying to encourage them to deploy their fixed route services in a way that supplements the Lake Link. Anecdotally, we know that a lot of the people who are going to the events there are walking over from the properties, or even from the beach club, as has been pointed out. So we are, and then with regard to the state of Nevada money, you're absolutely correct that we can't start something that we can't finish. So that's why we're looking at using it for van pool incentives. So the employer would put up some of the money, the employees pay a share, and then the TMA would provide a third leg of the stool, so that the bottom line is for the employee, it's much less expensive than driving his or her car to work. And it also, the employers are using it as a recruiting opportunity to say, you come to work for us, you have an opportunity to commute to and from work in a van pool.
And I appreciate that. I really do. I just spent a week in New Orleans, okay? And we were staying at a hotel in the Garden District outside of their trolley system or their streetcar system, okay? And you had drop-off points and pickup points, but it was very affordable for the employees to get on that. The problem is that it was not, they had to anticipate time because sometimes it wasn't operating. But quite honestly, I wound up turning in our rental car after 2 days and using public transportation the rest of the week, okay? Because I just saw having a car sit in the garage costing me garage fees and rental fees just didn't make sense to me. So my wife and I made that decision, and I think it was a wise decision. So we rode the system the rest of the week. For those of you who want to know, $6 each for the rest of the week, 6-day pass. So it was pretty good, okay? But so yes, I understand this is in the infancy process, but I do appreciate the questions that the other commissioners are bringing forward, because they're important. If we're gonna put this kind of money into it, we need to know that it's going to have benefits for our residents. So I think all of those questions, Commissioner Tarkanian, Hales, Noah Sad, were appropriate. Thank you. So, anyways, with that, can we now go into public comment? Or
Yeah, I just want to thank the commission for their time and their questions. You're investing in a system that is in its infancy and will grow, and if it grows anywhere significantly, that growth I see will be in Douglas County. So thank you.
Okay, we will go to public comment now. Commissioner Noasat, you ready with the timer? Okay.
Dan Ainsworth. I'd like to amplify on the support for some of the things you've been talking about. It's great to see the service area that will be expanded in Douglas County, but the service area should be only one parameter to be considered in determining the county's funding contribution. I think that rider destination and purpose is more important financially than a service area comparison. Riders coming to Douglas County for their job to go to the event center or the casinos or the Safeway, now that Steve brought up, is just as important as riders starting in Douglas County to go to their desired location. And just to do a little math too, Commissioner Noasad, the 57,000 riders in and out of Douglas County is 40% not 30% or 33%. 40% of $1.5 million is 600,000. How about that? I'll leave it there. Thanks.
And I appreciate you understanding that you don't need to take the entire 3 minutes that you're allocated.
James McKellop for the record, and I was told there'd be no math. I am in support of this system. I believe that it was almost misleading at the beginning when, as a condition of the approval of the event center, that we had to do the microtransit. I thought that was a little misleading, that people thought that that would be what the microtransit would be for, was taking people to and from the event center. But be that as it may, I think the private sector should pay more. I think they benefit from it and they should contribute. This year, my life changed a lot. My wife went on dialysis. And thank God for the DART system in the Valley. And I can take my wife and pick her up. Many people, the only reason they can stay in their homes when they're on dialysis is having a system that takes them there and picks them up, and a system that operates and is able to use wheelchairs. And I didn't hear about these vans. Are they wheelchair accessible? I hope so. I think expanding the service is important. There are some things that people need literally to stay in their homes, and it's not going to have 2,000 dialysis patients. There aren't going to be that many. The people that need it really need it. So I hope that as the system expands in Douglas County, that we can help people who have medical needs as well. Thank you.
Nope. Good afternoon, Ellie Waller. I'm going to start from a different perspective. Has a request for up to 0.5% gone out to any others? Who would you send that to and why? What is the status of the Kale Street project funded from another source? It was an estimate obtained and funded and could require additional funds as cost of materials or fluid. And did the funds obtained include maintenance? Also, what other transit-related projects may be in the pipeline in Tahoe that could benefit from this funding source? I've seen past information, and there is a proposal to expand the Tahoe Transit Center by the Tahoe, not the Douglas County TTD, to accommodate storage areas for additional buses, as well as expanding service when the Barton Hospital is there. Will this need some of our consideration? The last request for this round, we were provided a list, just as you were today. Wake up, we're doing it again. The list goes on. You've had some information. The Lake Tahoe Visitors Authority is giving $71,000. Tahoe Douglas Visitors Authority is giving $48,000. How was the LTVA and TDVA amounts determined by their boards to be allocated partially to support the event center? And as the League to Save Lake Tahoe has been stating, come to an event, leave your car at home. How much is Douglas County giving LTVA and TDVA annually to have them in turn give it to microtransit? Accountability, as mentioned before in my opening public comment, follow that money. Further, explain the state of Nevada one-time funding $600K from what state pool and by whose approval? Does this include Douglas County, Carson, Washoe potential service? We talk about van pools. Will the Carson City folks be using a similar van pool from the North County, Douglas County area? Have any park and ride locations been identified to help do this, even if you do have a van pool? I drive from North County up 50 to get to Lake Tahoe. I attend several meetings up there, monthly, weekly, sometimes feels like daily from one end to the other. Of course, I have to drive. There's no service to the north end of the lake. I appreciate that there is this Downtowner Association and whatever Raymond Suarez brings to the table.
our 520K did not include updating their website. The service area on South Shore includes Casino Corridor and North State Line, Al Tahoe Boulevard, and Pioneer Trail. Also, in thanking all the partners, does not include Douglas County. Surely that 520K contribution should have had that updated.
Commissioners, Chairman, Elizabeth Learnhardt. I am speaking here again about microtransit. It's just the latest flavor of public transportation. There have been many before up at the lake, and they have failed. Why is this county willing in the past to give $520,000 to South Lake Tahoe when it is only obligated to give 0.5% to 1%, amounting to $50,000, according to the statement provided by Ms. Willoughby to the state legislature? That's my main question. And now we're doing it again and giving them $600,000. Why do we do this when there's minimal benefit to the residents of Douglas County? Mr. McCallum explained how sick and elderly people need the DART system and how much it's appreciated. We could have dealt with something like that ourselves in-house. At the very least, the Lakeling services need to include Round Hill Resort, Zephyr Cove Resort, and the Zephyr Cove Senior Center at Warrior Way, and possibly up on Kingsbury. This is a particular emphasis because South Lake Tahoe, according to my understanding, claimed the Douglas County Lake residents in order to qualify for federal funds that they receive. And how is Lakeling doing for us? Since the event center opened, there have been an article in the Tahoe Tribune that they had to pitch in the regular buses because they could not accommodate the 5,000 concert goers to be transported to and from the center. And if you assume, as some of these buses have maximum 12 people they transport, it will take 450 vehicles or rides, and we were just provided with their actual number. That falls very short of that projection. So it really doesn't come to a surprise that there's no capacity there. Is there even capacity to expand it? It's very doubtful. Have they owned some of these electrical buses that are now defunct because the company went bankrupt? I don't have an answer for that. So according to the Lakeling data, there are 57,000 rides that were from Douglas County. How do they define that? Is this Douglas County residents, or is this just somebody from Southern California, from South Lake Tahoe, who takes a ride to the casinos? Thank you. I simply don't understand their numbers.
Jim Slade. As Commissioner Doug Johnson used to say, there are three kinds of people: those that are good at math and those that aren't. This microtransit system, a glorified taxi service, is a top-heavy operation with large capital costs that mainly serves Californians traveling from one place in California to another. Douglas County is poorly served, if at all in most cases, except for Edgewood and the casinos. Douglas County last year certainly paid too much and benefited too little from this service. The presenters earlier this year, in requesting funds, misrepresented where the state line was on their map in order to suggest that there was more service activity in Nevada than was actually the case. The benefits that currently accrue to Douglas County residents would be cheaper, more efficient, and more expansive in area if we paid for every Uber trip for Douglas County residents at the lake. TOT funds could then be spent on other valuable services. Tahoe Blue, which benefits very little from Lake Link, should consider donating their funds to a worthy cause that actually benefits our residents. If you plan to continue to support this service, you should reduce your contribution until the service is expanded to more areas in Douglas County. Those who actually benefit more should pay more. In Douglas County, that is private enterprise, specifically the casinos and Edgewood.
Jason Gibson with the Maladministrative Audit Council for Douglas County. I said it before, I'll say it again. There's a lot of things that Douglas County does well, but efficiency is not one of them. There's nobody who appreciates public transport like I do. Being a trucker's son, I use public transit to go everywhere. I use it to go all the way to the hot springs and back when able. But I'm here to tell you that this is another cash cow facet of erroneous governance, which is creating policy without firsthand knowledge. I would be willing to bet that none of these commissioners have used our public transit system. Obviously, Mark Gardner doesn't use public transit to go to the event center. I would bet that Mark Gardner didn't see a single van or a bus at the event center shuttling 5,100 people. Those vans that you call vans, sir, are buses that seat up to 23 people. They're running around town with one or two people, and you could be on your way to the bus transit or the bus pickup and miss it by 5 minutes, and they won't stop to pick you up. They are so programmed to be on time that there's no thinking, there's no creative, efficient operator who can wrap his mind around the situation, which is such that we need an app and we need an organizational principle that makes sense, that is synchronized to the big picture, to the whole valley and to the other transit systems that integrate into it. It's just typical that you would have this kind of maladministration also being deployed or being utilized with the VHR industry. It's the same kind of thinking with the VHR industry as it is with their erroneous transportation funding with the JLEC facility. These issues belong in the norms and procedures of the 22 councils, which Ms. Hales brought to our attention, don't really exist. The VHR Council doesn't exist. The Debt Commission doesn't exist. The Audit Committee doesn't exist. These guys have consolidated power and have taken on the responsibility of all of this that's going on, and it's not working for us. And they won't listen. They won't change. And they've eradicated the youth from our government, and they refuse to allow new ideas and innovation from the youth to be applied in the art of governance.
Additional public comment? Since no additional public comment, I'll bring it back to the board. Any other questions, comments, observations? Then I'll entertain a motion.
I thought she was going to talk.
Okay. Sure.
I was going to say two things real quick. I wanted to say two things real quick. With respect to the $300,000 paid by the event center, I disagree completely with Commissioner Hell stating that that's not really Douglas County money or Douglas County tax dollars because it's being paid for by a lot of people from California coming here and purchasing tickets. That's no difference than having a business in Douglas County where somebody comes across the border and buys something there and they pay sales taxes. This money is directed towards the event center, just like much of the tax dollars that come in are directed towards certain other programs. The Douglas County Event Center was paid for with Douglas County money. It's paid for by an RDA fund. It's Douglas County money. The $300,000 counts. Now, if you want to give them $900,000, that's fine. But I think it's a little disingenuous to say that we're not giving them that. My problem with saying, okay, let's give them the full $600,000 and they'll expand the area. Is that just in December we met with this organization, and they were providing very, very, very little area in Douglas County, and they had told us if we provided them with the 560, they would expand in these other areas. Well, they haven't expanded yet. Now they're saying they're going to expand, or at least not in the areas they discussed. And now they're saying, well, if we give them 600 now, again, they'll finally expand. We're paying a disproportionate amount if we give them 900,000. I'm not going to vote for the 900. I would give them less. I do think this program is very important. I think public transit is tough in our country. A lot of people don't use it, but we need to have it, and it needs to be available, particularly in places like Tahoe, where the traffic and parking is so tough.
Thank you.
I'm ready to make a motion.
Okay.
I move we approve an interlocal agreement between Douglas County acting as the Tahoe-Douglas Transportation District and the Tahoe-Douglas Visitors Authority to partially fund the operation of a microtransit system to facilitate public transit within the district from the 1% transient lodging rental tax in the amount of $600,000 for fiscal year 23-24, and direct staff to return to the board to finalize the associated budget resolution at a future meeting.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Hales, seconded by Commissioner Rice, to approve the interlocal agreement between Douglas County acting as the Tahoe-Douglas Transportation District and the Tahoe-Douglas Visitors Authority to partially fund the operation of microtransit system as stated. Any further questions? Any comments? Sensing none, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those against?
Nay.
Nay.
Okay, so the motion passes 3-2. Commissioner Rice, Commissioner Hales, Commissioner Gardner voting yes, and Commissioner Tarkanian and Noah Sad voting no. Okay, it is now, by my clock, 12:36. So I would suggest we return. We're going to take a break for lunch and return at, what would it be, 1:45. Is that right? Does that make sense? 1:45. That gives us a little bit over an hour. Okay. So thank you. We're now in recess. Okay, it is 1:45, so we'll call the session back to order. And we will go into item, we're going to be combining items 4 and 5, so I'll read all of item 4 and 5 into the record so that we can allow public comment after we have our presentations, and then we'll go into our deliberations as a commission. So item number 4, presentation regarding the Douglas County Judicial Law Enforcement Center, JLEC, and the Douglas County Justice Center project. The presentation may include a discussion of the history of the Justice Center project, the current space and operational deficiencies of the JLEC building, and the justification for the Justice Center, an overview and status of the design and construction manager at risk, more commonly known as CMAR, process, which is currently underway, the approximate budget and current expenses related to the project, as well as an overview of the financing options available to the county for funding. And then in addition to that, discussion to adopt Resolution 2023R-106, a resolution concerning the financing of a building project for Douglas County, directing the clerk treasurer to notify the Douglas County Debt Management Commission of the county's proposal to issue general obligations thereof, providing certain details in connection therewith, and providing the effective date hereof relating to the Justice Center construction project. The anticipated amount of the proposed general obligation bonds portion of the Justice Center financing is up to $37 million. It's being presented by, let's see, I have a long list here. County Manager Jennifer Davidson, our CFO Terry Willoughby. I'm not exactly sure what Scott McCullough's position is. I'm always a little confused about that. We see him so rarely that I even had to remind myself of what you look like for a second here. And then also Marty Johnson with GNA Consulting Group also is with us today, right? So, okay, you're on.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission, Jennifer Davidson, County Manager. And as you mentioned, sir, with me here today is Terry Willoughby, our Chief Financial Officer, Scott McCullough, our Project Manager for Douglas County, representatives from Core Construction, TSK Architects, J&A Consulting, and then also Zach Wadley with the District Attorney's Office can speak to any legal questions that you may have. This is an opportunity for us to provide the board with a reminder of the Justice Center project, a complete comprehensive history of why this is such an important project for Douglas County prior to the second part or second agenda item, number 5, moving forward with a resolution to proceed with bonding for this project. So first part of the project, we're going to give you that history and overview. I have the pleasure of breaking that down for you today. I will also be speaking to the justification and need for the project, and then I'll move into an overview of the current and future cost estimates and history of expenses. So this is the Justice Center timeline, history of the project. Back in 1980, construction on the JLEC building began, and that's the Justice and Law Enforcement Center building. It was constructed at that time to be approximately 48,000 square feet and to serve a population of approximately 19,000 residents in Douglas County. It was designed to meet the needs of our organization and our community for 20 years. In 1982, the new jail was constructed, adding about 18,000 square feet. And in 2011, a jail expansion project was completed, which increased the jail square footage by 35,000. We are now 40 years later, and that building has exceeded its capacity. The discussion regarding the future needs of the building began in 2014-2015 with a needs assessment study. And the preliminary findings of that study was a recommendation that the commission and the county consider renovating and expanding the JLEC in phases. That information was shared with the Board of County Commissioners at that time, and they were asked to proceed with the work and to do some additional studies on a phase 2 of assessments to determine what exactly was needed in terms of square footage at different population levels for the county moving forward. That work started to be underway in 2016. And the very first time we saw a price tag associated with this project, a conversation around what the actual cost may be, was the appearance of a conversation in 2017 of a $31.6 million number. That was a very high-level conceptual number. I'll refer to it a little bit as a back of a napkin. It was based on those preliminary assessments, but no real design, pen to paper, had been completed at that time. That number, for obvious reasons, was an eye-opening number for the County Commission. The board requested that staff work with the stakeholders in the building to determine if there are any other alternatives to renovation for this project. Discussions regarding alternatives continued through 2018 and 2019, and they included discussions around leasing potential space. That included the civil division of the DA's office is now in lease space. That is no longer part of the JLEC building. But also, staff came forward with a potential proposal to consider leasing the Wool building, which is directly across the street from the existing facility. That Wool building lease conversation was determined really by the County Commission to be a non-starter for a variety of reasons, but chief among them, there would be some renovation costs. We couldn't just move into a building and start operating the very next day. We'd have to invest between $3 to $5 million worth of tenant improvements prior to making it acceptable for our needs. That would be $3 to $5 million we would be investing in an asset that someone else would control. The County Commission was uncomfortable with that concept and directed staff, based on those conversations, to proceed with a 10% design. And we entered into a contract in 2019 with TSK to get to that 10% design concept. The preliminary results of that 10% design concept were brought internally to the stakeholder group in 2020. And the cost estimate at that time for that design was $47.4 million. Staff expressed concerns, including stakeholders expressed concerns regarding spending that large of amount of money on a renovation of a building that was being utilized. Court operations don't stop. Services were going to have to continue and be ongoing throughout the renovation. And so there was going to have to be a complex implementation of that renovation. I think it was 7 or 8 phases that were discussed that was directly contributing to that high cost for that project. Additionally, there was a large proportion of that budget that was going to be dedicated to building a parking structure. And the county manager at the time, Mr. Cates, expressed concerns about investing money in a parking structure that may not be necessary on a new site. And so internal conversations were to not just bring forward this 10% design, but to bring an alternative to the commission for consideration. And that was to construct a new building on a new site and identify if land could be purchased. And so a new building 10% design was put together and brought forward to the county commission in 2021. Both options were discussed, the renovation and the new construction, and the County Commission gave direction to staff at that time to proceed with exploring locations for land purchase so that we could look at the new construction project, which was estimated to be $41.5 million in 2021. In 2022, the board approved the purchase of 57 acres for the new courthouse and additional county facilities located off of Buckeye. And in 2023, the board approved a CMAR contract with Core Construction. The commission also approved professional services agreements for bond counsel and J&A Consulting, which are experts that you'll be hearing from today as part of this presentation. We'll get into a little bit more details about how costs have continued to increase since that time when you saw that last number, the $41.5 million number. All right, but before we move to a discussion of escalating costs, let's talk about why this project is in fact needed. There are a number of current challenges that have been identified by the current stakeholder groups. They include security, parking, victim-witness separation, ADA requirements, in-custody defendant restrooms, separation of male and female in-custody defendants, evidence storage, self-represented litigants needing access to resources, records retention, statutorily mandated lactation rooms, office space for all departments, and there's no room to expand any operations. Frankly, we're busting at the seams at all levels. Some additional information regarding these important matters. Let's first talk about security. Security is everyone's business. It impacts the public, victims, jurors, families, children, defendants, court staff, and judges. We have security issues with parking, jury assembly, juror exit and entrance and exit. We have problems with security in chambers and courtrooms, and also the clerk's offices. This is a photo of the current parking situation. I will just let you know that the judges park and all staff park in the same public parking that everyone does. This represents a security problem. Other court staff in other jurisdictions, including our own, have had their life threatened at times. It is advisable and a best practice to separate staff parking, judge parking from that of the public so that we can protect those that serve. In addition, parking in general at the building is just a problem. We do not have adequate parking space, specifically for juries. When we go to impanel a jury, we ask hundreds to come to our courthouse, and we don't have places for them to park. This is a picture of the parking lot when we have just one jury trial. And we are not able to accommodate other business in this space. We have crowding at the entrance for security. Frequently on Mondays, Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and any other day we have a jury trial. We have individuals who are lining up and are all trying to proceed through the same metal detector. That means we have victims, witnesses, and defendants all in the same security lines trying to access our facility. Jury assembly is often a problem in terms of scheduling with the sheriff's office training room. The departments work well together and try to make sure that we accommodate scheduling requests for use of the existing space as efficiently as we can. However, we do at times have overlap, which means that we don't have sufficient spaces, and we have jury individuals who are waiting for their turn for the jury assembly conversation. They're overflowing into hallways and crowding spaces, which is impacting operations. Our courtrooms are at max capacity. This is a photo taken on a typical day of court. What does that mean when courtrooms are at max capacity? It equals a security risk. Crowd control can be challenging on a good day, but when you have a lot of people crammed into small rooms, it's exceptionally challenging. Crowded hallways and entrances to courtrooms and chambers means no separation for victims, witnesses, or staff. Oftentimes, staff judges are walking down the same hallways as members of the public or defendants that they just recently sentenced. Victims and witnesses are overlapping with defendants or perpetrators of crime, and that can be a traumatic experience for them. We have shared entrances to all of these spaces, which is, again, causing traffic jams, and it also makes security a challenge. Entrances here, these photos show entrances to chambers when we have metal detectors. The same metal detector provides access to chambers and the judicial assistants, but also to the courtroom. And you can see we have not adequate partitions here to create physical security barriers. There's a lot of improvements to be desired. This is a photo of the clerk's offices, which are also at maximum capacity. There's insufficient working space and storage space for records. Oftentimes, boxes are piling up and overflowing. Give me just 1 second. We have staff members working out of closets still. This is the fiscal office, also known as the fiscal closet. Staff are working in 12-foot by 6-foot room, and there is insufficient space to expand fiscal operations, which will be needed in the future due to all of the legislative requirements we have in terms of tracking statistics and other fiscal operational related things for courts. In custody defendants and male and female restrooms, we have holding cells that do not accommodate separation of males and females. Defendants use court and jury bathrooms during court unless there is a jury in session. They access those bathrooms through the law clerk offices, which of course is not ideal. And it cannot be stressed enough how important it is to have separation for victims and witnesses, and here's why. In addition to the traumatic experience that I mentioned, we are required through the Nevada Constitution to allow for this separation. I won't read this to you, but if you're curious, you're welcome to look it over. Evidence storage is also at max capacity. We have rented storage off property to accommodate evidence and large evidence that we're not able to store in existing space. Records retention, of course, is a problem, and every year we transfer a year's worth of records to storage. Currently, we have a county warehouse that we store records in. We have a wonderful relationship with the recorder's office. They maintain that facility. 70% of the total records that we store in that warehouse are actually court-related records. This becomes an operational challenge for staff when we have to transport records from a warehouse located out at Public Works because we do not have sufficient on-site storage for records as they are needed. In general, by law, we are required to provide certain spaces, and this is a list of those required spaces that we currently do not provide. We don't provide the victim separation, as we mentioned. We also do not provide currently lactation rooms. In a number of situations, we are not ADA compliant, and we have had to relocate the law library and have not been able to establish resources and access to certain materials that self-represented litigants would need when representing themselves. Lactation rooms, for those that are curious, this is called out in NRS. I would just point out that it does specifically state that we cannot, it has to be a room dedicated for this purpose, and it cannot be a bathroom. ADA requirements, we have issues with the elevator, and I'll show you a photo in just a moment. We have public windows that are not at the correct height for wheelchair access. We have witness stands that have step-up issues, so people with mobility issues are not able to access the witness stand. And then also we do not have adequate hearing facilities available, equipment, available for hearing impairment individuals. This is a picture of those public windows where our residents come to access services. Where we were able to accommodate changes, we have tried to renovate and allow for those lower counter heights. But at the Justice Court, that renovation has not been made, and counter heights are still an issue at a number of those public counters. This is that photo of that elevator. It is not large enough for motorized wheelchairs, and frankly, it's getting old. We've had a number of maintenance issues with it over the years, and it is frequently down and in need of repair, similar to the elevator in this building. What that means is recently we had at least one individual who was not able to attend a court hearing because they could not get upstairs to the courtroom. This is that hearing impaired accessibility equipment that I mentioned. We are getting by. We do have equipment available, but certainly there is a definite opportunity to improve on the accessibility equipment that we offer. That's that step up into the witness stand that I mentioned. Wheelchairs cannot access this, but in general, individuals with mobility issues have trouble navigating that step. Self-represented litigants, there is a rise in individuals who are choosing to represent themselves, and they should have access to a law library, which has currently been moved out of the JLEC building into the public library. And we need to also provide them with access to computers, printers. We've done our best to fit those things into tiny spaces currently, but there is definitely opportunities for us to expand on what we make available to individuals who choose to represent themselves. So in summary, additional security for judges and staff is needed. There is no secure access to the facility for judicial officers, and we have a bottleneck at the entrance to security right now. ADA accommodations across the board and across the building need to be improved. We don't have separation for victims and witnesses or staff, and we need to consider the building's image and space needs for each court in our future plans. We need to have remote access in hearing rooms as we consider future accommodations, and more space is needed, period, across the board. We do not have adequate office space or operational space for the district attorney's office, the sheriff's office, alternative sentencing, JPO, CASA, IT, and additional courtroom and space for support staff is needed. Private meeting rooms for attorneys and clients are also needed. The lactation room I mentioned previously. And we need to just across the board provide support space and amenities for self-represented litigants. All right, that was a lot. I think we all understand why this project is past due and very much needed, but let's take a moment to talk more about costs. I mentioned that when we talked with the commission initially in 2017, the conceptual high-level design was a $31 million cost. That cost has since increased significantly due to a variety of factors. There is a rising cost of construction, which we do have a couple of experts here that are available to speak to you, and Scott McCullough would be happy to jump in on this conversation once I finish here. But we all know what happened to the cost of building with COVID. 2020, 2021, the cost of construction materials and labor increased nationally, maybe even internationally, but we saw a 30% increase in costs for this project. Additionally, we are battling inflation. Each year this project is delayed and construction is delayed on this project, we estimate an increased cost of about 6% annually, or anywhere between $1 to $3 million, which is why we are asking you to proceed as soon as possible. Our current cost estimate for new construction today is approximately $50 million, and that would be a project that breaks ground in the spring of 2025. We'll talk to you about that timeline in just a moment. For those who were curious and saying, well, that is quite a bit more than the $47 million renovation that we talked about previously, please note that the current cost of renovating the existing building is now estimated to be, due to those increased costs of construction and labor, $60 million overall. Scott, did you want to jump in at this point?
Thank you, Jennifer. Scott McCullough. The cost of construction has risen tremendously over the last couple of years. Those estimates that we're looking at for the same basic project from 2020 to 2023 has gone from 41 to 50 million for basically the same package, same project. We have some of our partners for the project today here with TSK Architects and Core Construction. Core Construction is under pre-construction services agreement with the county for the project. And they are the ones that do the estimating for the work. We define a project at concept level, and then they'll come in and provide an estimate to see if we're on track with scope to budget. So this, I'd like to introduce Kurt Perriott from Core Construction and Gary Williams from Core to talk about cost associated with the project, not only regionally, but, nationally for it. Yeah, you go first.
And Mr. Chairman, we'll also ask them to talk to you about the benefits of a CMAR project and what unique things they're bringing to the table to help us manage the challenge of rising costs.
Thank you. Assume everybody can hear me okay? Hello, member. What's that?
State your name.
Yeah. My name is Kurt Perriott. I work for Core Construction. I'm our director of pre-construction. Thank you for this opportunity to talk to you, members of the board and chairman. We were brought on early, as everybody mentioned. We were actually brought on under contract under the pre-construction services agreement here in April, earlier this year. We're working hand in hand with the design team, TSK Architects and Douglas County on this project. You guys really hit on some good high notes as far as the costs and the inflation that we've seen in our economy and nationally over the last couple of years. So I really want to talk about some of the pros to the CMAR process and helping mitigate some of those concerns and risks as we move forward. We've been on board now for a few months, and really some of the positives are associated with that early engagement of the CMAR process. Bringing us on early to help us get engaged at the programming and the schematic design timeframe is key and to the success of the process. We have that knowledge, that general background and understanding, and can provide that early estimating feedback to the process. We're also able to provide that opportunity to influence earlier on. So we call this kind of the living estimate, but it's something that where if we're engaged early on through programming and schematic, we can provide that early feedback and maximize the opportunity to make changes throughout the design process. Whereas if we were designing to 100% completion or construction documents, we will be past the point at which we can help modify the design or manage to meet the overall program and budget of the county. One of our primary goals, and I think Scott mentioned this, but one of our primary goals is essentially to meet the needs of Douglas County, deliver a project that fits within the overall program and the budget for the county. Some highlights for the overall CMAR process of how we will be engaged is performing different services through our pre-construction efforts. Some of those include research and investigation, constructability review, procurement and scheduling analysis, phasing and logistics, getting into our overall estimate approach for the project, as well as understanding the different supply chain issues and market analysis as we go. I did want to talk a little bit about our estimating approach for the project, and just to help expand a little bit on the CMAR process as well. Our plan is to work side by side with TSK through this process. All of the major milestones such as programming, schematic design, design development, 50% or 100% construction documents, those are all times at which we will implement our estimating steps that we have. Some of the different steps that we will perform are things such as scoping the project, making sure that we understand the overall scope and have everything accounted for. That's one of the most important things. Also making sure that we perform our quantification at every major milestone, right? So as things change throughout the design, we're re-quantifying that information and providing another status update as we go. With that information, once we've quantified and done our 2D and three-dimensional takeoffs for the project, we will also be performing our pricing and market analysis. And so we're pricing things, reaching out to subcontractors and the general market to better understand those costs as we estimate them. We're utilizing historical data across all of our projects, as well as things in other platforms like RS Means and other our actual local resources to help estimate the project, so to ensure the accuracy of those estimates as we move forward. Eventually, through that process, that works to a very comprehensive and detailed estimate that we will deliver at each major milestone. We'll work with the county hand in hand and the design team to make sure that things are flushed out as far as alternates or breakouts to better understand the cost for the project. Through this process, and specific to this project, we've also had the opportunity to analyze a number of different building options and site options to date. So really helping navigate us to that current budget that Jennifer and Scott mentioned. Once the design is complete, we will also expand upon our GMP development for the project. And we really have a 12-step process for our procurement that is designed to make sure that we provide the best value for the county. That 12-step process kind of starts with outreach to maximize our participation for the project and our interest in the project, making sure that we maximize the number of bidders that are actually interested in bidding competitively for this project. We also are reaching out and educating and clarifying the information to make sure that everybody has the right information, the scope is clear, the documents are biddable, and that the numbers are as tight as possible. And then we're thoroughly reviewing the proposals once they were received to make sure that that information is leveled according to the process. And then we're also making sure that everybody has a full and complete scope from a risk mitigation perspective. And then at the end of the day, our goal, like I said, is to provide a GMP that represents the best value of the project. And something else I wanted to speak to is the current market conditions a little bit. Again, it's been discussed a little bit, but we understand the post-pandemic issues. The last 2 or 3 years have really been a challenge for us in the construction industry, making sure that we yield competitive results and are coming up with solutions to help remain and preserve our path to the budget for our projects. And we understand the supply chain issues and how to schedule around them. So we've proven time and time again with this process and with our estimating approach for various projects that we will remain within our overall budget, and we've proven that we can estimate with great accuracy. So I want you to have a level of confidence that we will make sure to deliver this project within the program and the budget. We have a competitive process that I mentioned before, and we will strive to get the best results for this team. Is there any questions?
If you don't have any questions for Corser, I can move on to the financial piece of this.
I had a couple questions in regards to core. I don't know if the other commissioners did. You were also, if I'm not mistaken, you were currently, or you just were involved in the building of the event center as well, were you not? The Taro Blue Event Center?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so very impressive facility. I had the opportunity to visit it when it was basically bare ground, and then recently at a concert. So very impressive facility. So
yes, thank you very much.
Congratulate you on that project. And then, am I mistaken, or were you involved, or your company were involved in our community center, in the building of our community and senior center?
That's correct.
Once again, an incredibly impressive facility and a tremendous benefit to our community. So anyways, I want to congratulate you on 2 of those projects that have been involved directly with Douglas County. I don't know if the other commissioners were aware of that aspect of your involvement in our county. So anyways, thank you. So.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jennifer Davidson, County Manager for the record. So at this point, we are going to segue into the financial piece, and I'm going to invite Ms. Willoughby to the podium if she, oh, there she is. As she makes her way, she's going to share with you the history of the money we've spent to date and the status of the budget for this project.
Thank you, Terry Willoughby, for the record. I wanted to give a little history and background as to the funding for this project, when it started, and what has been spent to date. These are the high-level items. So July 1st, 2019, $685,000 were allocated through the construction capital improvement plan of the budget. July 1st, 2021, funds were allocated in that year's budget for the project. In January 6th of 2022, a small piece of the budget was transferred out for use on another project related to the camera project in the jail. May 19th, 2022, an additional budget increase of $1 million was approved by the board. And additionally, at that time, the land purchase, it was identified that that money was going to be used for the land purchase. July 1st, 2022, the land on Buckeye, the parcel on Buckeye was purchased by the county at $5 million. November 3rd, 2022, $265,000 was transferred to fund the remodel of the existing JLEC building. November 3rd of 2022, Mr. Wadley and I brought forward a reimbursement resolution with the goal of issuing debt. Eventually, this meant that any costs from November 3rd on would be eligible for reimbursement through any financing that was endeavored after that time. On December 15th, 2022, the board approved a transfer from the general fund to the county construction fund to fund the future design and construction manager at risk contract for $5.4 million. January 19th, 2023, the board awarded a design contract with Tate Snyder Kinsey Architects, or TSK. And on April 20th of 2023, the board awarded the Seymour contract for pre-construction services to Core Construction.
Pardon me, I'd just like to note this material is not in today's packet. This is the first time we've seen this data in 3.5 years.
It's been in the budget every year. Thank you.
I would ask that the public please not speak out while we're having presentations. Thank you.
We'd like to see the information.
Thank you. She just told you where it was located. Thank you, Mr.
As of October 19th, the total budget in this project, as we track everything by projects now, was almost $5.7 million. There were outstanding contracts or encumbrances of $3.3 million. Cost to date, $557,000. So the balance available, which is the budget less the encumbrances and the actual costs, is $1.7 million, or almost $1.8 million.
Just a real quick question. The budget, when you're saying budget, you mean what we've approved and allocated?
Yes, as of our total.
Is that amount part of the total cost of the $41 million for the new project, or is it $41 million in addition to?
It could be used for that project. It will, however, be used for probably some of the pre-construction contests. And there are other ancillary costs that would be used, but it is available for that piece of it.
No. Well, I mean, you already have $3 million of it spent. What I was saying is the total cost for the project estimated at $41.5 million, which includes all the soft costs, or is this in addition to the 41?
This does not include the construction costs.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, just to add some clarity. So the current cost estimate for the project is $50 million. The $50 million does not include this cost. However, that $50 million does include a 10% contingency. If we do not spend all $50 million, the reimbursement agreement that this board has authorized frees up some funding. So we could reimburse ourselves from the money that we bond, and that is what Ms. Willoughby was talking about. If we utilize every single dollar of that $50 million for construction, we will not be able to reimburse ourselves for any of these expenses. And that's an awkward way of wording that. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Go back to the last slide.
Sure.
I'll explain that.
Oh. Yep, this one?
All right. So the board approved the reimbursement November 3rd. So the construction, the design, and the CMAR contracts, those costs would be eligible for reimbursement if there's funding available from the bond issue.
So I guess, and I think what Commissioner Tarkanian is alluding to is if we've already allocated these funds and if we've already spent these funds, would it not be better to help pay down the bond through that process rather than reimbursing ourselves and putting that back into our general fund? Is that kind of where?
It would be, but I think the lender is going to require a contingency fund. I don't know if they did 10% or it's usually 7% or more. I think you have to just to borrow the money. Ms. Willoughby should answer that. I'm just.
So this does not include construction. The bond financing will be for the construction.
And I guess the question is, with the construction, you have to have a contingency fund in there to get a loan, I would assume.
There are many options, and we'll ask Mr. Johnson of J&A about that because it would depend on the bond covenants and also our credit rating.
Mr. Chairman, a couple of small points. Jennifer Davidson, County Manager, for the record, before we ask Mr. Johnson of J&A Consulting to join us at the podium. The data contained within this presentation is listed in the staff report. There is an 11-page staff report in your packet. It was made available to the public at the same time the packet was posted. The only new information in this presentation are the photos. Everything else is contained within the staff report. I am, at this point, happy to invite Mr. Johnson up to the podium to speak about the financing options, unless you have any other questions about this section.
Just one quick question. I think you've already answered it. I know the architect and engineering costs not go out to bid because of what the reasoning Doug Richard gave us. Did we put out to bid the construction cost, or were we just going with Core because they've done work for us in the past and they've given us their bid?
Terry Willoughby, for the record, that was discussed when we brought this forward. It was, the CMAR contract was bid, and Core was the winning bidder. That was detailed when we brought that in April.
I'm sorry. I just want to get clear in my mind the estimated costs over time. So in 2022, it looks like it was estimated that the project would be 41.5, and now it's 50. Is that right?
Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission, Jennifer Davidson, County Manager, for the record. Yes, the number that was contained in the presentation in 2022 was a $41 million number, approximately. It was the cost at that time based on a 10% design.
And then do we have a number for, at one point, were we planning to break ground next spring, 24?
Scott McCullough, project manager. Yes, that was the intent was that when we went under contract with Core Construction, that we would anticipate we would need a year at that time. The time has extended to the fact that we have these rising costs, and trying to find a project to fit those costs has become more challenging. So again, we're trying to deliver a project that meets the program requirements for this new budget of $50 million. So that has delayed. So if we decide that concept is approved today, it will be approximately 12 months from today, which pushes us into the spring of the next year. So right now, it has been delayed due to the cost impacts for starting the project.
So yes, at one point we decided we thought we could break ground next spring, right?
Yes.
And due to delays, we can't.
Correct.
Were those delays caused by the Debt Management Commission not approving?
No.
Okay. So what were the delays due to?
The delays were trying to find the scope, the project that meets the budget. I mean, if we had no limit on funding, we would be on that time frame. But we don't have an unlimited amount of funding, so we have to deliver a project that meets our budget. So it's about finding the efficiencies, going back, reviewing the site. And it might be a good time to have, TSK talk about that, because, they're our design partners, and we can't just proceed with a contract that exceeds budget. So we keep on finding alternates to price to meet our budget to move forward with. So that's really, what has delayed the project is finding those solutions to deliver a project that meets budget.
So in 2022, we had a project in mind.
Correct.
And that project cost $41.5 million.
Correct.
I can help with this. So the $41.5 million number wasn't based on 2022 design. It was based on 2021 10% design to look at building what we needed in terms of space on a new construction site. Remember, in 2021, We had the 10% design for the renovation of 47 million. And so we went back to the drawing board and said, take those same parameters and give us an estimate for a new construction location. So really, that's a 2021 number. Around that same time, market conditions, due to COVID and supply chains, jumped 30%. And that's when we started to see inflation rise on an exponential level as well. Ours is not the only project that happened to hit this interesting timeline in rising costs in a very short period of time. There were other courthouse projects across the state that were impacted by this, and other municipal projects that were impacted by this rising cost increase during the same time window.
So I just want to make sure I'm hearing what you're telling me. I mean, I'm understanding what you're explaining. And that is, you're telling me that our design can't keep up with inflation.
Correct.
And because we'd have to take time to redesign, it's costing more and more and more and more.
It's taking more time. I mean, we have a budget number that we will not exceed. It's just finding the program and the building to fit that budget that's acceptable and usable by the county.
It was kind of a concerning cycle.
Well, the good news is we've been working on it since we put TSK and Core Construction under contract, and we are finding solutions, and we are close to discussing with the stakeholders those solutions.
Okay, I'm not going to beat a dead horse. You turned yours off, right? But this is almost funny if it wasn't costing more money. So we don't know what the actual cost would have been for the project we're doing now in 2022. We just know what it was in 2020, 21. Okay, so we can't really say that there's been an increase of 9 million because of the delays. There's been an increase of 20% because of the rise in costs. But this is where it gets funny. You're trying to save money by finding what do you call it, with a project or a design that will fit our budget. And all the time you're delaying it, it's going to go up 6% minimum, probably, in cost. So the longer you wait, the more we're going to pay for the same project.
Mr. Chairman, very good point, Commissioner. Also, what hinges on this is the budget, right? We're designing to a budget. And the analogy that I'm using for members of the public, I was asked a question, this all seems very nebulous. What are you actually building? If anyone who's had to build a new construction project from the ground up, especially one where you're looking at financing, the first step is typically to get pre-qualified so that you know exactly what your budget is so that you can build a design or create a design that meets that budget parameter. There's another factor in this, which Mr. Johnson's going to come up to talk to you about, that inflation and rising interest rates have actually lowered the amount that we can bond for. Our bonding capacity has decreased, and so our budget for this project has decreased. Our emphasis on delays for the project design and delays in starting, and why we're talking to you about delays in general, is we need to check this box. We need to do this pre-qualification step so that we know exactly what our budget is going to be for this project, so that we can finalize this design ASAP, and so that there will be no further delays for this project. We are hopeful that if the commission moves forward with this step as quickly as possible, and the debt commission agrees with you that this is an appropriate purpose, that we can finalize these designs in the next couple of months, and we will meet that timeline schedule that we have established for breaking ground next spring. That $50 million cost does include a escalation factor for not breaking ground until next spring. So we do believe that's a good number for us to be designing to right now. But if we look at any further delays, meaning any delays in the financing, any delays in any of these pieces, in any of these boxes that we're required to check, it is going to cost us additional money.
Okay, so I had a couple of questions. And first of all, there's some important people here that are in our audience that I want to recognize before we go any further, because I was remiss in doing so. But I appreciate our judicial parties being here today. Judge Young is here. Thank you for your attendance. Judge Michael Johnson, our new new one. And also Judge Gregory, I see, stepped in also, and then our district attorney, Mr. Jackson. So thank you all for attending today. This is a very important subject for us, and I know it's very important for, and I believe our sheriff stepped back in. So I know this is a critical element to our future safety of our community, and something that we have to address. Excuse me, I'm not speaking with you, Mr. Gibson, so thank you. Anyways, with that, when you talk about these numbers, and we were looking at, and some of the options that have been offered to us, previous boards, not this one necessarily, but previous boards, an option of remodel of the current JLEC Center. And when you, and I know that original number was somewhere in the $47.4 million. And then, and I've been telling folks that we never pulled the trigger on that. Thankfully, we never pulled the trigger on that because I told people that, and I've been articulating in the public recently that project would probably, to put a Band-Aid on that building that would not last us very long at all, would be 50 to 55 million, and now you're telling me today it's upwards of 60 million plus, and all it does is put a Band-Aid on a problem and doesn't really create an answer for our community. But there are a couple of things that were floated in the public over the last couple of months since we've heard this project a couple months ago. Number one, the thought process is that we're taking $50 million and dumping it onto a piece of property that's on a floodplain. Can you tell me about that? Okay, because I understood that was not necessarily the case, but perhaps you can clarify that to the public.
You bet, Scott McCullough. On the 57-acre parcel existing today, there is a portion of the floodplain on the northern side, which is on the opposite side of the project. So this project is nowhere near that floodplain. Second, there is a CLOMAR that FEMA is reviewing right now. And when that is issued, it will take the entire parcel out of the floodplain. That we expect that to be done within 30 to 60 days.
Okay, thank you. I think that was an important thing. Also, one of the things that was floated a couple months ago is I know that when previous Commissioner Nelson was sitting on the Board of Commissions, and you came forward with a project 2016, 2017, that was estimated to be 31 million, and apparently he reached out to another firm. I believe that might have been from Idaho, and I believe the name was Cameron Cook. Am I right about that, or what? I'm not sure I have the last name correct. But I know that Commissioner Hales reached out to them to look at the feasibility of that. Did we look at the feasibility of that possible proposal as we're looking at this?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission. Jennifer Davidson, County Manager for the record. Commissioner Hales did have a conversation with Mr. Cook regarding this particular project. And he advised that he was missing some information in his discussions with former Commissioner Nelson. He did provide us in writing an email with his thoughts as to whether or not a build lease option would be appropriate for the county to pursue. In summary, I'll read to you his closing statement in that email, and I'll provide a copy of this email as part of the record today. Commissioner Hales mentioned the county does have bonding capacity. These are the words of Mr. Cameron Cook. He is a partner of the Boyer Company. He said, Commissioner Hales mentioned the county does have bonding capacity. If that is the case, having Boyer build and lease the building to the county doesn't make sense in my mind. It would be much cheaper to bond for it. If you would like to discuss anything further, please let me know. With that, sir, we did not pursue that option any further. We agree that we believe it would be much better for the county to retain ownership of the asset and complete control of this asset. Courthouse complex courthouse projects, and this is not just a courthouse. This Justice Center that we are designing is a complex, multifaceted project, and to leave it in the hands of a third party may not be in our best interest, and certainly it appears would most likely result in costing the county more money in the long run, based on the information we have before us today.
Thank you. Sometimes we look at projects as a want versus a need, okay? I can tell you at an early age, I found out the difference between wants and needs when I went to a drugstore and wanted a piece of candy and proceeded to take it because I wanted it, and my dad taught me real quickly the difference between wants and needs, okay? I still remember that occurrence. This is something that when I decided that I was going to run for commissioner, I got a call from, at that time, Judge Cassandra Jones, and wanted to talk to me about the current JLEC Center and the courthouses. And so I took the opportunity to visit with her and take a walk through, and I can tell you that the presentation you made today was greatly enhanced to just the things I witnessed 4 or 5 years ago. I really appreciate what you've done there, and I just, this is a tough, as I expressed a couple of months ago, it's a chunk of money. I mean, a huge chunk of money, but to delay it is only going to be almost, if we don't pull the trigger soon, it's going to become we don't have an unlimited amount of money as we've identified, and if we don't do it soon, we're not going to be able to pull the trigger at all. Or we're going to have a center that is not going to meet our needs, our long-term needs. Is there any anticipation? I know that the previous center, or the current center, was designed and opened in 1982, 19,000 residents. We now have over 50,000, and no expansion really beyond the actual jail. But what is the anticipated length of service? Will this building basically, I would imagine it'll probably outlast anybody in this room, right? And perhaps even our children. What is the anticipation of that, Mr. McCullough?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Scott McCullough. The benefit of this project is preparing for the future. So at this time, we won't build as much square footage as we need in the future, but we have the capacity to add on when that is needed, which the existing JLEC would not offer us that opportunity. So in these plans that we're developing at concept level, we are reserving adjacent spaces for future build out. That's to be attached to this building, not to mention that the site will afford any other building to support this program. So we are covered from not only that 65,000, but 75,000 for in perpetuity in the near future.
Okay,
future.
so Ms. Hales, you had another question?
A follow-up.
Because I'm ready to go into the financing options, but yes,
I have
please.
a follow-up from
Okay.
something County Manager Davidson said. Our bonding capacity has decreased. So a few months ago, we estimated our bonding capacity to be in let's see, the range of 40 million? 43 million. And currently, it's in the range of 37. So is that change due to the delay caused by the Debt Management Commission not approving the proposed?
Sure. For the record, Marty Johnson with J&A Consulting Group. Oh, sorry. Okay. Again, for the record, Marty Johnson with J&A Consulting Group. So partially yes, partially no. Certainly delays provided for more time to pass before we can issue bonds. But as I get into my presentation, you'll see that since July, interest rates have gone up a full percentage point. That's what really caused us to lose that $6 million of capacity. And what that means, Commissioner Hales, is that even had we approved the 43 million when we got to, next spring, when we could have issued bonds, if interest rates at that time wouldn't have allowed us to issue the 43, we couldn't have issued the 43. We can only issue what we can afford up to the amount that gets authorized.
Thank you.
Sure.
As long as you ask that question in regards to financing, the bond, should we enter into a bond, and the interest rates come down, is refinancing available to us?
Again, for the record, Marty Johnson, and the answer to that is absolutely yes.
Any other questions? Commissioner Rice, I don't know if you've had anything that you wish to add or ask?
I do wish to add, having been with the Sheriff's Department here in one capacity or another, as well as in the courts, I am acutely aware of the need for this building. And being part of the TDVA, I was part of the bonding and the process for the event center. And I'm telling you, I don't have to tell you, you've already figured it out. The sooner we pull the trigger, the better it is for the entire county, and the less money it's going to cost us in the long run and the short run. And I am totally in favor of this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we're ready to go into this portion of it, the financing options. Okay. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Jennifer Davidson, County Manager for the record. I'm not sure if Ms. Willoughby wanted to do any opening introductory comments, but I have the pleasure of introducing Mr. Johnson from J&A Consultants. He is our financial consultant, and we welcome him. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Again, for the record, Marty Johnson with J&A Consulting Group. We can just go to the next slide. So first off, I thought I'd start a little bit with where interest rates are. Recognize that Douglas County as a governmental entity borrows at tax-exempt interest rates. So what goes on in the U.S. Treasury market, everybody talks about the 10-year Treasury and, what it's done. While that impacts our rates are different because the people that buy these bonds don't have to pay income tax on them, and so they will take a lower rate. But you can see on this first chart here the difference in rates between a year ago and now. And I apologize, those lines are a little bit harder to see because the colors are too close. And I think they're mislabeled, but rates are higher now than they were about a year ago, about 37 basis points. The big thing that's happened, though, is the inversion of the yield curve. You can see at the beginning of that green line that the rate starts higher and then goes down, and it actually doesn't cross back until 13 years down the road. Historically, that's been a predictor of a recession. People keep saying there will be a recession. The recession continues to hang out there, but hasn't yet arrived. Let's go to the next slide. And so this is recent interest rate changes. This is just over the last 2 years. And you can see near the end of that chart, June of 2023, and rates just started shooting straight up. A lot of that was due to the meeting that the Federal Reserve had at the beginning of September, where Chairman Powell said that they still thought they had one more increase in them and that rates would be high for longer. Those two things combined really took the market by surprise, and rates shot up. At the meeting, I guess it was yesterday, he indicated maybe they don't have another rate increase in them, and so rates have started to come back down. They came down quite a bit today. Will they get back to where they were in July? I don't think they will anytime soon, but time will tell. Let's go to the next one. And then this just kind of gives you a historical context on interest rates. All of these rates are based on what we call MMD, and it's a company out there that puts together an index for municipal bond rates that are rated AAA. So, you know, like the Dow Jones or the S&P 500 is an index that represents the stock market. This represents the bond market. You can see rates have been very volatile, that really the 2020, 2021 range, that was the aberration. Where rates are today in a historical context really aren't that far out of whack. You can see that blue line represents the average of that 20-year MMD rate over the last 20 years, and it's 3.36%. Up until this last increase, that's exactly where rates were. We were at our 20-year average. But since then, rates have shot up. And so that, as we discussed earlier with Commissioner Hale's question, is one of the reasons, or the main reason, that our bonding capacity has dropped so much. So let's move on. So as we start talking about financing options and the types of bonds the county can do, there's a couple of definitions that I want to make sure we cover. One is available revenues. And that is basically the amount of money the county has that it can afford to pay on debt service. It's just like if you're going out to buy a new home. How much money can you afford for a mortgage payment? That's what that gets to. Pledged revenues is a similar concept, except that for certain types of financing, we have to have a revenue source that the statutes allow us to pledge for the repayment of the bonds. We don't have to use them to pay the bonds, but in order to issue the bonds, we have to pledge them and tell bondholders that worst case scenario, we will pay you out of these revenues. And not all revenue sources can be pledged. And then the other one is debt service coverage. And what that is a required ratio of the revenues that we have to how much debt service they will support. So for example, general obligation bonds, we can do a 1x coverage. So if we have $100,000 of revenue, we can have debt service of $100,000. Conversely, if we're going to need to have a 1 1/4 or 125% coverage ratio, we can now only use 80,000 of that. That drops our bonding capacity quite considerably. For example, if we had $1 million of available revenues, we could borrow approximately $15 million with those revenues over a 30-year period on a GO-backed deal. If we're doing a revenue-backed deal, we're much closer to $12 million. So again, it's a discussion in terms of the most efficient utilization of those revenues. Let's go to the next one. So we'll go through each of these in a little bit more detail, but these are, for the most part, the options available to the county. There are general obligation bonds. That includes bonds that are paid by property taxes. That includes bonds that are paid by pledged revenues. For example, the bonds the school district issues, those are property tax paid bonds. The bonds that the county has outstanding for its water and sewer systems are general obligation revenue bonds. They're all general obligation bonds, they're just paid from different sources. We've talked about the community center quite a bit in this discussion. Though that facility was financed in part with general obligation revenue bonds. And if we have pledged revenues that are sufficient to pay debt service, those bonds can be issued without an election. The other type is revenue bonds, solely secured by the pledged revenues. There is no full faith and credit pledge associated with those, strictly the pledged revenues. That's where the concept of coverage will come into play. And also in some cases, depending on the stability of the revenue, we will need to have a reserve fund. So in other words, out of the bond proceeds, we've got to set aside money to cover 1 year's debt service. And then the last option, and this one's got a lot of different twists to it, are medium-term obligations. If we repay them within 10 years, if the county chooses, we can do them with a general obligation pledge. And basically that means we've got to make payment out of our budget on those bonds. and we have to demonstrate that we can pay them with our existing resources. If we want to go for up to 30 years, we can do it as a lease type transaction where there's a non-appropriation clause. And then there's some other variations on that that we'll get to in a second. So let's go to the next slide. So property tax paid bonds. As all of you very well know, the tax rate in Douglas County is pretty much already at the limit. It's $3.64 plus the 2 cents that the state levies that doesn't count. So this option really doesn't make any sense for the county for that reason. And then secondly, the next available election is in November of 2024. So we would have to wait a considerable amount of time before we'd be able to put this on the ballot, which just goes to your project cost delays and all of those types of things. But general obligation bonds do provide the lowest rate of interest. Let's go to the next one. So these are the general obligation revenue supported bonds. This is what funded the water and sewer projects that have been done, and as I mentioned, the community center. We make a covenant in the bond documents that the pledged revenues, so whether that's 15% of the consolidated tax, water revenues, sewer revenues, whatever it might be based on the project we're doing, that we will maintain those pledged revenues at a level sufficient to pay debt service. With that, if we can demonstrate that that will work and that those revenues are sufficient, as I mentioned, we can issue those bonds without having to go to the voters. They do need to be approved by the county commission, and there's actually multiple steps that you have to go through on that, and it has to go to the Debt Management Commission for their approval. A couple of revenue sources that could be pledged that would make sense for this project are 15% of the consolidated tax that the county receives. There are some court fees that can be pledged, and then the county has not imposed it, but there is a 0.25% sales tax on the books that would be able to be pledged. And again, on this type of financing, the term is limited to 30 years from the day we issue the bonds. And again, since it's got a general obligation pledge, it's going to give us the lowest rate of interest. Okay, revenue bonds. Again, as I mentioned, the bonds are secured solely by the pledged revenues. There is no requirement by the county to levy a property tax, repay them out of the general fund, anything. Debt service coverage is a definite requirement on a revenue bond. What that coverage level is a function of what the revenues are. So if it's sales tax and it's been fairly stable, we can get away with, something closer to 1.25. If it's something that's a lot more volatile, like a room tax, for example, is a common one, we would need to be at 150% or even 200% in order to get a decent bond rating on those. Those bonds are only approved by the county commission. No other body has to step in that decision. And again, revenue sources that could be pledged for a revenue bond are the same as for a general obligation revenue bond. With revenue bonds, we can go 40 years, but due to the lesser security, they do have a higher interest rate than a general obligation revenue bond. And then as I mentioned earlier, when you factor in the coverage, $1 million of revenue gets you substantially less funding out of a revenue bond than it will out of a GO-backed transaction. Medium-term obligations. So first we're going to talk about the general obligation variety of these. These are secured by the full faith and credit of the county, but there is not an ability to levy a tax rate to repay these other than the county's operating rate that you're already levying. You have to demonstrate that you can repay these with existing resources, that we have money in the budget to make this. And these bonds get approved by the county commission and the Department of Taxation. That's part of the approval process. And again, if you remember on the community center, medium-term bonds was part of the funding mix for that project. Potential repayment sources, and recognize on medium-term obligations, there is not a pledged revenue. This is where there are available revenues. It could be the county's share of the nickel capital projects tax that gets levied. Those currently aren't being used to repay any other financing. or there might be other resources that the county determines that on an annual basis would be available for these. Again, with that general obligation pledge, even though it's not the exact same as the other two, we still would get the lowest interest rate with this type of financing. So, medium-term obligation lease. So in Nevada, they are referred to as an installment purchase agreement. In California, where I also do work, there are lease revenue bonds, certificates of participation. They've got a variety of names, but it's essentially a lease transaction. The county retains the right to say, you know what, we just don't want to appropriate for the payment. We're going to walk away from the facility, and we're not going to pay any more money. Obviously, with that risk in there, the interest rate is going to be higher because there is not a surety of a payment on the bondholder's part. These types of bonds need to be approved by the County Commission, the Department of Taxation, and the Debt Management Commission if the term is going to be longer than 10 years. And again, same idea in terms of repayment sources, its available revenues, and what the county can afford out of its budget. Let's go to the next slide. So other financing options, and these are kind of variations on the lease financing. Public-private partnerships you hear about, where someone comes in and builds you the building and then you lease it. If you are leasing it based on their cost of capital, private companies cannot borrow tax exempt. And my guess is they don't even have as good a credit rating as the county has. You folks have a AA credit rating, which is an excellent credit rating. Corporations or builders, developers are going to be borrowing at substantially higher rates than you, which is just going to increase your cost. There are transactions where you enter into a lease with them. They take it to what we call an infrastructure financing authority. They turn it into a tax-exempt bond, but again, it's at a higher rate because it's a lease. And unfortunately, it still ends up being considered a debt of the county, even though it's structured as a lease. Some other issues that we've seen on some of these around the state are issues with property taxes. If you don't own the facility, property taxes may end up being levied, and you're basically going to be paying yourself in addition to other local governments. And then, of course, the other one is pay-as-you-go, where you accumulate your reserves and eventually generate enough money to pay for the building. With the price tag that we're talking about and with the delay and cost increases that you've just seen, it's a dog chasing its tail. It's never going to catch it. It really doesn't. Pay-as-you-go is very difficult unless you are well ahead of the curve as you start to set money aside. So in terms of the structure, and again, I've mentioned most of this already, property tax paid general obligation bonds that are voter approved really don't work in this instance. There's not a tax rate to be levied. You would just be moving some of your tax rate from the operating side to the debt side. The tax rate's still going to be 364. You're just changing where you're doing the tax rate. And again, we've got to wait at least a year before we can have an election. Revenue bonds with the coverage requirements and the higher interest rates, those both reduce your upfront funding. And if we're having, issues with generating the amount of money that we need to use our money as efficiently as we possibly can. That same thing applies to the installment purchase agreement or lease structure with medium-term obligations. That higher interest rate just isn't really an efficient use of our money. So, in my opinion, my recommendation, general obligation revenue-supported bonds, and then the medium-term general obligation bonds for additional funding that might be needed are going to provide you the least expensive options for financing this project. And so now we'll go very quickly through just a couple of those repayment sources and what they might generate. And I'll just kind of walk through on this one what all of the numbers are and then go through the other ones fairly quickly. So under state statutes, the county can pledge 15% of its consolidated tax. In 2024, those pledged revenues would be approximately $2.5 million. C-tax collections have been growing 8% annually. The county recently got out of the guaranteed county business, and so that's certainly helping. We can project some growth in those consolidated tax revenues with what's been going on. We do have to recognize that the existing community center bonds, I believe there's 8, 9, 10 years left on those, are repaid from this revenue source. And so we've got to take that into account as we look at what we can afford. And then debt service coverage, if it's a general obligation bond, we can have 1 times coverage. We're okay with that. If it's a revenue bond, we're probably needing to do something around 1.5% because sales tax is a large component of consolidated tax. And so you can see with a general obligation pledge attached to the bonds, we can probably borrow $37 million. Our total interest is $42 million on 30-year bonds at an estimated interest rate of about 5.4%. If we were borrowing the money today, if we were able to issue the bonds this morning, that rate would probably be about a 4.8 to 4.9%. So there's a 0.5% of interest rate cushion in here. You can see what the pledged revenues are over the next few years, the range, and then what our annual debt service would be. And that's not only this financing or these $37 million in bonds, that includes the payments on the existing community center bonds. And so we have 1 times coverage, and then you can see on the revenue bonds, it's 1.2 times coverage because the revenue bonds actually would get paid first before the existing community center bonds. And so the $23 million would have 1.5 coverage, and then we've got essentially 1 times coverage on the community center bonds, and that blended out is 1.2. So let's go to the next one. So this is court fees, and actually this is a slide that is the reason for draft on this. We're still trying to verify there are only certain court fees that can be pledged to bonds. It's just the fees that are levied under NRS 176-0611, and we're trying to figure out exactly how much that is. But based on my guess, it looks like they've run from $950,000 down to $650,000 over the last few years. I'm using $650,000 with no growth just because of the volatility. And again, you can see that with the GO pledge, we can generate about $9.5 million. With revenue bonds, we're at about $6 million. Let's go to the next one. This is the 0.25% sales tax. It's under NRS 377B. It was put in place, oh gosh, probably 20 years ago now. That's available to counties for infrastructure and capital projects. The county has not imposed this, and I'm not proposing that you impose it. I'm just saying that it's an option that's out there. It would generate about $2.5 million annually. And so that would generate, with the GO pledge, about $36 million of funding with the general obligation bond and about $23 million or so with a revenue bond. And again, 1 times coverage with the GO deal, 1.5 if it's a straight revenue bond, again, because of that. Medium-term bonds, this is for a general obligation, the 10-year option. And again, looking at using the 5-cent capital projects tax for this particular one, we could generate about $13.6 million on a 10-year repayment. Obviously, if the county wants to lower the amount that it's willing to put into it or increase it, it would change that $13.6 million appropriately. And again, we have to demonstrate that we can afford it within our existing resources. And this is the medium-term lease, COP, installment purchase agreement, whatever you want to call it, using the same revenue stream that's on the prior slide. We could get about $24 million if we did a 30-year leased style financing. So the next steps, and I guess let me insert something else here that goes to something Commissioner Tarkanian was talking about. To issue the bonds, and there's 2 phases to this. One is authorization. So we are going and getting pre-qualified essentially to issue bonds. We're trying to get authorized. When it's actually time to issue the bonds, then it isn't so much that we have to have a specific amount of contingency in there, but we have to be able to demonstrate that we have a plan to fund the entire project. If we're only borrowing $37 million and it's a $50 million project, and Standard & Poor's says, well, how are you paying for the rest of it? We shrug our shoulders and say, no idea yet. We're not going forward. They're not going to give us anything. So we have to have that plan in place when it's time to actually issue the bonds. And so thinking about this in the authorization context, the recommended next steps are to authorize a maximum amount of general obligation revenue bonds. And so that sets a ceiling. We can always issue less. I mean, let's say that a year from now, turns out this project's only going to cost $40 million, then we can borrow less money. We have that option. But we need to authorize a maximum amount of general obligation revenue bonds. At some point in time, we will start authorizing a maximum amount of medium-term general obligation bonds. And that provides us the ability to proceed with a mix, depending on what we think makes the most sense, based on how much money we need. If we start the authorization process now for the general obligation revenue bonds, we would be able to issue bonds, if the county's ready to, in spring of 2024. The authorization that we get for general obligation revenue bonds is good for 36 months from when the Debt Management Commission approves them. So we've got 3 years to issue those bonds. Bond authorization for a medium-term obligation is good for 18 months from the date of the letter that Department of Taxation sends us authorizing that financing. All we're talking about doing today is starting the authorization process. The resolution that is the other item as part of this merely asks the Debt Management Commission to meet and consider the county's proposal to issue $37 million. It does not commit the county to issuing any bonds. It does not say that we will absolutely issue bonds, and we may issue none of them, some of them, all of them. But we would have, again, 36 months in which to do that. Before we could issue those bonds, after the Debt Management Commission, the commission has to have a meeting where they approve an authorization resolution. Then we have to go through a 90-day petition period. And then, when that's finally done, we have to come back and adopt a bond ordinance. So there are still multiple steps that this board will be considering before we could ever enter into that bond transaction. And I think that's my last slide. So with that, any questions? And hopefully Jennifer will answer them for me.
Yeah, I just had a simple one. I think you already did. So none of the stuff we're talking about here includes the community center bonds. That's separate.
Other than acknowledging that those payments are getting made when I structured the $37 million of CTAX bonds, yes, that is correct.
And how much do we owe still on the community center?
I can't remember the principal amount, but the annual payments are $750,000 roughly for the next 10 years. So you probably owe somewhere around $6.5, $7 million. But those bonds are outstanding at 2.1%. So it'd be better to leave them out instead of paying off the cash, because you're earning more than that on your funds.
Okay, commissioners, questions? Before we go to public comment? Commissioner Rice, any questions?
No, sir. Like I said before, I was, this is like 101 repeated when we went through this same process for the event center. Okay. So I'm good, and I'm really looking forward to having this taken care of.
Okay. Okay, I don't see any other red lights on, so thank you very much for your presentation. Ms. Davidson, did you have anything to add before we go to public comment?
I did not, sir. We thank you for the opportunity to provide you with a comprehensive overview of this project to date, and we look forward to breaking ground in the very near future if we can get this first step accomplished here shortly.
Okay. Okay, so we'll go to public comment on item number 4 and 5.
Mr.
Jason Gibson with the Maladministration Audit Council for Douglas County. First and foremost in your packet today, folks, are the East Fork Justice Court numbers that show that criminal filings this year, along with traffic filings, civil filings, grand total filings are 774. Crime is way down, folks. Last year, grand total filings were 3,965. Every year previous to that is the same numbers like the year before it. Look at your packet. Crime is going way down because of people like me. The year before that, in 2021, traffic filings, everything included in it, the grand total filings, 5,016 filings. This year we're down to 500. You're telling me you want to expand this beast? You're not being honest about the fact that we're engaged in a full-blown world war, are you? We're going to need to redirect to humanitarian aid and agriculture and solar energy alternatives pronto. Let's talk about the science behind the biosphere-noosphere transition and the flipping of the poles of the planet every 12,890 years. That's what we're living in right now, people. We're going to see it in our lifetime. They don't want to talk about it. We've been informing them for 3.5 years of that science. That's the law of time at play. Then you got your micronova event in our lifetime, a third of the earth getting cooked up. And you want to build a new jail. Look at your schools. They're in total disarray. Enrollment's down 196% in 10 years. And you want to build a new jail. Douglas County has one of the highest suicide rates and drug overdoses in the state, I'm told. And you want to build a new jail. Jail-ec. It's Cop City. And included with it comes a ceremonial center where you can have a party. Yeah. Not that we do ceremonies or holidays or Veterans Day or Memorial Days. Well, the sheriff did the Veteran Day, but we don't do ceremonies or commemorations in this county. We're not represented at the Nevada State Parade. Douglas County Tigers represents, but not Douglas County, the richest county in the state. You won't let the people have a conversation on this topic. You won't bring it into your strategic planning process because you know it's a cash cow. It's unlawful, it's illegal, and we're going to stop you. We're not going to be the ones paying for it. It'll be your shareholders and your stakeholders and the employees. We're going to stick them with the bill. The people aren't paying for this. Jim Slade did a study. At $33 million, everybody's going to pay $1,000 a head. If it triples and quadruples, $4,000 a head for every member of your household for the next 30 years.
Is there additional public comment?
Good afternoon. I am District Judge Todd Young, and I just wanted to say on behalf of the judges, we all appreciate you considering this, and we believe this is necessary. It's necessary for the community. It's necessary for the preservation of an open and transparent judicial system. Without getting into great detail, I will tell you we probably have the only courthouse in the nation where the judges have to walk through inmate visiting to get into the building. It's just an odd configuration. And so as we go in and out of the building several times a day, there are often families of inmates sitting right there in the sally port as we have to walk through where they see us and we see them. And that's fine, except there's a real safety concern there. It was just about 2 weeks ago that a judge in Baltimore, Maryland was murdered The judge had heard a family law case, and that person followed them home from the courthouse. I urge you to consider this, and I will tell you that the first time I spoke to the commission was in about 2014. It was a completely different set of commissioners, and I greatly appreciate every time I get the opportunity to speak to you, I ask you to give it favorable consideration. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Young, Judge Young, and we appreciate your service to the community.
James McKellop for the record. This board really shouldn't have to be looking at this because it should have been done 10 years ago. It's long overdue. I as well got a tour from Cassandra Jones about 4 years ago. Closets being used as offices, that's not a fantasy. That's how it is. You've heard the safety concerns. You've heard other people talk about access for handicapped people. This building is inadequate. Opened in 1982, not exactly forward-thinking people decided it only needed to be built for a 20-year life, which had meant by 2002. We're now at 2023. Population when it was built was, I think, around 19,000. We're now at 52,000. It's just beyond inadequate and may be a source of lawsuits in the future because of some of its inadequacies, which is more cost. So let's look to what we need to do. I love that this new building will be a CMAR project. I'm on the Rancho's board, and I'm not speaking for the Rancho's board, I'm speaking for myself, but we are doing a pipeline replacement. We did a CMAR project because our first phase was CMAR was a guaranteed maximum price. So when inflation went crazy, at least that phase was guaranteed. This is critical. This is the way public buildings are being built now. It's important that CMAR, we keep using an acronym, CMAR, Construction Management at Risk, GMP, Guaranteed Maximum Price. This is a project that has to be done. Delaying it another year. It's the easy thing in government because after all, when you leave office, then you're not responsible for spending the money. Somebody else has to do it. It takes courage to do this, but it's essentially that it gets done. It's going to cost more if you wait another year. If you wait 5 years, it's going to cost a lot more. Should have been built 10 years ago, would have been much cheaper. This is urgent. It's required. It is the basic thing the government must provide adequate courtrooms. Thank you.
And our county recorder.
Good
in
afternoon.
disguise.
Shawneen Guerin, Douglas County Recorder. I will start off by saying this is not necessarily my usual Thursday attire. However, it is Spirit Week within Douglas County for the employees, and today is Decades Day, so, don't get many excuses to wear this ensemble. So I actually just wanted to speak briefly. I think there was an excellent job that was done with speaking to the spatial needs that exist in this building, and I wanted to address the side of records. As was mentioned, my staff and I work very closely with all of the departments across the county. The courts in particular, from a records management standpoint, are hands down easily our number one user of records management, which is perfectly fine. However, the reality is our capacity is nearing busting at the seams at our records management storage warehouse as well, that's off-site from the current JLEC building. And of the box space that we have consumed, approximately 80% of those records, those boxes, belong to the courts. And then beyond that, the other service that we provide is file retrieval. So whether it's for cases that need to be heard or public records requests that are being fulfilled, I just ran some quick numbers, and easily about 94% of our files that are retrieved and refiled in those boxes are that of the courts. So certainly they are, as was mentioned, busting at the seams, and it impacts other departments as well. So thank you for your time. Thank you for your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have additional public comment? Sensing no additional public comment, we'll bring it back to the board. Is there any other questions, comments, concerns of the commissioners? If not, then I'll entertain a motion.
I move that we adopt Resolution 2023-R-106 as presented.
Okay. Motion by Commissioner Hales, seconded by Commissioner Tarkanian to adopt Resolution 2023-R-106 as presented. Since no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Robillard. And Ms. Davidson and the others. And yes, I agree. So it's 3:25. We're going to take a break until 3:30. Okay? Thank you. Okay. A little over time, so I want to bring this back to order. Ladies and gentlemen, please. Hello? Can we bring it back to order, please? Okay. We're now going to go into item number 6 for possible action. Presentation regarding the caseload of the Tahoe Township Justice Court and the East Fork Township Justice Court, and discussion to provide direction to staff to bring forward a resolution creating one township for Douglas County pursuant to NRS 257.010, being presented by our, I believe, court administrator, Bobby Williams, and our county manager, Jennifer Davidson, and our chief deputy district attorney, Mr. Doug Ritchie. Ms. Williams.
Vice Chairman Rice, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Bobby Williams. I am your court administrator. And this afternoon, I will be presenting the statistical review of the caseloads between the Tahoe Justice Court and the East Fork Justice Court at the request of Ms. Davidson and Mr. Jackson. I believe they asked me to present this because of my experience with statistical reporting and the uniform system for judicial records. A little background on my experience. I teach statistics and caseload and case flow management nationally for the National Center for State Courts Institute for Court Management. I am certified in those statistics, and I also teach that program for the Court Management Certification Program for the state of Nevada. I'm currently teaching the staff of Douglas County because of the implementation of our 3 new case management systems. I'm also currently working with the Research and Statistics Unit of the Administrative Office of the Courts on data governance, but that is a topic for another day. With 25 years of court statistical experience, I know that I can present you the facts today, and I plan to do just that. I can hopefully address any questions you may have related to the information presented to you. The statistics presented have been taken from the Supreme Court Administrative Office of the Courts Research and Statistics Unit Annual Report of the Nevada Judiciary. I have embedded links in this presentation for you, as well as added the link to this unit overview. The unit overview link takes you to this page on the Supreme Court's website and shows you this picture. Caseload statistics are grouped by judicial district and can be accessed by clicking on the interactive map. You can click on the map to access the information for Douglas County or any county within the state of Nevada. The comparative review tool can be accessed under the annual reports. You would choose a year under the annual reports, then choose the trial court statistics interactive tool. From there, you would select the year, then choose the courts you want to compare. Then click on Show Statistics. This is how we got the reports that have been submitted today for your review. In 1999, ADKT 25 was issued by the Nevada Supreme Court, implementing the Uniform System for Judicial Records, or USJR. In 2015, the Nevada legislature passed AB 69, which amended Nevada Revised Statutes 3.243, 4.175, and 5.045, requiring that all courts in the state of Nevada submit statistical information pursuant to a uniform system prescribed by the Nevada Supreme Court. 80 KT 295 requires that trial courts submit statistical information as defined by the Nevada Court Statistical Reporting Model to the Administrative Office of the Courts monthly. This is the cover of the 81-page dictionary. Because the Supreme Court understood the costs associated with changes to case management systems, there were limitations in systems across the state. This is important to remember during this presentation today. Caseload inventory and manners of disposition data sets were considered to be the minimum reporting standard. Courts focused on those areas first. The dictionary was not meant to override court of record duties prescribed by statute or procedure. The Tahoe Justice Court and the East Fork Justice Court moved to the state's case management system, CourtView, in 2010. The East Fork Justice Court moved to Justware in 2013. Prior to that, both justice courts operated out of the Uniform Court System, or UCS, which was the first electronic system implemented in Douglas County in 1996, and they reported caseload statistics manually. Both CourtView and Justware did not fully capture, nor did they have the capabilities to capture complete data, as defined in the USJR Reporting Dictionary. All 4 courts in Douglas County now have moved to eCourt, and the systems were designed and built from USJR reporting and minimum accounting standards up, while building validations into the business rules to eliminate human error as much as possible. The district courts were your first courts in the state of Nevada, certified for Phase 3 reporting by the Nevada Supreme Court. The justice courts went live with eCourt in February of this year. The numbers here presented show a change in the statistics based only on the first 2 months of fiscal year reporting. These are July and August numbers only. The most reliable statistics are from eCourt, and they get more accurate each month. The complete slide is attached later in this presentation. On pages 7, 8, and 9 of the Statistical Reporting Dictionary, you will find information about additional criminal proceedings. Additional statistics are not shown in this review. They are not available through your interactive tool, and these statistics were not being captured accurately in CourtView or Justware. I will address eCourt additional statistics in slides 27 and 28. This is an example of one of 14 pages of the reports we provide the Nevada Supreme Court for the Justice Court statistics each month. District Court is 21 pages once condensed and printed. This example is from September of 2023. We take our begin, pending, active numbers from each case category at the top of this sheet in purple. We add our new filings, reopened and reactivated cases. We subtract our original and reopened dispositions, our inactive cases, and we get our end pending active caseloads. You will see here that there are very few reopened and reactivated cases in the Tahoe Justice Court. Please notice that the reopened and reopened dispositions. What you see being reported is because of corrections that we have made thoroughly and through this month since conversion. We are actively working to correct these issues, but it will take time. The same goes for the reactivated cases, and East Fork has had fewer issues with bench warrants in Justware because CourtView was incapable of reactivating cases brought back before the court on arrests of bench warrants that were booked.
Are we asking questions?
You can ask questions now or you can wait.
Could you I just didn't understand what you said about East Fork and reactive and reopen.
Let me explain a little bit about that. So, for example, there is a criminal case that is active on the judge's active pending caseload. When I mentioned bench warrants, when a judge issues a bench warrant for a case because the defendant did not appear, that case is supposed to be placed in an inactive status, and which would take that off of the active pending caseload. Once they are found, arrested, then that case is supposed to become active again or reactivated and placed back onto the judge's active pending caseload. Both in Justware and CourtView, those case management systems were incapable of capturing those statistics. They are additional statistics as well. They take more time from the judge, the prosecutor, and our indigent defense counsel when they're brought back before the court. But because those statistics weren't being captured correctly, or those caseloads weren't being captured, it looks like the caseloads were smaller because those cases weren't being reopened or counted as part of the judge's caseloads when you see those numbers that were presented in the prior pages submitted to you for review. That's one example. Another example would be reopened cases. So reopened cases would be a case that was disposed because the judge imposed sentence on a defendant, and placed them, for example, on probation. That would dispose the case, taking that case off of their active pending caseload. They violate probation, and so that involves the Department of Alternative Sentencing. It involves our officers, and so that case, when that defendant is arrested, has to come back before the court. Our prosecutors have to come before the court as well. That case has to be placed back in a reactivated status or reopened status to put that case back on an active caseload, and that was not happening either. So none of these cases, which is a large part of our disposed cases, were not being captured in our statistics prior to eCourt, especially in Tahoe. CourtView did not have the capability at all, whereas Justware had the capability of disposing cases and reopening cases, but did not have the capability of capturing disposition of those cases either. So you may have more cases open, but the dispositions weren't being captured accurately, and there were no validations in place to capture those dispositions, or the additional caseload and the additional time prosecutors and indigent defense counsel and the judges spent as time on the bench, which I will also address further in the presentation. I am going to flip through these slides rather quickly, as you have these slides in your presentation and the documents for your continued review. In 2009, the courts were manually reporting in the UCS system, paying specific attention to the amounts of criminal filings and the difference in the amount of cases. In 2010, the courts implemented CourtView, and you will begin to see the difference after the implementation of CourtView. In 2009 and 10, there was a difference in criminal filings of 259 and 239 respectively. These comparisons are apples to oranges, not only because it is aggregate data, which I will explain later in the presentation, but because of the way the courts were entering data in each of the courts and the way the case management systems were programmed. Once reporting under CourtView, the data from CourtView with incomplete data elements, you begin to see the disparity widen in criminal filings. The difference between criminal filings here is 482 and 435 respectively. The cases fluctuate during the years, which can be attributed to the demographic changes and how cases were managed in each of the justice courts. The difference in criminal filings in 2013 and 2014 here are 238 and 331 respectively. East Fork Justice Court went to Justware in 2013. In 2015 and 16, the difference is back to 464 and 412 respectively. Two different case management systems, different data entry, different processes in each court, and different procedures, apples to oranges. You will also see a change in the civil filings each year. And while this can be attributed to programming, there are many factors that affect civil filings, because civil filings incorporate civil cases, small claims, protection orders, and evictions. Demographics plays a huge role in civil caseloads. The clearance rates are the percentage of cases disposed within that reporting period from the total number of cases filed. Where you see over 100% means that courts were performing administrative closures of cases from previous years left in an active status, but actually disposed, or including dispositions of cases that were not included on the active pending caseload statistics, such as warrant cases and multiple cases opened under one arrest, which no longer occurs in e-court. So I can further explain that if you'd like me to. In Tahoe, they were opening cases for, say, misdemeanors, cases for felonies, and cases for warrants. So if somebody was arrested on a previously open case, a bench warrant was issued, and then the law enforcement found that person, arrested them, and brought them back to court, they would open a case on a bench warrant, which is not a USJR category. So they should have reopened the prior criminal case instead of opening a new case. So they would not get a case count for a new case because that's not a USJR reporting category. So they didn't get the new case count. However, they had to dispose that warrant case, which was getting a disposition count. So you'll see an exponential increase in dispositions where you don't see an active case count for that category. So 102% in dispositions, meanings it looks like they've disposed more cases than they've opened. What you do not see on these reports are additional statistics, which are a large part of these judges' time on the bench, but were not being captured until later in Phase 3 reporting in 2023. In Tahoe, probable cause findings were not being captured in e-court until October 6th of this year. Neither were the 48-hour bail hearings pursuant to AB 424. Sentencing hearings were not being captured accurately. Neither were interpreter statistics or self-represented litigant statistics. Court administration is now working with staff and training them on accurate file and case management. These are the last slides reporting from CourtView and Justware under Phase 2 reporting requirements. You saw part of this slide in slide 8. This slide only represents July and August of this year. As USJR reporting is based on a fiscal year and not a calendar year, these statistics were obtained from the statistics submitted to the Supreme Court, like the other statistics. But statistics have changed over the years, and so has legislation. So if you look, for example, on this slide with the traffic filings, legislation has changed, and Nevada Highway Patrol used to have the ability to file citations into adjacent counties. That was removed from NRS 4.370 subsection 6 effective October 1st, 2023 by Section 5 of SB 55 of the 2023 session of the Nevada Legislature. Legislative changes happen every session, and they impact revenue, statistics, and the way cases are handled and charged in the courts. We are just beginning to see the effects of AB 116, which is your traffic to civil legislation, and we still do not know the full impact of that legislation. 2023 will be a complete e-court reporting on USJR. We are still programming and training to improve the accuracy of our reporting. This includes training of staff and validations to ensure accurate data entry and reporting. The Supreme Court will not certify the justice courts until the data is complete and accurate according to Phase 3 reporting requirements. You can see that there is already less disparity in some reporting areas. I went back to 1999 and 2000 to show how cases were reporting differently under Phase 1 reporting manually in the UCS. Tahoe had more parking violations and more misdemeanor non-traffic cases reported. The summary eviction cases were not that far apart. The E that you see noted in this reporting in the annual report is that misdemeanor driving under the influence charges that were included here under misdemeanor non-traffic. They were included there instead of in the misdemeanor traffic category. This slide shows you the decrease in civil caseloads in both courts from 2009 and 2022. The East Fork Justice Court in 2009 had 1,091 civil filings, and the Tahoe Justice Court had 165. In 2022, the East Fork Justice Court had 440 civil cases, and the Tahoe Justice Court had 89. Calculating the percentages strictly based on the numbers, the East Fork Justice Court had a 59.67% decline in civil cases, and the Tahoe Justice Court had a 46.06 decline. I included graphs from 2014 and 2019 for comparative review to show you how trends fluctuate, as well as aggregate data collection points. The data collected over these years are similar in the reporting, showing fluctuations between years with the same reporting requirements in both courts. A better side-by-side comparison is to look at data from just July and August of 2022 beside just July and August of 2023 with the same data collection points. In 2022, reopened and reactivated cases were not correctly being reported. In 2023, we are starting to get a much clearer picture with these counts being captured. This slide shows you the aggregate data collected from CourtView and Justware in 2022 with graphs showing the difference in caseloads. This graph is from the reporting for 2023 thus far, showing the increase in traffic caseload statistics and a trend in the increase of criminal filings in just 2 months. This could be attributed to the Phase 3 reporting implemented with the new case management system or the effects of traffic to civil legislation, or how the interface with Brazos and eCourt captures more accurate data. It could just be an anomaly, but there is a change. I have also submitted the data for September of 2023. And while there is a disparity in caseloads, you can see that Tahoe is clearly disposing of at least as many cases as they are opening, which also affects their caseloads. So let me explain aggregation. Aggregate data is the term that refers to the information collected from multiple sources compiled into summary reports used to conduct statistical analysis. Instead of showing all the data points as separate or raw data, aggregated data is bucketed in meaningful ways to help summarize the data from multiple sources. Aggregation can generate problems of its own. Not only does it lead to a loss of information, but it can also leave analysis vulnerable to the drawing of false inferences. Validations are the action of checking or proving the validity or accuracy of something or anything. eCourt is designed with validations in place to help eliminate human error. For example, eCourt will not let a clerk dispose a case that is in an inactive status, thereby forcing the correction of the reopened caseload statistics, bringing that case back into the judge's active pending caseload. These types of validations are all over the eCourt system, from case initiation to disposal to reporting to the Department of Motor Vehicles and the Department of Public Safety. It assists with disposing cases, reopening cases, reactivating cases, and inactivating cases, which all affect caseload statistics, dispositions, and the age of active pending caseloads. Because just raw data of cases opened and cases closed doesn't give an accurate picture of a judge's caseload, additional statistics are now being captured under Phase 3 reporting to get a more accurate picture of a judge's caseload. Hearings, trials, search warrants, probable cause findings, 48-hour bail hearings, just to name a few. The East Fork Justice Court and the Tahoe Justice Court have just begun capturing some of these additional statistics. The Supreme Court Research and Statistical Unit will be on site in January of 2024 for additional training of staff and for certification review. I have not addressed demographics in this presentation, but demographics do play a factor in the reporting in Douglas County. And with the Events Center opening in September, we do not have data yet as to show how it will affect the Tahoe statistics, if at all. Additional statistics, as stated previously, show the additional work of judges both on the bench and off the bench, during the middle of the night, on weekends, on holidays, and reviewing case files that have not been captured in previous years. Just looking at this slide, I want to point out where more training is needed and where administration is currently working with staff. Because validations don't work in every instance and variables need to exist to accommodate the prosecution, defense, and the court, you can see that Tahoe reported no probable cause findings or hearings in September. This is a result of how cases prior to October 6th of this year were being handled. Judge Johnson is absolutely making probable cause findings and he is holding these hearings. Staff is actively being trained to capture these statistics. Also, 33 arraignment hearings, but only 4 sentencing hearings. This is absolutely inaccurate data, and I know this because during preparation for this presentation, I ran reports that showed there were 60 judgments entered during the month of September, which means that processes were not trained to add sentencing hearings when a defendant appears for a pretrial or arraignment hearing and enters a plea of guilty and is sentenced before the court. This inaccurately reflects the actual workload. Sentencing absolutely increases the time that not only judges, but your prosecutors and your indigent defense spends time in court. You will also see that there are no sentencing violations for Tahoe reported in September. However, there were 8 alternative sentencing violation reports filed with the court, which also increases the judge's time on the bench as well as prosecutors and indigent defense. A good comparison is to look at the East Fork Justice Court statistics for the same month. You can clearly see that East Fork was trained and is capturing the probable cause findings, the hearings, the preliminary hearings, and the sentencing hearings, as well as sentencing violations. These slides do not mean that Tahoe does not or did not have any additional statistics. It means that they were not capturing their data correctly or processing their files correctly and were not reporting accurately. Also, more validations need to be programmed. So training and validations will continue to ensure the accuracy of these statistics in eCourt now that we are live. I made a graph to show you what it would look like with these caseloads split. These graphs were taken from the total caseload numbers in 2022, mainly to show you that caseloads and populations suggest that eventually Douglas County will need 3 justice courts. I also think that fluctuating caseloads need to be considered. So please keep in mind here again that apples and oranges talk that I've spoken of several times because of the disparaging record keeping, the difference in the case management system, the processes and procedures. So the numbers aside, you will see that caseloads were down in both courts. Although caseloads have decreased, with the increase in population and the numbers submitted for just July and August of this year, you can see that numbers are going to be going up. The last issues regarding statistics and reporting that I feel I need to address today is some recent history and the future of the case management systems. So when AB 116 was passed by the 81st session of the Nevada legislature, that Administrative Office of the Courts indated Courtview. They entered into contract with a company called Global Justice. And so for courts around the state that did not have certified case management systems, they went to Global Justice. Since then, that programming failed. And these courts around the state were not able to keep or accurately report USJR or even reconcile. The AOC has now backtracked on Global Justice and their programming, and now they went back to Courtview, and they're spending thousands of dollars to get Courtview to a point where it can accommodate AB 116 and the reporting requirements so that they can report and reconcile. I tell you this because courts are now looking to Douglas County because we are reporting correctly and we are reconciling. So far, Las Vegas Municipal Court has gone live with eCourt. The Washoe County District Court has just entered into contract with eCourt. Churchill County has entered into contract with eCourt, and Lyon County is looking at eCourt as well. And I say this because Journal is about to get really busy. And I would be remiss not to speak about the cost that would need to be considered if we had to reconsider reprogramming and reconfiguring the system that we just put into place with the 2 justice courts, Tahoe and East Fork, and the interfaces that we have with Spillman, the Department of Motor Vehicles, the Department of Public Safety, the audio-visual systems and our recording systems, and the district court for bindovers. Douglas County has spent hundreds of thousands of dollars for these current case management systems that are configured with these 2 courts and township with the reporting and interfaces built in and designed for each court. It would be an entire reprogramming of the case numbers, judicial assignment, business rules, workflows, and documents, as well as the statistical reporting validations. And I do not know what this would cost or how long it would take because of the other courts across this state now coming online with eCourt. I am also knee-deep in trying to get e-filing going and a new jury management system. And then finally, I wanted to let you know that the judges wanted me, Judge Johnson and Judge Gilbert, to express their willingness to work together. that the Tahoe Justice Court and the East Fork Justice Court have developed a relationship and have created common forms that they are using in both their courts to assist not only staff but their judicial partners, and that they have considerable flexibility and willingness among each other to coordinate or address any caseloads under the current townships pursuant to NRS 4.340 and SB 55 of the 82nd session of the Nevada Legislature. Clerical staffing is adequate, and the current staffing is handling the current caseloads in each court. While they are working very hard and very busy, they do a wonderful job, and I am now working with the Tahoe staff as well. Questions?
I'm not sure I have the right takeaways from your presentation. But one thing I understand is that you weren't previously training the Tahoe Township staff. And you are now.
That is correct.
And I understand that the record keeping was so different that we don't have a means of accurately comparing the workload for the past many years between East Fork and Tahoe.
That is correct.
That to me is eye-opening, is it not? I mean, that's we have been hearing of disparity between the workloads, significant disparity, and so I really appreciate your all this work that you've put into bringing this information to us. It's absolutely critical for us and our residents to understand the process, I'm certainly pleased that we can actually now get some understanding and some collaboration or understand, in other words, consistent reporting processes between the two jurisdictions, right? I mean, I think that's important. So
We have an opportunity we almost never have an opportunity to look at the efficiencies and the workloads between the East Fork and the Tahoe Township. So next year, both justice positions are open for election. So we have the unique opportunity right now to look at, are we as efficient as we should be? Are there any changes that we as a county commission could make? And now what I understand is we don't have the numbers to accurately know what's happening in the East Fork Court in particular. I mean, Tahoe Township Court in particular, right?
Correct.
That gives me a lot of angst.
Commissioner Turkanian, any observations, questions?
I find it unusual to agree with Commissioner Hales, but I do with this regard. The only thing is, common sense would tell you there's more work up at down here in East Fork with more residents and everything than up north, and that's why you have more traffic ticket and misdemeanors, because you have more people out partying and stuff. So, I mean, we're here, I think, to try to even out or possibly help out the two townships so that they're not overloaded. And I think they want action today, but what Commissioner Hales is saying is we don't know well enough to give action today, although there is a certain amount of common sense that tells you that something needs to be done. So I'm anxious to hear from you and actually the public too, looking forward to it.
I heard you refer to creating a third court, and I support that. I would believe that we would arrange districts just the way we do for BOCC members, and do not take geography into consideration. In other words, if we've got X number of people in the county, divide by 3. That's what each of the districts are going to deal with. That's my recommendation.
I'm not here to speak on that. I was just here to present you with numbers, so I will let Mr. Jackson speak to that.
All right, just as an aside,
Yes.
for the East Fork criminal filings, I went over the data available here and averaged out what it would be per month. And the numbers run from 90 to 86, excluding 23. So the caseload doesn't seem to be that dire in that particular part of it. But take all the other things into consideration. I'll do my numbers again.
Commissioner Rice, did you have anything you wish to add at this point in time?
I most certainly do, sir. Having worked in the courts for a good number of years, I took it upon myself to contact the judges who were involved. And one of them said, this is a resolution looking for a problem. Also, the judges said, we are working things out. We don't need any help. So at this point, I think we've created a lot of workload on the lovely lady who just presented this to us. And the fact that both of the judges are intelligent, nice, good, honest people, and they are working out the whatever kinks and whatever problems there are amongst themselves. One of them has a great deal of experience in civil cases, a great deal of experience in criminal cases. And between the two of them, they are well-rounded. And I, for one, especially after the way this was worded, had a long conversation with both our district attorney as well as our county manager because of the wording of this and the fact that a lot of people were thinking that we were talking about doing away with the Tahoe Township, which is not the case whatsoever. And I think that for the next year, so they can collect the proper data, I think we ought to just leave this alone. Thank you.
Commissioner Nosad?
Yes, we have an opportunity, I'm told, by NRS that since we've crashed the 50,000 population number and we're at 52,000 now, this will give us the ability or how is it? It's worded that we may increase the number of districts we have. This gives us the opportunity for the future. If we don't do it now, we should at least make plans for doing it in the future. Say, like when we get to the next 10 years down the line, when we do the next head count.
Okay. So I don't have any additional comments at this time. I think we can go to public comment.
I would just, I just want to kind of frame this up a little bit. We were presented the caseload, so we heard that, and we had some takeaways about that. And the second part of this agenda item was discussion to provide direction to staff to bring forward a resolution creating one township for Douglas County. That part, we had asked to be able to discuss options, and this agenda item lists only one option. And so, in my opinion, we should not move forward with that part of this agenda item. I believe we should re-agendize this to allow us to talk about any possible option and then talk at that time about what, if anything, should be done to address the apparent or common sense disparity between the workloads. although we don't have any idea if there's a factual disparity.
Okay. I guess we can take somewhat of that action after we come back from public comment. So, public comment, Mr. Gibson.
Jason Gibson, People's Coalition for Justice in Douglas County. There's a reason why Bobby's presentation does not appear in today's packet. It's not downloadable. It's not part of your agenda packet. You have to get that out here in the lobby because they don't want you to know about that data. They don't want you to know about that information. Just like Jennifer Davidson's 11-page report on the Judicial Center financing doesn't appear in today's packet either. At least I didn't see it. Maybe I need to be reoriented. When was the last time this institution was audited? Probably never. Why won't you conduct an audit of this institution before you commit the people's future to a $110, $120 million debt obligation? You're not just talking $50 million, you're talking about the interest on top of that, and also the additional stresses that will come as a result of your lack of vision, lack of responsibility for what's happening in the big picture in this country. These judges are lying. And our evidence and the things that we're bringing forward are the maladministrative practices and protocols that are routinely deployed by Jackson's department, by law enforcement, and by the clerk, which includes violation of due process, not allowing you access to these online filing systems. Almost every other court in Nevada has an online filing system available to the public, not in Douglas County, and they're being looked at as the ideal institution of justice. You got E-Court 2023, EFJC Court View 2010, and UCS 1996, and the people don't have access to that information. They want you to pay for it at the window at 50 cents a page. That's why they moved the law library out of there and made it difficult for you to conduct your business, Mr. Ritchie. You want to build a $120 million new facility, and the existing facility doesn't even have the basic online filing access to the public? And we know why. Because the more that because they have an edge, that's how they keep you from representing yourself or being properly informed. And then they'll send you notices and appearance requirements, and you never get them. You got to go down and find out for yourself, and there's a warrant out for your arrest because they didn't mail you the notice. That's a routine staple of our experience in that court. Falsification of police reports, defective charging instruments, defacing police reports. These folks are in the business of creating the crime that they're paid to police. They're the top paid officials in this county, and they're crooks. Most of them are crooks because they know there's a better way and they won't do the better way. It says in order to form a more perfect union, you know better and you're not doing it. You're representing the county. You don't represent the people equally like you represent your commercial partners over here, Mr. Richie Rich.
Thank you. For public information, I did want to state that the statistics that Ms. Williams did spread to us is in the package today, starting on page 483 with the year 2023, or the 2 months, and then subsequently pages all the way down to 2009, from page 482 to 497. So thank you for the public knowing that. Yes, I know, it's time for Mr. Public.
Thank you, Chairman Gardner.
That's not the presentation. That's not what she just presented. Commissioners, for the record, Mark Jackson, Douglas County District Attorney. I just wanted to respond to a couple of the comments that have come from the commissioners, and I appreciate all the feedback. I think everyone that's involved in the justice system does. With respect to districts or townships, there is a difference. Chapter 4 of Nevada Revised Statutes governs justice courts, and that is set by the legislature, and they are courts of limited jurisdiction. What the law requires is if there is a township within a county, that there must be at least one justice of the peace in each township. Prior to 2019, if one of the township's population reached a population of 34,000 people, then it allowed for the addition of an additional justice of the peace in that particular township. They amended that statute in 2019 to 50,000 for the township, not 50,000 for the county. So if there is going to be an addition of another justice of the peace, or if you want to engage in that discussion, that's something that we'll have to bring back for the board's consideration, possibly as part of those options. But what I wanted to really stress is to remind the board, as well as the public, about the separation of powers. The board has limited powers about whether or not there will be more than one justice of the peace in a particular township, or about even the existence of townships within a particular county. And there's a process to deal with that. But as far as what a justice of the peace can do, a court of limited jurisdiction, Chapter 4 allows a justice of the peace sitting in one township within the county to preside over criminal matters outside of that justices of the peace township, but still within the county. So a justice of the peace sitting in the East Fork Township could preside over criminal matters in the Tahoe Township, and Judge Johnson, our current justice of the peace in the Tahoe Township, can preside over criminal matters in the East Fork Township. However, because they are courts of limited jurisdiction, it does not allow them to preside over matters that are filed as civil actions. So I wanted you to be aware of that. As far as, and I know that Judge Johnson, even before he was appointed, had offered up to assist as much as he can in the East Fork Justice Court. But as far as how that caseload would be, that falls under the separation of powers doctrine, and that's the sole province of the judiciary to decide how cases would be divided amongst the judges. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Mike Johnson, Tahoe Justice Court. You'll recall I was here exactly 4 weeks ago in front of you when you appointed me judge at the Justice Court. Thank you again for that. It's been going really well, at least I think it has been. When I left here 4 weeks ago, after having been appointed, I went straight over to the other courthouse to be sworn in because there was work to do right away. And right after that, I went and met with Judge Gilbert because I knew that some coordination was an important part of my scope of work. Coordination between the two townships, helping each other out where needed. And we had a great discussion. I wanted to express to him that I wanted to promote the coordination and cooperation between the two courts, and Judge Gilbert graciously agreed that was a good idea and something he was in favor of as well. So we've already started that. So Ms. Williams mentioned this a little bit earlier. There are a lot of common forms, a lot of commonly used forms in both courts. And to save time and reduce confusion and so forth, we're just about ready to finalize jointly issued orders from both courts. So for example, conditions of bail on a domestic battery case like that. You will shortly see forms that have both of our signatures on it, can apply out of both courts, reduce confusion and workload for the jail and the attorneys and litigants involved. I've also come up with, also specifically talked about the caseload with Judge Gilbert. I'm sure he's managing it fine. I know they're very busy in East Fork, and I volunteered whatever I can do to help, let me know. This is similar to what Mr. Jackson spoke about a minute ago. Nevada statute allows a judge from one township to come help out on criminal matters in the courthouse of another township. And I am expressed I'm willing to do that, and Judge Gilbert and I are working on the details of working that out. I think he wanted to give me a couple weeks to sort of get settled in before we started putting that plan in action, but that's in the works. We've also started talking about on-call duties, late nights, weekends, holidays for standing by for warrant requests and 48-hour bail hearings, things like that. We're trying to coordinate an efficient way of handling that as between the two of us. So I think in short, the two justice courts of Douglas County are cooperating to fully address any concerns about their respective caseloads. That's mostly I wanted to say today, and then as an aside, watching the courthouse presentation earlier, also just wanted to let you know that the courthouse up at the lake is as I understand it, in really good shape. It's, again, this is my understanding, with, that it's, fully compliant with ADA, has the victim's room that's required by statute, the lactation room is required by statute, the attorney-client room. It's spacious and functional, and it's serving us well. Thank you.
Thank you. Judge Johnson?
Sorry, there's no pen over here to write my name in, but for the record, Janet Murphy. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and fellow commissioners. I'd like to just say thank you for our clarification from our district DA, Mr. Mark Jackson. Thank you, sir. Thank you for following up and doing that clarification. And I'm glad to hear that also our new Justice of the Peace is in collaboration with the Justice of the Peace down here as well. There was a lot of issues that I had with it also when I read it on the agenda. And as far as the disparity, from what I can see from this young lady that just did her presentation, I don't see a real large disparity, and I'll tell you why. Because down here in the valley, you have this vast land and a lot more people. So of course you're going to have more cases than you are going to up at the lake. So I don't see a disparity there. I also see that I don't want to be stripped of any justice of the peace of the Tahoe Township. Because if you remember and recall that we are 33% of your ad valorem, your property tax of the pie. We're only 10% of the population of all of Douglas County. So I'm just pleading, please don't strip us of anything else. We need a justice of the peace up there, truly do. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ellie Waller. I would also like to thank the two judges today for the definitions. I don't think that anything is being stripped from Tahoe, but what that brings to mind is the disparity that has been brought forward on their training. And also what I brought up this morning is the confusion of the terminology of towns and townships and the jurisdictions. And all of this needs to be written out. Unfortunately, the term long form comes to mind to make it the clarifications and the clarity of the different responsibilities of the different towns, townships, GIDs, the districts that you represent. I'm in District 4, Commissioner Rice. I live down here in the valley. A lot of people don't have that disparity of understanding the difference of having two locations for Commissioner Rice that the other ones don't sitting here today. Again, there's just a lot of misinformation being generated because of the items not being clarified more properly. And I would also disagree. There is a smaller population in Lake Tahoe, but it also generates a lot more issues for the courts, in my opinion, because of the tourism numbers. And so again, that's another layer. There's like peeling back the onion here to better understand. And sometimes we need to have these items explained more in lay terms. I want to thank Ms. Williams here for bringing out the specificity in the statistics, but I'm still concerned why this came forward today. How long has the training of the people in Tahoe been lesser than the people in the valley, or vice versa in other areas as well? All of these things play a role in how you make your decisions, your recommendations for agenda items, and ultimately how you vote. Thank you.
Elizabeth Learnhardt. I wasn't going to speak about this, but I was very concerned, as Commissioner Rice said, about what is your intent for the Tahoe Township. And I thank Ms. Williams to clarify all the numbers and explain the disparities. I thank Mr. Jackson to explain that this board is overreaching in his department, and we still have separation in power. And if you please me to ask this to the DA or other legal person here to explain, is Commissioner Hales overreaching as to the designation of a Tahoe Township? She wants to retain the fact for further discussion that there should be possibly no Tahoe Township. That's how I understood her question. Please correct me if I'm wrong. Thank you.
Additional public comment? Okay, seeing no additional public comment, I'll bring it back to the board.
I'd like
I did want to make a comment. Judge Johnson, I really appreciate your outreach to Judge Gilbert. I just happened to run into him a couple days ago at breakfast, and he came over and visited with me at my table, and we shared a cup of coffee. We didn't share a cup of coffee. We each had a copy. But anyways, just to clarify, I didn't want anybody to think that we were, anyways. But he did express your outreach and how appreciative he is of that. And so I am very encouraged by that. And so I want to also express our appreciation for your doing that. So anyways, Commissioner Rice?
Yeah,
or Commissioner Hales?
A comment was made that I think it was Ms. Waller about wondering about whether training in other areas, if there's a disparity in offering training in other areas. And I want to clarify, my understanding is it's not that there was a lack of an offer of training. It's that the court didn't want training. Is that accurate, Ms. Williams?
Yeah.
Thank you. I'd also like to speak to Ms. Learnhardt's comment about what I'm getting at. I am not advocating for an abolition of a township. I am advocating that we look at, within our appropriate role, which is limited, what the options are, given that we have both justices of the peace up for election next year. There's a very short window of opportunity wherein we can look and say, are our county resources allocated appropriately between these two courts? Did I say that about right? Right. There's a lot of things we can't do because of the separation of powers, and I understand that. But there are some things that we can do. And if we didn't look at that, we wouldn't be fulfilling our responsibility to oversee the resources of the county. So I'm not advocating that we overreach our role. I'm not advocating for any possible solution or actually for anything at all. We're gathering information and we're doing our job. That's all.
Okay. So this is a 4-action item. Is there any proposed action, or is there any desire to have any action today? We're not required, it says for possible action. We're not required to take any further action other than what we've done today and listening to the presentation on the actions that we've asked for Ms. Williams to provide us, and that was the discussion to provide direction, to provide a caseload study, basically, that we asked for about a month ago, right? So anyways, is there any, do we move on, or do you want to?
I would move on. I have no action
Okay.
I want to propose.
Okay. Then if there's no action, then we won't have any action. We thank you for your report, Ms. Williams. Very much appreciated. Okay, we're going to take another 5-minute break, if we can, please. So why don't we take an 8-minute break? It's 4:37, so we'll come back at 4:45. Thank you. Anyways, it's 4:45, so I'd like to call this session back to order. Not exactly sure where Commissioner Hales is. We could come back to order.
We have a lot of employees that want to leave, so at least when their 5 o'clock's done, thank you.
Okay, and I'm not sure exactly where Ms. Hales is, but go ahead and proceed. Oh, there she is. Okay. Read item number 7 into the agenda for possible action. Discussion regarding possible amendments to Douglas County Code, Section 20.622.030, subsection B, and changes to code enforcement practices related to the administration of vacation home rental, VHR code enforcement complaints, and the number of VHR permits allowed within Douglas County, including A, new limitations related to proximity, distance, and other locational factors, B, stricter limitations on the density of VHRs within certain residential communities, including the criteria that would be used to set those limitations, and C, methods that can be used to achieve compliance with any limitations, being presented by our VHR program manager, Mr. Strelo. Welcome back.
Ernie Strelo for the record. Good afternoon, Chairman, Commissioners. Ernie Strelo, I'm the VHR manager and lead code enforcement for Douglas County. So I'm back again to talk about density again. One of the things before I start, I wanted to make a clarification on somebody that spoke at the opening comments this morning at 10 o'clock. About code enforcement. There was a name brought up, Kelly Neville. I didn't know who that person was, and we looked it up, and it was somebody that left the county in August of 2019. This person was the sole code enforcement officer. We only had one back then. So I just wanted to make sure that's understood. So, again, this is my little arrow that just to kind of reacclimate ourselves to where we left it last time and where we're at so far for the year. So we've done some changes to the code over the course of the year. So as a reminder, in June, we implemented 2023-1617 of 20.622 code, and that was effective on June 15th, and so and then we subsequently did some density discussions with the VHR advisory board that, as I mentioned last time, chose to leave it as it was at 15 and 40%. And then we talked a couple weeks or last week, I guess it was, and density was the second item on the agenda. We kind of moved it to today, I think, to kind of talk about it some more. And then I added cluster because that's come up in some conversations. This is again reacclimation. So you'll see slides. Most of this is this information, just to remind people. So this is the density, as I've showed before, of the Tahoe Township. So the north side is Glenbrook. The south side is Kingsbury Grade, from Beach Club up to Tahoe Village. So you can kind of see where all the VHRs are. They're, again, just to remind people, they're not in the valley right now. This particular item I used to have in the backup, and I thought it'd be helpful to kind of throw it up here. So in the past, I think I've had it in the backup a half a dozen times when I've talked about different things about density. And so these are kind of an example of some of the questions that we ask. And what we have is we have an app on our phone, and we can go through different neighborhoods and take pictures and measure roads and look for parking and parking information and so forth by area. And then with that area, you can develop opportunities to try to figure out what do you do with that information. In this particular case, back last year, I had created a Likert scale to kind of figure out how to rate, what's important, what are the harder to navigate neighborhoods versus the not so hard neighborhoods to navigate and so forth. And so this is a typical example of the information that I used as part of that measurement. And then some additional slides here, I since have been matriculating the information. There's been more data that we've been able to glean from county records. This is an example of the roads. This is actually before it got really bad last year and it snowed. And I think you might recall that I talked about driving my truck down Lincoln Park in the little area there and almost ripping a mirror off. The picture in the middle is one example of a small road up on what's noted as the Lincoln Highway that's along the waterfront before Highway 50 was there. On the left and on the right is up in the hills, so the roads are a little bit different. Captured a little construction going on up in, I think, Zephyr Heights or Cave Rock Heights, I can't remember. And then this is another example on the left, again, is Lincoln Park, because that was the tiniest road I've seen up there. This is a little bit easier to take a look at. You can see you see cones out there in the Lincoln Park area. If you ever walk that little frontage area, people put cones in front of their house because they don't want people parking in front of their house because there's nowhere to put a car. Otherwise, they can't park in front of their own house. And then these are examples, again, of roads in other neighborhoods. This is information, and so it's a little bit of the same thing that you'll see on the next slide, I showed a little bit differently. But this particular slide here is if you recall last week I talked about the utilization of the available VHRs by neighborhood. So what this basically tells you is as a percentage of the annualized usage of VHRs. For instance, if there's 5 VHRs in a neighborhood, the utilization of those 5 neighborhoods in the neighborhood, and that's using TOT information and the amount of nights over the course of a year. So this particular map here is an annualized number. And so this will, typically indicate in many areas that we exceed 30% utilization. Unfortunately, when you pay TOT or report TOT, it does it by days, not by the day of the week. So I can't break it out by, are they Tuesday, Wednesdays, or Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, which would probably inflate the number higher on the weekends. So, but this is a good representation of an annualized look at utilization based on TOT information.
Can I ask a question on that last one?
Absolutely.
So I see that the highest is Stanford Square.
Yep.
But then when I looked at the other chart, I see it has 1.
Yeah, there's only one
There's only
rental.
1.
Yeah, so it skews the number.
There is only 1.
Yeah.
And then the second highest, I looked for Kingsbury Pine, and there it's like maybe third highest. There are 2.
Right.
So those sort of skew this chart.
Yep. And then this particular chart you saw last time. So this is what I did with this is the utilization occupancy of each neighborhood. Let me start on how this is constructed. So you'll see on the left column the groupings, and the groupings are like neighborhoods, that are generally in the same vicinity of each other and have the same characteristics typically. And then the headers on the top will tell you, how many are permitted, what the current density is based on permits that are issued, and then the current code density allowed. So on the top one, for instance, Chimney Rock is 9.2% is the current active density, and the current allowed density in that neighborhood is 15%. Now, you'll see next to that is utilization percent of occupancy. So of the 38 units that may be permitted in that area, there's 32% utilization of those particular units that are being rented out. And you can see that the groupings, and I put some notes on the right, but the areas that had a little bit more crowding seemed to be like Area 3 and Area 4, right? And so those are kind of, those particular areas, when we were looking at it, this seemed, just from an observational standpoint and a tracking standpoint, it seemed like you probably didn't want to load too many VHRs in those particular neighborhoods based on the difficulty of navigating those streets and getting into those neighborhoods, as well as getting into a neighborhood and getting out of a neighborhood on Highway 50. So this is the main one here. Is there any questions on that?
Actually, yes. Mr. Strelo, this is a chart that, I've been focusing on a lot over the last several weeks, leading up to our meeting 2 weeks ago, and also leading up to this meeting, trying to pay a lot of attention to this particular chart. This is somewhat of what I think we requested back in April, if I'm not mistaken, maybe even as early as last October. And so I appreciate the time and diligence that you've put in trying to go through this on a neighborhood by neighborhood basis and give us some ideas in regards to where you feel that density is more appropriate and other areas where density or vacation home rentals may not even be recommended. The question I have is on this. In areas where you've indicated you feel should be less than 15%, have you thought about at all a method of, and I think that's one of the things that we're asking today here is methods that can be used to achieve compliance with these limitations. Have you or the advisory board put any thoughts into how that gets achieved, other than necessarily the natural attrition that would certainly, I don't know that we've seen a lot of attrition that's taken place.
So if I understand this is Ernie Strelo for the record. If I understand your question correctly, you're looking for mechanisms such as reducing density or reducing?
So in some of your proposals, you talk about going below the numbers that are already there. The question Commissioner Garner's having, unless I'm mistaken, is how do you get to that number because attrition isn't going to work?
And maybe you don't have an answer for that yet, and maybe that's something that you and the advisory board will need to take a look at if we adopt your proposal here.
Yeah, the advisory board hasn't talked about this particular item of shrinking because they're more, they wanted to leave things alone. That's what I brought to you last time, right? And we usually have worked on the assumption of grandfathering, right? So we haven't thought about taking the harder step of, confiscation or some other method of reducing permits in a faster, or grandfathering, out a year or 2 years, or putting a sunset on all the permits. So we haven't really put a plan in place for that yet because, we just haven't had to do that. Because in the past, when we reduced density or we changed density, like in the multifamilies last year or earlier this year, we just grandfathered that into the process. And so that's what we assumed that we would still be doing.
I understand, but what I guess I'll take a shot at one particular community, and it was in your slides, where you're recommending 0 to 5% low density in, for instance, the Lincoln Park area, and it's currently at 17.9. Going down to 5% isn't going to happen through attrition in my mind. I mean, so I don't know that's something that if we adopt this, and I've been in that community, I was in the community with you, okay? We drove your truck, and we actually didn't even drive it because they were they were working on that road when we were there, so we had to park your truck up on 50, off the road, and then walk down in there to take a look at it. So I guess that's my question: is how do you get there? I don't have an answer for you on that. By the way, I'm not trying to. We're putting a tremendous task on you and the advisory board to try to come up with some ideas on that. I think, and I think Commissioner Tarkanian shares my concerns about certainly the Lincoln Park area and things even further north. So, anyways, I think that's something that we need to ask you to take a look at, and I know Ms. Hempler is here today also, and members of our committee, and I really think that that's something that if we adopt this, how we're going to get there. Commissioner Hales.
Has the VHR board spent much time on this working document?
AJ Haynes from the Douglas County DA's office for the record. No, their discussions were conceptual. At the outset, after the code changed in the summer, they met, and really what they got stuck on was, how do we even go about setting density numbers? What are the parameters? And they went back through this board's minutes and tried to figure out if there was any direction that this board had offered. What factors did this board want them to consider? Was it safety factors? Was it, where are the most complaints generated? Specifically, what factors? And ultimately, what they settled on was their primary concerns were looking, that they were hoping to resolve by way of some kind of density reduction would be complaints. They wanted the neighborhoods to feel more like residential neighborhoods. And then as they discussed the options of how to do that, they did not feel that density was the proper way. Instead, they started to gravitate towards other options, such as distance between VHRs, looking at specific streets and problem areas and things of that nature. And then they took a vote to see whether they wanted to continue a density discussion, and the majority of that board voted to not continue. So they never got to the point where they actually sat down and considered this table or any specific density proposals at all. It was always at the conceptual level.
I appreciate that. I share the concern about attrition in Lincoln Park, and I think we need to give direction that the advisory board take action and not wait. And I also appreciate this explanation that the advisory board never really grappled with the details in this staff recommendation / working document. I look at that title and I'm wondering, okay, what exactly is this? Chair Gardner referred to it as a proposal, but I never heard of it called a proposal. It's a staff recommendation / working document. So I don't think it was ever proposed that the advisory board adopt this. They never grappled with it. So
before you were on the board, they did. This matter was brought to the advisory board in October, maybe even before October, but in the October meeting, they had this. This is when I wanted to adopt this and have a vote on this along with north of K-Rock. And they refused to discuss it at that time. In fact, I believe the minutes said they didn't have time to go through these density issues. Well, this has been a year now that they've had an opportunity to grapple with it, and they voted not to grapple with it. It isn't because they didn't understand what those words are up there, because those words weren't there when they got it in October.
I think you're dealing with semantics there, recommendations versus proposals, okay? So this is the staff recommendation, okay? So if I need to correct the record in that regard, then I'll accept that. But still, it's a recommendation. To me, that seems to indicate proposal, but maybe not. in some
I don't know,
people's
did you
minds.
indicate that recommendation to be to the advisory board or to the commissioners, or you didn't go to that much distinction?
Ernie Strelo, for the record, for the VHR Advisory Board, it was information in the packet that they had. They did not go through a lot of this. They went through a lot of their own discussion.
Well, especially when you got Lincoln Park, and it's one of the highest, with that new column that you added regarding how often it's hard to read it, anyways, how often they're rented, basically, right? I mean, that's another term for it. Utilization of occupancy, right? Or how often they are rented. And Lincoln Park has, better than half the year it's rented. Once again, that particular neighborhood concerns me, and I know that Commissioner Tarkanian has concerns about the non-affiliated in the Glenbrook area as well. So, but I'm
sorry, I have concerns about several areas, and okay, but when you get done with your proposal, we can discuss some of those areas and what the concerns are, because I think that's the purpose of this meeting.
Well, here I go with my numbers again.
Commissioner Novosadyo.
You got 35 total neighborhoods, split up into 6 each. And of those, 15 are greater than 15%. We should address those. And how do we address those? Well, put numbers in a hat and draw them out. Say, see ya, or give you 3 years to get out, something like that. But there's got to be something more positive than saying, no, we don't want to deal with it.
You want to proceed?
So I have just a couple slides left. So this is a new slide, and I'm still kind of playing with this one, but I wanted to kind of share it with you. So we talk about how many residents are in Tahoe, and so what we were able to do is to run a script from the assessor's office to the GIS office and overlay it by neighborhood. So the columns to pay attention to is the owner-occupied parcels and the total parcels. So the owner-occupied ones are based on the assessor's office, where they're at the 3% resident tax rate in that particular location that they're at. Assumes that they're not renting it out and that they live there. So generally, as an example, in Glenbrook, this would indicate, I don't know, in the north area, there's 30 out of 79 parcels have residents that live there. In the south side, it would be 26 out of 56. So it's somewhere around 35, 40%. I thought that might be just helpful, because I hear a lot about residents, how many residents live in different areas. And so I think it's important to know, that where they're at and everything like that. But in general, on average, there's about 40% occupancy of residents up there right now, on average, over the lake. And then lastly, we talked about Lincoln Park. Another thought that was brought up recently was bunching, was decoupling the bunching a little bit and spreading out the amount of VHRs. And so, like in this example here, you have 7 VHRs, and majority of them are on the north end, or the south end of the area. And so the idea would be to, you can, if you want to change density, maybe you don't change density, you change bunching a little bit and move out the amount of, spread out the houses a little bit on the rentals, in a neighborhood. And, we were discussed different ways of doing that in-house. This week, we can use bingo machines with addresses and, after a year or 2 years, redistribute the permits in that particular neighborhood. It didn't look like there were many neighborhoods that had a lot of bunching, but there are some, that have, there's up in Upper Kingsbury, there's some neighborhoods that have courts where there's maybe not six, but five or so VHRs in that court alone with one resident in that area. So the code doesn't allow, doesn't tell us to prohibit giving permits out to people with, that want to rent out their property. It allows us to rent it out. There's nothing that says stop. So there's really no rules to stop any kind of bunching right now. And so this seems to be something that's a problem, right, in some areas. And could add to issues, especially in the pictures I showed you earlier, where there was cones out on the street in Lincoln Park. They're there for a reason. It's because there's a lot there, so.
A good example of that is Tahoe Beach Club, where there's 9, at least it was, maybe it's changed now, but there was 9 VHR permits and 7 were in one building and 2 in the other.
Yeah. Yeah, Ernie Estrella for the record, yeah, and I think it was because they started issuing permits right at the start, and I'm not quite sure how they were distributing them at that time.
Okay, are you done with your presentation?
I'm done.
So I was going to have a bunch of statements and so forth and spend a long time, but I want to make it quick for the employees here that are working overtime and also to make it easier for you guys here. But there's a few things that I really do think we need to discuss at this point. A lot of it was brought up by Commissioner Hales asking about the legal justifications of determining where certain VHRs should be and where they shouldn't be. And I think that's very important because there was a lot of threats of litigation, and I think that should be a focus. And there's clear answers on this. I also wanted to get into the misinformation that some people have had about my position with VHRs, and that's why I mentioned something when Chairman Gardner mentioned Glenbrook. It has much more to do than just Glenbrook, although Glenbrook is one of them. And I'm going to give my basis for it. But my basis is based upon what the Douglas County Ordinance states. And AJ, don't you think the Douglas County should follow the ordinance, the county commission should follow the ordinance that it has passed?
AJ Hames, for the record, my legal advice would be to always follow our county ordinance.
That's wonderful. I agree with you. God, agreeing with everybody today. Okay, so let's just look at the ordinance. Ordinance 20.622020, sub B. It says, obtaining a VHR permit is not a right. Thus, Douglas County reserves the right to determine which permit locations are appropriate. Do you understand that? The ordinance states that Douglas County determines which areas are appropriate. It doesn't say all the areas in the Tahoe Township. The Tahoe Township. It only says the areas that Douglas County Commission determines are appropriate. So we have two lines of thought going on right now. We have a VHR advisory board that says, hey, we don't want to discriminate against any neighborhoods. They should all be 15%. We don't want to determine it. We have a group of citizens who filed an initiative that says, hey, I don't want them anywhere in residential neighborhoods. But the ordinance states that the Douglas County Commission is to determine where they're appropriate. The permits are they're appropriate. Okay, so what are the factors in determining what's appropriate? What Mr. Strelo has done, and I commended you back in October, I thought it was a right approach. I said that to you back then, and we discussed this, and we tried to get the advisory board to look at it, is he looked at the safety factors. That's a factor to determine if VHR is appropriate. Hey, can you get in and out of the place easily, without problems? If there's more congestion with traffic, if there's a fire or some other catastrophe, can you get out of there? Are people parking illegally on the road, which prevents people from getting out? Does the snow get too far in on different time periods where there could be a problem? Well, obviously, the pictures you showed shows Lincoln Park is a big problem for safety. Elks Point is a problem for safety. There are other neighborhoods that are problems for safety. I went through them with Mickey Hempler when I first got on the board. We went up there and we drove through the neighborhoods. And this is what you've done. And I think you've done a great job. I got a question about the International Fire Code because there's been many emails that sent to me that says that a lot of these roads don't follow that. And I want to get a clarification of what we as Douglas County are supposed to follow. It's my understanding we've adopted the International Fire Code and we have to follow those regulations unless we vote not to. Is that correct, Mr. Ritchie?
Doug Ritchie with the Douglas County District Attorney's Office. Actually, AJ would be better suited to answer that. They're actually working on Appendix B right now, which is the fire code.
AJ Ames from the DA's office for the record. Some portions of the fire code are adopted by our state fire marshal, and they're sort of imposed upon us. But we have the ability to follow or not follow or modify the fire code as we deem appropriate for our community.
Okay, so let me try to clarify. What is we? Who is we?
The board.
Okay, so again, my question was, we're supposed to follow the fire code unless the board directs you not to. It's not the people in the fire marshal up in Lake Tahoe says, well, in this area, I'm not going to follow it. They have to have some direction from us, right?
Correct.
Okay. Have we directed anybody not to follow the road width in these neighborhoods that are allowing VHRs?
Well, the road width provisions apply to all future development, but they don't apply retroactively. Otherwise, no one could live in Lincoln Park if they tried to impose those requirements there, because they're not wide enough for a residential area.
Sure. So I guess common sense would say then you don't want to overcrowd that area, huh?
Well,
You've got a lot of common sense, AJ. Come on. It's a rhetorical question. Okay. All right. So public safety is the first thing. So let's go back. We as a board are obligated under our ordinance to determine which places are appropriate or which are not for VHRs. That's in the ordinance. One of the things are public safety, and I commend Ernie for coming up with his proposal. But the other is location. So why do I say location? Well, again, we got to go to the ordinance. What does the ordinance state? And again, we should follow what the ordinance states, right? Absolutely. B sub 4 states, the board finds that Lake Tahoe Township is the only appropriate and logical choice for the operation of short-term vacation home rentals, and they will be permitted there. The ordinance rationalizes this conclusion in number 6, where it states, the area dominates Douglas County's lodging and recreational use. This planning area located on the western edge of Douglas County, that's Tahoe Township, is rich in recreational activities and is a primary center of the casino resort industry for the county. So what does that ordinance state? It says, hey, where there's a lot of recreational use, such as ski resorts, and when you're close to the casino resorts, those are places we should have VHRs. But you know what it's also saying? Is if you're not near those places, those are not places that should be appropriate for VHRs. Now, I read several statements by the advisory board where they stated over and over again, Mr. Tarkanian wants to ban them in areas outside the tourist area and keep them in tourist areas. And they said, well, everything's a tourist area. In fact, I think the quote was, Carson City's a tourist area, Carson Valley's a tourist area, all of Douglas Lake Tahoe's a tourist area. Well, if you want to use a broad scope of tourist area, then yes, you're correct. All of Las Vegas is a tourist area. All of San Diego is a tourist area because they have beaches there, we have casinos there. But that's not what they're talking about when this ordinance was passed. They're talking about the recreational activities, which I believe is skiing, and the casino resort area. So if you want to compare Las Vegas, if you have a VHR near the Strip, you probably understand that this is a tourist area where people coming and going, and it's appropriate. But if you live outside of the casino strip, where I lived in Las Vegas, in a gated community that had half-acre lots with all families and little kids, and had never had a bunch of tourists running in and out, that would be an inappropriate place to have it. See, Las Vegas should have them where the tourists are at. They shouldn't have them when you get away from the tourist attraction, because that's the only logical reason to have these VHRs. Well, let's go to San Diego. My family owns a condominium in San Diego, and we rent it out on a daily basis. That condominium is on the beach next to hotels or motels. And there's tourists up and down the area. But let's say you go further in. You're going into some areas that are inland San Diego. There's no tourists coming in and out of there. Why would anybody think that's an appropriate place to put VHRs? Which takes us back to Douglas County, Lake Tahoe, and the area up there, what do we feel is appropriate? Well, I propose not having VHRs north of Cave Rock. That's 4 miles from the casino corridor. Glenbrook, which we keep bringing up over and over again, which seems to be the big problem with Commissioner Rice and Hales, is 10 miles from the casino corridor. 10 miles. Heck, the foothills in the valley are closer to the ski resort, Heavenly Ski Resort, than Glenbrook is to the casino corridor. Glenbrook is closer to Carson City than it is the turnoff to Carson City than it is to the casino corridor. There's no reason to have VHRs in that area under the ordinance, which states, again, the recreational activities and casinos. So if you want to follow the ordinance, then we need to pick and choose which ones are close to the casino corridor and which ones are close to the recreational place. Okay, final one. The ordinance, sub 7, B sub 7 states, it is the intent of the Lake Tahoe Vacation Home Rental Ordinance to make the transitory lodging activity permitted by this chapter resemble the existing residential uses made by residents, owners, and lessees. Well, I've asked everybody on the advisory board, I've asked Mr. Stralo, and I've asked this board, and nobody can give an answer of how having VHRs in the homes in Glenbrook that are outside the HOA resemble the area of Glenbrook when 3/4 of the homes there are banned VHRs outside of their community. Commissioner Wright, Hales was the only one who gave an answer, and her answer was, well, I read that as the number of people who live in a home and how many people are there. Well, there's 1.5 people who live in a home in Douglas County on average. When you have a VHRs coming in there are dozens and dozens coming in every single weekend. And in fact, I wanted to read a comment that Laura Nelson had sent me an email that I made part of public record. It's on page 83 of the supplement. She stated that there's 3 VHRs that surround us that are tier 2. At any given time, there's 12 plus renters with a turnover of 3 times a week. That's an estimated 36 people in a house in a span of 7 days using water, sewer, electricity, and parking. How does that resemble the existing residential neighborhoods? But let's take it even further to Glenbrook. Well, Glenbrook, you gave me the numbers, but it's 3/4. 3/4 of the homes are now outlawed VHRs to anybody outside the HOA. But we're going to say the other 1/4 of Glenbrook should have 15% VHRs or however many you want to have. It doesn't resemble the existing residential neighborhood. Now look at it. I've taken up enough time. I'm not going to go any further unless I have to respond to some statements other people make. But the point is this. I've said this over and over again. The greatest thing about this is not one time does anybody dispute what I say is wrong. They just ignore it and then they vote another way. Well, that's fine. That's your choice. But then you're on the record of that, and maybe it'll be up to the people then to decide if you're not going to do what's right. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
I got in first.
We'll be right back with you, Mr. Rice. Commissioner Nolasad is.
There is a solution to this, especially with the 15 greater than 15%. In that same article, paragraph 8, obtaining a VHR permit is not a right. Thus, Douglas County, that's us, reserves the right to determine which permit locations are appropriate and when the permit may be revoked or denied. Clear writing, that's in our power.
Commissioner Rice.
Thank you, sir. I respectfully disagree with Commissioner Tarkanian. Glenbrook is a recreation area. The whole lake is a recreation area. People don't come here just to gamble and to ski. For most of the year, they're here to enjoy the lake. And I completely disagree. I've received several emails from people living in Glenbrook beseeching us not to outlaw VHRs in Glenbrook because they couldn't afford to live in the house that they live in if we did that. And they also were quite clear that most of the people who are renting rent only to families of other members of Glenbrook. Now, I will concur that Lincoln Park is a death trap. And I think that should be called CULLED, so that there are far less chances for conflict. If there was a fire there, I don't know how anybody would get out with the roads they are, with or without VHRs. But the years that I worked on the boat, I spent a lot of time in Glenbrook, and there's a whole lot of people that go to Glenbrook to recreate who couldn't afford a house there, but they can afford to rent a VHR. And I concur that we need to look at individual neighborhoods so that we don't have clustering, which is part of the noise problem that keeps occurring there. But even in my neighborhood, in Round Hill, we have several VHRs, and now that we have this ordinance, and we've had some enforcement up there, we haven't had problem one that I'm aware of, because the one that was a problem is no longer a tier 3. And people do rent VHRs up there and walk to Nevada Beach, which is a lovely walk. And I can understand why Elks Point, some of the people there object, because some people park and block the access to their area, but most of those people aren't even renters. They're just trying to cheat the state of Nevada out of the entrance fee to Nevada Beach. So I think that what we need to do is let the VHR task force do their job and let them figure out what the density ought to be, and then start culling the herd. Thank you.
Okay, I wanted to respond to 3 things that he stated. First of all, the VHR Advisory Board has had this issue for over a year now, and they've come to the conclusion they don't want to tackle density. So giving it to them just means you want to kick it down the road. When with all due respect to Chairman Commissioner, it would be Chairman maybe next year, Commissioner Rice, when you want to say Glenbrook is a recreational area, it's no more recreational, probably less, than being next to Wally's Hot Springs or being on the east end of Johnson Lane, where they go on their bikes and off-road racing and so forth. You can call almost anything a recreational area if you want to expand the definition that far. But that's not, if it is, and you really got a lawsuit by anybody who wants to file a lawsuit saying they want to have VHRs in the Carson Valley, because there is no difference if you want to expand that definition that big. The only difference you have is if you narrow that definition. And finally, oh my goodness, he is so right that we've received a lot of emails from people from Glenbrook stating that they don't want to reduce or limit VHRs. And he's also right. Every single one of them based it on the fact that it would cost them money. And it's a money deal. It's a money deal. That's what they care about. It's a money deal. Laura Nelson, who lives in Round Hill, in what I put on page 83 of the supplement, she wrote, to conclude, I believe the revenue the VHRs bring in seems to be more important than protecting residents who actually reside in their homes. It seems to me more about the almighty dollar, with concerns falling upon deaf ears, possibly corrupt ears, or just out of sight, out of mind, because the commissioners do not live by or understand the burdensome VHRs. Elected government officials are supposed to be there to protect residents. If money was the most important criteria for VHRs, they would be available here in the Carson Valley. Just think how much money we could make by allowing them available in the Carson Valley. You know why they're not available in the Carson Valley? Because people don't want to live next to them. And if they voted to allow them in the Carson Valley, this board would be removed from office. And it's more important for some people to be on this board than to do what is right. Now, I will promise you that I'm always going to put the welfare of families in the residential districts over money. And I'm going to tell you how bad it is because this happened to me when I lived in Las Vegas. When I had a VHR, they came next to me, and I had 2 3-year-old daughters and a 5-year-old daughter. And there was a VHR next to me, and there was these parties and this cussing and screaming and drinking and alcohol and marijuana. This is from Laura Nelson. This is a blatant disrespect VHR renters show towards residents in the neighborhood. We have been offered drugs, alcohol, have had kids smoking pot in our front yard, beer bottles thrown in our yard, drunk girls lost looking for the house they're renting, Uber and Lyft drivers in our driveway dropping off drunk renters that don't know where their house is that they are renting, barbecue grills set on fire from misuse or stupidity, small children unsupervised on our very dangerous blind turns, kids sledding down the middle of our street in the winter on our very dangerous blind turns, EMS call for drug overdose, fights, amplified noise. I'm not going to go on, she goes even farther, but she says her husband asked one of the guys to said, welcome to Tahoe, but please be mindful of this home and be respectful of our neighborhood. The guy told her husband to go F off, and the guy walks away saying, can you believe this guy? What a dick. This is from Ben Johnson, page 56 of my supplement. In the middle of the night, my young daughter comes into our room, wakes us up coughing, and says, there's a really bad smell downstairs. I go downstairs, the windows are open because we don't have AC and it's hot, and the room smells very strongly of pot. I look out the window and a group of 15 plus people are smoking marijuana, what appear to be pot in close proximity to the property line, and the light wind is carrying the smoke right in the area where my daughter was sleeping. So my question to you in the audience is, how much money is it worth to Douglas County to force one of your neighbors, your residents, to put up with that? And after you've had a chance to come up with that answer this one. How much money is it worth to Douglas County for you to have to live next to a home like that and experience that, particularly when you had young kids?
Sure, I lived next to a house like that, and we took care of the problem by doing away with their permit to have a VHR. And that's what we need to do to any place that is not following the rules, in any place that is renting to partiers.
Commissioner Hales?
After the last time after our last board meeting when we looked at this extensively, I felt some urgency for a long time about Lincoln Park. Lincoln Park is unique, but I'm going to go into that later. We asked the VHR Advisory Board to look at neighborhood-specific additional restrictions. I believe that was part of the progression of the work on VHRs in this county. That has been many years in the making. To get where we are today has been many years in the making. There's been deliberate and thoughtful work put into creating an ordinance that tries to balance the varying property rights. It's included a lawsuit. It's included fine-tuning based on the results of that lawsuit. It's included revisions, and we have laid the foundation of a very good ordinance. As a board, when we looked at this when was it, June? We wanted further fine-tuning, and we asked the VHR Advisory Board. What month was that when we met at June? And we asked.
We met I believe our first meeting was in April, and then we made certain recommendations, and then we brought back the code in
We took
June
several
for us to approve.
recommendations from the VHR board. There were some that we did not accept. We made several changes to the ordinance. At that point in time, we asked the VHR board to do further fine-tuning. As our county manager has said, we have this ordinance, so much work done on this ordinance. Now we can go at it with a scalpel because we've done the hard work, we've put everything in place, but there are still problems. We need to make changes. Let's do it with a scalpel. And I'm going to say instead of a hammer or a bludgeon. So we asked the VHR board, and they came back. What I heard was they came back saying, it's too soon, and we're not going to look at density because that's unfair. Well, I felt very frustrated that they weren't doing their job. But then, in preparation for this meeting, I read again some of what they said, which includes they would like to look at it as a street-by-street density because the load of VHRs is not being spread around. And I really appreciate that. So I don't think they're entirely unwilling to work on this. And I think part of our problem is we ask them to look at density rather than take a look at making changes that will help these neighborhoods that have the highest impact. So I looked in my preparation for this meeting today at the function of the VHR Advisory Board. And among other things, the function is to render advice to the Board of County Commissioners on proposed changes to Chapter 20.622 of the Douglas County Code when necessary. Well, I'm going to say it's necessary right now, and we need to make changes. I also look at our board packet today. We did a lot of heavy lifting on this commission. We have a strategic plan underway. We have a lot of heavy lifting we're doing, and I can tell you there aren't enough hours in the day for me as a commissioner to do my work on all the items in front of us and also to do the work of the VHR Advisory Board. We need them to do their work, and we will do our work and fill our role. We need them to look at these neighborhoods, and if they don't want to do, we need to make them, ask them, direct them, make the refinements that are necessary, that are urgent. Do it however you want to. It can involve density, it can involve proximity, it can involve many other things, but I would urge them to get to the work now or resign. If any one of them doesn't want to do the work we are asking them to do, they should resign so someone else can do this work. So that, to me, that is the appropriate role, the appropriate pattern we should follow. The fact that they haven't even grappled with this staff recommendation / working document means that it's premature for us to look at that and to make changes based on that. I will say that I do not see any basis for making a change north of Cave Rock. There is no rational basis in any action in my mind to ban VHRs north of Cave Rock would be arbitrary. In fact, in many respects, Glenbrook, which is one of the big places north of Cave Rock, is very well suited for VHRs. And that is reflected in some of Mr. Strelow's work. I read email after email after email by people pleading with us not to ban VHRs in Glenbrook, and it was not about the money at all. It was about family tradition. It was about love of the location. It was about recreation. So, having laid out what I think is the appropriate process, which is this work should be done by the VHR board and brought to the Planning Commission and then the County Commission. That is the best way for this work to be done. I will say I have some personal thoughts and suggestions that I would give to the VHR board after having spent quite a bit of time thinking and looking and in discussions with Mr. Strelo and with Mickey Hempler and others. These are my thoughts. To improve the ordinance, I believe proximity is more important than density, although both may play a role. I would look at proximity not necessarily by number of feet, but by residences, like should there be a 1 or 2 residence buffer between VHRs, and that would include across the street. I would look at having our dedicated law enforcement personnel work within community development and not be part of the sheriff's office, whereby they are called to other urgent matters. I would look at having noise monitors required wherever there's a hot tub. Those are some of my personal thoughts as I've looked deeply at this situation. I think it's important that the VHR board or this board put into place measures of success. The VHR board said, we want to give this a year before we look at making changes. Well, unless you have measures of success, how will you know in a year what's working? I think we need to have a survey system whereby if people are lodging complaints, there can be a survey later, a call to them saying, are you pleased with how your complaint, are you satisfied with how your complaint was handled? And it could be created by experts who know how to ask impartially. Because they're clearly we need to get at enforcing the rules better because we have problems. Finally, I will say that changes need to be made not by attrition, but changes need to be made faster because attrition will never result in getting the numbers where we need them to be. And I think the VHR board should be the ones to grapple with that. Those are, I appreciate the opportunity to be quite lengthy in what I had to say. One of the last things I want to address is Lincoln Park. This is the kind of fine-tuning I would like the VHR board to do. Lincoln Park is unique, and this is why. It's all of these factors together, not any one in particular. People in other neighborhoods funnel to the beach through Lincoln Park. Parking is unavailable. Houses are very close together. The streets are very narrow. The angles of turns of the streets are very tight. The slope of some streets is extreme. There's one egress and ingress. They have the highest occupancy rate, considering if you take out the ones and twos, they have the highest occupancy rate. And 5 are bundled together in one very small area, so that has to do with proximity. Based on all those factors, Lincoln Park really is in a unique category, and I feel that there urgently needs to be a change made in Lincoln Park. I keep looking at you, Ms. Hempler. I don't mean you to do all this work, and I know I don't mean to be laying this all on your shoulders. Sorry about that, but maybe it's because you have a friendly face, so. Those are my thoughts, and I would hate to have all the work done by this county over the years in putting together a sound foundation for managing and sort of balancing the competing interests. I would hate to have that taken a different direction because we chose to not arbitrarily ban north of Cave Rock.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Nosed.
I just want to go back in time a little bit to where we had a judge looking at this issue, and he said, yeah, it's commercial in a single-family residence zoning. So just based on that, that's enough to get me going. Number 2, you invest in the stock market and you buy it at $100 and the next day it's down to 50. Who do you blame? You blame yourself. If you want to invest in a VHR and you go out on a limb for this and it doesn't work out for you, sorry about that. Your problem, not mine. Now, to get back to the Title 20, 622, number 8 says that we have the right to get rid of, or just to say revoke or suspend a permit. That gives us the right, under what I proposed about maybe 4 or 5 months ago, that we started on a program of about 5 years to say, okay, we're going to get rid of this thing because we've been wrestling with it for 16 years. And if we didn't do it right to start with, we're not surely not doing it right now because we're still going into the minutia of this. So that's my recommendation is still, of the 11 people that are beyond 15%, revoke the permits, period.
I got 4 real short things I'm going to say. First of all, the public comments are in the supplemental packet. I encourage you to read them. One person, maybe there were 2, talked about the family using it for years, but every single one of them said it was about the money and not being able to afford them. Take a look at it. I encourage you. Number 2 is the advisory board has had over a year to look at this thing. They've declined to do so. I understand Commissioner Hales hasn't been on the board the whole year, and she may want to get started again, but she voted against numerous recommendations of the advisory board in the last meeting. So all of a sudden now she wants advisory board to do it. Finally, Walt Noasad has decided he's not going to run for sure next election, and he's one of the few people, the only one that has voted with me on the VHR issue. This reminds me exactly what happened a year ago when I wanted to get this put on the vote with Commissioner Angles on the board, and I didn't get a chance to have that vote. If we wait, like Commissioner Hales wants, there's a good chance Commissioner Noasad won't be on the board, and that's probably, I'm not going to say that, it possibly could be a reason why she wants to bring it back to the advisory board to go through this time period. I've made a request already to put my motion on. That's my understanding. It's going to be next week, next meeting. I look forward to it.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Yes, Mr. Hames.
AJ Hames from the DA's office. I think this has been a helpful conversation from a staff perspective because after our last meeting, it was difficult to discern what direction the board wanted us to go. And I think the detail provided today has been very helpful. However, I would encourage the board maybe to, at this time, consider some sort of motion because I still think that from a staff perspective, it's hard to know what the proper course is going forward from here.
Need the public comment.
I understand that, but we have to have public comment first. So, yes, I agree. But I wanted to make sure that all the commissioners' concerns were aired before doing so. I did have just one comment in something that Commissioner Hales did say in regards to the officers reporting to our staff. I got the impression you said that the 2 officers should be singular to our code. And
it was one thing I suggested that the advisory board could look at.
And I would suggest that perhaps that's a separation of powers, and I don't know that we have that ability. So
that certainly is a question. Can we hire law enforcement within community development?
Yeah.
It's a good question.
So, okay. What's that? So, okay. So we're going to go to public comment on this. If you don't need to take, just remind you, you don't need to take all 3 minutes. And if you want to be repetitive, you can say ditto. And just, you have some options here other than taking all 3 minutes.
For the record, Janet Murphy. I just wanted the board to be mindful, and you may want to confer with your legal counsel about, well, we know it as cherry picking, but legally it's called spot zoning. And so you need to legally look at spot zoning because that could be a big issue when you start to do that as far as the county is concerned. Also, I know Commissioner Rice, is my neighbor up the street, and one of my homes had 3, they clustered, which I thought in the original ordinance there was no clustering, but there was 3 of them right up behind my half acre. And trust me, we used to hear them all the time. So you understand their pets would get in my property and so on and so forth. People been robbed. And so that's why you understand where I'm coming from about VHR. So anyway, you know how I feel. All for one, one for all. That's how I feel. Oh, thank you.
My name is Bradley Oneto. I live at Elks Point. I've been a resident of Elks Point for 5 years. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, thanks for this opportunity. Today you've been talking about International Fire Code 13.31. I have a document from the Fire Marshal addressing Elks Point. The IFC 503 2.2.1 is the dimensions of the fire roads, the apparatus access roads, which this gentleman was talking about earlier. It requires a 20-foot width, 13-foot height. Well, these communities don't allow that. So then the 503.4 comes into effect, which obstruction of fire access roads. Roads shall not be obstructed in any manner, including parking vehicles, access maintained at all times, a reference legal standard amended appellate court, Elks Point subdivision, Tahoe, Nevada, 15, 16, so on and so forth. I'm going to leave this document, and this is from Eric Gavon, the fire marshal. The issue with Elks Point is a safety issue. This document starts out and it says while the roads are existing non-conforming situation threaten life and property. Okay, some of our roads are 8 feet wide, some are 12 feet wide. I've petitioned the Elks Point Executive Board numerous times to paint I lost my train of thought. No parking fire lanes in the community. I actually bought them a line striper to do so. There's only one 20-foot section of road, and that's the only place a fire apparatus can turn around, and they call it a hammerhead turn. So I've heard that in the last meeting, listened to the recording, that the president of the association said that he rode around with a fire marshal, and the fire marshal said that the roads were safe in access. Well, in the last week, I was blocked 3 times from getting to my house. So an 8-foot and 12-foot road is not a safe road. The fire marshal has also said that, and I also have a complaint with the Elks Point Executive Board for not providing fire lane marking and allowing people to park in the fire lanes. So I'd like to leave this document with the clerk over there.
Hi, my name's Lorraine Marlowe. Smoke and rabbit brush. My name's Lorraine Marlowe. My husband and I have lived in Upper Kingsbury for the past 40 years. One of the issues I'd like to bring up is safety of Kingsbury grade. I hear people talk about increasing the density in the top of the mountain because it's close to a ski area. Kingsbury grade, in case anybody drove it this past winter, was an absolute disaster. By letting more VHRs, because VHRs have 2 to 3 times more vehicles than a regular resident. Your Kingsbury grade is just not built for more and more cars. You not only have the VHRs accessing it, but you have people that live in the valley that drive up and over the mountain every day, and you need to take their consideration of their safety. And then also for fire and emergency evacuation, Kingsbury grade is the only access to the top of the mountain. And by allowing more density up on the top of the mountain, just because it happens to be near a ski area, that could cause problems with the safety of the residents. Thank you.
My name is Kevin Carr, and I'm a lifelong resident of Douglas County. I'm not a slick politician or a sharp-tongued lawyer. I'm a middle-class, small business owner that has a property management office inside the gates of Glenbrook. I have also somehow become the target of one of Commissioner's political aspirations. The real estate office in Glenbrook has been open since Glenbrook Homeowners Association was established in the late 1970s. The office has 2 doors. One says sales, one says rentals. Rentals are not a new thing in Glenbrook. We've been providing short-term rentals and paying room tax to Douglas County for over 40 years without one complaint filed. We have 3 different homeowners associations in Glenbrook, and I have always treated them the same way with strict occupancy limits and rules. We only rent to Glenbrook families and friends. The owners of the properties I manage are longtime Glenbrook families that need to rent their home part of the year to pay ever-increasing taxes and expenses. They average 2 months of rental a year. Short-term rentals have worked well in Glenbrook because the vast majority of homes are second homes that are only used occasionally. I was shocked 2 weeks ago when Glenbrook came up in the discussion about, of all things, density. We have low rental density and low rental usage. The neighborhood study presented by Ernie Strelo even shows that future allowed density could be in the medium to high range in the Glenbrook area. Not that Commissioner Tarkanian would accept the analysis of county staff unless the numbers fell in his favor. I saw his latest editorial. Ignoring your vacation rental advisory board and banning rentals in Glenbrook would not affect or change the real density impacts in other Tahoe neighborhoods where the numbers are much higher. Focusing on Glenbrook would be like amputating a toe because you have a headache. It just doesn't make any sense. The sad part is the owners in Glenbrook have a community directory. If you ban them, they will just call each other quietly, set up rentals, and guess what? No room tax for the county. When I served on the VHR task force, our focus was to reduce the impacts of noise, garbage, and parking on our neighbors and to increase enforcement. You commissioners passed an updated ordinance and fine-tuned it to do just that. It has been working. Let's call this latest attempt in Glenbrook what it really is, rezoning. You are not considering rezoning because you have had issues with noise, garbage, parking, or density. You're considering rezoning an area of Tahoe so that powerful, wealthy landowners won't have to encounter normal folks while visiting their second homes. I think this is wrong. Wrong to take away the ability of homeowners to rent when they have legal permits and have been following the rules, and wrong to put someone out of business who has been trying to manage property the right way for 30 years. Me, Kevin Carr, a longtime member of our community, not just some nameless property manager in Glenbrook. You'll put me out of business. I hope you will take all this into consideration when deciding on what direction to go today. Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for hearing me. I am Jeannie Kerner. I've been a resident of Douglas County for 37 years. I'm the Vice Chair of the Government Affairs Committee for Sierra Nevada Realtors. Sierra Nevada Realtors are opposed to the proposed edits to the density provisions in the Douglas County Development Code, Title 20, Section 20.622. The Commission's desire to decrease density in certain neighborhoods would, as the Vacation Home Rental Advisory Board concluded, drive VHRs to different neighborhoods and not accomplish the goal of further program compliance. These proposed changes would be an infringement on private property rights and unfairly grant a certain section of the population preferential treatment. The suggestion from the Vacation Home Rental Advisory Board is to maintain the existing density structure established through the painstaking work done by Douglas County staff, the Advisory Board, the Planning Commission, and eventually this board. The current density requirements are the most equitable for residents of Tahoe Douglas, and any fine-tuned changes the county feels it should make must flow through the body that has the closest association with the program. The program's compliance rate is currently greater than 99%, exemplifying the amazing work of Ernie and his team to continue to make the program work with the current regulations. Sierra Nevada Realtors supports reasonable restrictions for VHRs in order to maintain the private property rights of owners and peaceful enjoyment of residents' homes. In the vein of that thinking, reducing density in specific neighborhoods while the program has an extremely high compliance rate is an inequitable violation of private property rights for the citizens of Douglas County with little to no impact for further compliance. Sierra Nevada Realtors asks that the Commission does not reduce its current density standard, and more specifically, does not reduce the density in specific neighborhoods in an inequitable manner. Thank you so much.
Chad Smitkamp. The proposal before you is flawed, has potential illegal consequences, and could inconspicuously eliminate 100 STRs in the highest value neighborhoods in Tahoe Township. Example, real data for Cave Rock Cove has more than 19 homes, but the report only lists 19. And as such, if this were applied, no rentals would be allowed in Cave Rock Cove because of the L rating. L-rated homes are rated at 0 to 5% density. As an arbitrary and capricious range, all L-rated homes can be eliminated wholesale. The analysis uses a Likert scale, a tool developed by a psychologist and as a psychometric tool. So this is a report which is subjective, narrative, and not objective. Suspiciously removed from the survey are substantiated complaints for parking, noise, and garbage. And from my conversation with staff on the Pittman Terrace to Glenbrook Noise, Nevada complaints, there have been no substantiated complaints in the last year. We are a mountain community with mountain roads. However, Kingsbury has been singled out with an A rating. Kingsbury in the winter is fraught with traffic, accidents, slide-outs, and road closures. There are no legitimate traffic studies associated with this report, and it would be illegal to stop people coming in and out of neighborhoods to determine if they are residents, long-term renters, guest or vacation renters, and as such, the report is only speculation. Density as it is defined is the amount of units per acre, so to talk about density in any other term than what it is a gross mischaracterization of what the plan really is. These homes are zoned residential and are a conforming use under NRS 118, just as long-term rentals would be. Vacation rentals decrease use of homes by your own report with an average use of only 35% occupancy compared to full-time residents or long-term renters who use 100%. This plan, if implemented, would artificially restrict or steer rental income opportunities by manipulating markets through ordinance. All the properties you're seeking or you're looking to ban have on-site parking, so parking by permit sets the standard. Again, no substantiated complaints. You're using faulty, irrelevant, and subjective data to substantiate the goal of eliminating VHRs. It's a smokescreen. You're saying, look over here, but don't look over there. The goal of the report has questionable legality. In June, you set the density, so to further tweak this so soon in acknowledgement that the program is mercurial, unpredictable, and denies permit holders the right to certainty in law. Any vote on the proposal to limit existing permits will be seen by the board as a preemptive attempting to sway the ballot initiative.
Ted Gaines. Can't believe I sit around here an hour and a half to hear this, but Mrs. Hales there gives her opinion, what she would like to see. Wesley Rice says people couldn't live in Glenbrook if they didn't rent their houses out. Mrs. Hales says it's just for recreation. It's not the money. The money has nothing to do with it. I think the money has everything to do with it. Danny talks about the laws and the rules and the county codes. Mr. Noenstat there, he talks about the residential, putting commercial and residential, which is against the codes, against the policies, the things. I wrote a letter in the paper here a few weeks ago or a month ago, and I did a search on the county website. It was 84, 87 times this has been discussed. How many times are we going to talk about VHRs? You wasted another hour and a half today talking about VHRs. This is a nightmare that Mimi Moss started years ago. You're never going to get it down. You're amending it. You're changing it. If Walmart had this much problem and had to talk at every board meeting about the sporting goods department, they'd throw the sporting goods department out. If Cabela's heard about their shoe department and what a problem it was, they wouldn't have a shoe department. We need to get rid of the VHRs. You need to let the people vote on this and quit wasting your time with this, because you're never going to stop amending it and changing it. It's all about, as I believe Mr. Tartanian said, and Mr. Rice, it's about the money. That's what these people that bought these things, wanted to rent them, That's their problem. They can rent them out full-time, not by the day, and cause people's problems. Now, you just think about what I just said here. How if this went to a corporate board as many times and as many hours as you guys spent on it, just in the last 3-4 months, there must have been 5 or 8 meetings on these things. They need to go. You're never going to get it corrected. You're never going to get the problem resolved. What you're going to get is a code enforcer getting mad one of these days and popping somebody in the nose, and you're going to get the county sued. You're going to get the cops there. You're going to create more of a problem. You need to understand these things are a problem. They've always been a problem, and you're not going to get rid of it. You can fine-tune all you want with your little scalpel. You need to take a sledgehammer out and just crush them.
Good evening, Ellie Waller. This is a nationally systemic problem. Nobody wants to take ownership. This needs to go through state legislation. With that said, that's not going to happen either. Let's take it down to the regional planning agency up in Tahoe, who doesn't want to touch this either. With that said, this board approved the ordinance in June. I want to thank Commissioner Hales, because this is my suggestion, why each of you on this board should answer, why did you approve it? I know it wasn't unanimous, but it stands. You continue to make suggestions. You didn't adopt what the advisory board brought forward, but you criticize it. And you personally, my opinion, added to the density problems with the +2 by comparing this to timeshares. How does this work? You approve an ordinance, then you want to change it and not give really good direction with a specified time frame. I understand, Commissioner Tarkanian, this started back in October, but it was still approved in June. No prescription has been given to this staff, to the district attorney. You started to do that today, Commissioner Hales. One size doesn't fit all. Each neighborhood is different. Cookie cutter amendments just don't work. And yes, we need to take time. Use that scalpel, not that hammer, like I believe has been happening since October, and not adopting what the board did. The advisory board compromised to get a decision and an ordinance adopted. 15% and 40% may not be what should happen continually, but I think political will has swayed some of your judgment, and you're asking for the impossible. This ordinance is a work in progress. Again, I challenge you to take some time, write down your suggestions, provide them to the program director, and allow some time for them to go back to their parking lot. I sat at every one of these meetings, minus a couple, and I provided public comment. This is a hardworking group of diverse people just like you. And I think you're asking for the impossible. And again, you need to respect that they are trying. And I believe at some point, you will be looking at randomizing revocations.
Mickey Hempler, Chair of the VHR Advisory Board. I probably should start with maybe I'm the one that should resign as the team leader, and that we weren't able to get our team to agree on the various density suggestions. But I'm not ready to do that yet. And I am ready to take the advice I've heard from these you people today. I'm happy to take a scalpel, but I can't make promises for 4 other people. I can only make promises for what I can do. When this was given back to us in June, we meet monthly. I guess you probably know that, every 4th Wednesday. We met in July. We met in August. We weren't getting any traction, so we decided to take a vote and stick with the 15%. The suggestion that was brought up was that we needed to meet weekly if we wanted to get through this. I can't give away county resources on a weekly basis without getting some direction from either the commissioners or the county manager, which is why it kind of ended where it did. And we will start again in November. We have a full agenda for our November meeting, so it would have to be December. And if you want us to go weekly, we will do it. Thank you.
Good afternoon. It's been a long afternoon for everyone. Maureen Casey, speaking as an individual. I've been following this process intimately for several months. I've spent dozens of hours, and I used to know the ordinance line by line. I will say that 010 does say the VHR permit is not a right. And the people who do hold permits filled out an application, which was written by the county. They followed the permit process, which was established by the county. They paid the fees that were set by the county. They signed the terms and conditions, and they did that knowing full well what would happen if they violated those terms and conditions, which would be they would lose their permit. And now there is talk by the county for the people north of Cave Rock that they are subject to losing that permit by just being north of Cave Rock, which I think is very unfair. They are not being given due process. It is just something that is going to be done. And as a resident of Douglas County, I feel that is, to use a term that's been overused, arbitrary and capricious. I think that it will set the county up for a lawsuit. I feel that my tax dollars will be used to defend that lawsuit, and I resent that because those are my tax dollars being used for something that I do not approve of. I think there's a better use for my tax dollars. And I would like to say also that I do support what Commissioner Hales has said, that with clear direction from the Board of Commissioners to what you expect the VHR Board to do with the ordinance, given specific neighborhoods and what you expect, I agree that those neighborhoods that face the lake have specific geographic constraints with the way they were constructed, being along the Lincoln Highway. They are narrow streets, they are narrow neighborhoods. They cannot support the VHRs that are there. Yes, please give them specific direction and a timetable, working with the support of staff. Those VHRs need to be trimmed, if not eliminated. Put on a lottery, something has to be done. But with regards to north of Cave Rock, I do not support that, and I ask you to seriously reconsider that. Thank you.
Nancy Gilbert, hopefully I'm the last person speaking, maybe not. Comments. I attended a lot of the task force meetings, and I got to tell you, it felt like whack-a-mole, or what whack-a-mole, that game where they kept trying to figure out problems, meaning fix problems, but the problems kept erupting. Meaning VHRs are a problem that I don't think we're going to ever get a handle on. And I think one of the observations that I observed is the financial information that you had at the last meeting in October. If you look at a program that was basically cost about $800,000, a little bit more than that, but if you look at the fines were $10,000. There's not a lot of enforcement going on. What there is a lot of warnings, because I can tell you from my experience, lots of warnings. But the constituents have given up I am part of getting signatures from the initiative, and I can tell you, I'm going through the neighborhoods, and the neighbors that are around vacation rentals have given up complaining, because if a sheriff is called, the sheriff shows up a couple of days later. If the complaint is made, the sheriff has to report it as unsubstantiated because he didn't see it. So in essence, then the neighbor gets a reputation for making unsubstantiated claims, although they have photographs, everything else. So it's an endless whack-a-mole situation. The other thing is that I agree with A.J. Haynes, is that if you really enforced safety, fire lanes, and code violations, you wouldn't be allowing VHRs in any of these Tahoe neighborhoods that were built long ago. It's Lincoln Park's one of them. I've walked a lot of them getting signatures, including Elk Point. They're not safe to increase density. If you take the amount of VHRs and the numbers, for example, in Elk Point, although I think there's around 10 to 14 VHRs at Elk Point. If you add their density, the number of people that they're allowing, you've increased the density of Elk Point by 35%, meaning because of so many people that you add, that's an unsafe condition. And then the last thing is, what I'm hearing from your constituents is that they want action in making sure to get rid of vacation rentals. They want an initiative. They want their voice to be heard. Let that be a tale to you, is in terms of voting when you're up for election. People don't want them in their neighborhood. They don't want them next door to them. They don't want it in Douglas County. Thank you.
It's on now, correct? Yeah. Dan Ainsworth. I have a couple of prepared comments, but I'm just going to do this off the cuff here to start with. The reason we're here today talking about an ordinance is because years ago, VHRs were in the news, in the newspapers every day. The complaints were unbelievable. It was almost a nationally known issue. We have spent 4.5 years now, starting with the formation of the task force, which I was on, and others here were on, including Mickey. And I think we've come up with something that's actually a pretty solid document. The issue now is that it does need to be refined, I think. I think there's ways to do that, and I'm really glad that Mickey stepped up to the plate here at the last minute and said, hey, I'm willing to take it on. And even said she'd do weekly meetings if the staff can support that. So thanks, Mickey. You're a logical thinker, and you've done as good a job as anybody, I think, as the chair of that board. I want to address just enforcement in general. With all due respect to Ernie, sitting right next to me here in his VHR team, we need to get tougher on enforcement. If there are specific areas and units of VHRs that are still an issue, and we know there are, help the neighbors to post formal complaints. That's been a topic. And talk to the owners and pull the permits if problems persist. We have a very well-structured ordinance, to say that again, but do use a hammer, Commissioner Hales, but it's called tough enforcement, Ernie, my suggestion. And then my final comment is about the topic of commercial. For the benefit of Commissioner Noasad, Commissioner Tarkanian, Dave Nelson, Mr. Gaines, VHRs are not a commercial activity. They are allowed, they are allowed under Nevada revised statutes. It's in the common interest community section. I don't remember the section number. But they're specifically allowed unless an HOA prohibits it. Having said that, the county that they're in also has to allow it. So you need 2 yeses, but they are definitely allowed by Nevada law. Short-term rentals, VHRs. Look it up, it's right there in plain English. Thank you.
I got mine on. I thought they were done. I didn't see them coming up.
Jason Gibson with the House of Gibson. Would like to recap the newsletter that we sent out this morning with regard to the October 19th vacation home rental meeting up at State Line, Nevada. Stay tuned, folks, for the most contentious meeting in 3 years, a powder keg future. Starting with the opening comments, the strategic master plan is devoid of crucial public comment from Douglas County Sheriffs, social services, and the public at large. Lack of transparency was quoted by one of the speakers, and we see that they're just laughing their way to the bank. Gardner asked Sheriff Coverly to address the emergency application online program/plan. Although Dan's response is thorough, he skirts around the question. We still don't know what the online program download app is or where it can be found. VHR issues began at 1:53, the most complex topic of discussion in Douglas County. This program was constructed by the county in 2005. After 18 years, the board demonstrates that they are still uninformed about the complexities of this cash cow industry. It's as though they heard the issue for the first time. Since 2015, the Board of County Commissioners has been kicking the can down the road with over 67 agenda items leading us to nowhere. Is this the same lackluster leadership locking down the future youth of Douglas County with regard to the new DCSO JLEC facility, estimated to cost taxpayers over $100 million? How about that interest they're not telling you about? Is this for a retirement community of 49,000 people, keeping Douglas County rural? What a lie. It's a lie. That's what that is. Okay. The most crucial points here, as Doug Ritchie tries to shut down the comprehensive whole system view, is with regards to Gardner's exhaustion. Can't blame him. He's been kicking this can around, and he just won't decentralize that power structure and give it to the norms and procedures. He's got to be the boss. And then Commissioner Hales proposes 2 items, agenda items, and basically exposes the fact that the VHR Council does not exist, is devoid of any kind of policymaking authority or expertise. And if it wasn't for the citizens petition movement compelling the county to file this, or to file, they would not be investigating the details like they did.
Is there additional public comment? Okay, sensing no additional public comment, we'll bring it back to the board. Commissioner Hales, you had some comments?
I have some motions.
I got some comments. And I got a motion. Actually, I'll let you do a motion. If she doesn't have any comments, then I'm going to make a few.
Okay, well, let's go to comments, and then we can try to provide some direction to our.
So Mr. Ainsworth and myself have been going back and forth on this. Half of what he's saying is true, half is wrong, and he refuses to acknowledge that. VHRs have been identified, as Mr. Ainsworth says, through the Nevada Revised Statute and through the Nevada Supreme Court as a commercial transitory activity. So it is a commercial activity. It's a part of a commercial activity. The one thing that he does, so it is commercial activity, but it is allowable under the Supreme Court ruling in the Elks Point case if the HOA or other governing documents, CC&Rs and so forth, do not prohibit it, and if the county board or city council approve of it. Okay, so we agree with that part. What really amazes me is some of the comments, legal conclusions some of these speakers are making up here that have no idea what they're talking about, and they really should. For example, the realtor who keeps going over and over again saying that there is these property rights that we are going to take away. You don't have a property right to a VHR. It states that very clearly in the ordinance. And again, as our district attorney stated, we need to follow the ordinance. Of course we need to follow the ordinance. It's not a property right. It's a privilege. And then Maureen, the head of the planning commission, makes a comment that says there's no due process if you ban them in a certain area. Well, I just quoted in front of Maureen where it does state in the ordinance, which we're supposed to follow, that the Douglas County Commission is to determine where it's appropriate and not appropriate. There is no due process there. Maureen states that you're taking away their rights without due process of law. Well, Maureen, we did that when we passed the first VHR deal in 2021, when we eliminated anybody from having multiple VHR permits. Several people lost their second, third, and fourth ones. Did we take away their property rights without due process of law? Well, they dropped that claim because it wasn't. Furthermore, Maureen says we should get rid of certain VHRs in areas that face the lake and do a lottery pick. Well, isn't that taking away their property rights without due process of law? Of course not, because they don't have those property rights. VHR permit, and she says this, Maureen stated that they do all these different things to get a permit, and they've done it all. And all of a sudden, we're going to take it from them. No, Maureen, they have to apply again the next year. It's a 1-year privilege to have. It's not a property right. 1-year privilege, and then they got to apply and try to do it again. We've been making changes to VHRs, and some of the people have lost it, and it's not a property right. Okay, expansion of VHRs over the day. I keep hearing Kevin Carr say, well, the VHRs have been here for all these time periods. In fact, I think in the last meeting, we said that when the Cowboys and Indians were fighting over this land, they had VHRs out there. I mean, they've been here all the time. Well, look, the problems with the VHRs have been when they started expanding to these national companies like Airbnb, and when Measure T pushed all their VHRs over to us. That's where the problem began, and that's why we need to take action now. I had 20 minutes, 15 minutes maybe. I was going to talk about how complaints aren't being provided to Mr. Strelo, and I can go through that, but it's gotten very late. I assume in 2 weeks, or when we have my motion on my deal, we can talk about that. But there's so many complaints that either have not been made to the staff, haven't been able to get through to staff, or staff has looked at and hasn't either got an opportunity to stop it or rule on it. I'm almost done. Kevin, okay, last one with Kevin Carr. He said, we're going to take away his business. Well, he just said that his whole business is renting from one property owners to another property owner. Well, 4/5 of Glenbrook, which is where Mr. Carr has his business, allows you to do that in the HOA. There's no talk about banning that. In fact, we're saying, yes, if the HOA said that's okay, you can do it. So you got 4/5 of all those homes to do it. If that's all you really care about, then why are you worried about the 1/4 of the homes that don't? That's it. Thank you.
This is sort of like a closing comment. We've been at this for 18 years, and by some measure, we ain't got it right yet. Let's face it. By contrast, how long did it take to develop the U.S. Constitution? About 4 months. To develop a republic. We should be ashamed of ourselves with this. We've been given enough court rulings to say that, yes, it's a commercial entity, and it shouldn't be in a residential area. I'll go over paragraph 1.8 one more time, in which we wonder, how can we accomplish this? Well, obtaining a VHR permit is not a right. Thus, Douglas County reserves the right to determine which permit locations are appropriate and when the permit may be revoked or denied. That was an or. Okay? That's all I have to say. And needless to say, I think we ought to be done with this. And I hate to say start over, but that's probably a better approach.
Commissioner Hales.
I have a very long motion. And I have a few other motions. I move that we thank Ms. Hempler for her exemplary dedication to this work, and we thank the VHR board for their hard work and respectfully request their continued work in refining restrictions according to specific situations in various locations, and specifically direct them to bring forward further limitations to Lincoln Park based on the combination of criteria I listed in my previous comments by the end of January.
I'll second.
So I'm going to ask about a friendly amendment to that and determine, I assume that that involves determining a method of getting there.
Well, you know, I included in the motion based on the criteria I listed earlier. I feel that something needs to be done in Lincoln Park immediately. If they need more time to figure out the criteria to deal with every other neighborhood, maybe.
He's talking about reducing.
I'm talking about Lincoln Park in specific. How are they going to get to
Oh,
where you
I have
want
another motion specific to that.
Oh, okay. Okay. So you have multiple motions in that regard.
Yeah.
Okay. Very good.
Or I can add on to this one. We can add on to this one.
Involves Lincoln Park. I don't know why you wouldn't, but.
Okay. Why don't we add on and further that we direct as part of that the VHR board bring to us, I guess, to the Planning Commission and then us, recommendations for how to reduce more quickly than by attrition.
Okay. You comfortable with that, basically that friendly amendment, Commissioner Rice?
I am.
Okay. Any questions, comments in that regard? Okay. Huh? Yes, there was a second. Commissioner Rice seconded it. Yeah. Yeah, that's why I asked him if he was comfortable with that, with the change that Commissioner Hales made. So anyways, so that's a motion specific to Lincoln Park. Yes. Right? Okay.
I just got a clarification before I vote on this. This has nothing to do with my motion that I've asked to, okay, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, because you'll have opportunities to make motions. Okay, so that's giving some direct direction to the VHR Advisory Board and Program Manager, which is good. I'm glad we're bringing some direct. Okay, so sensing a desire to vote on that, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. No. Okay, so that's 4 ayes and 1 no. Okay. Now, you had an additional motion?
I have another motion. I move that we direct staff to create measures of success for this program for us to consider how we evaluate whether the program is working. And those could come to the VHR board and then to us.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Hales, seconded by Commissioner Rice. I think we got that into the record. Okay. Any discussion on that? Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Okay. Oh, 5-0. Okay. Additionally?
Yes. I move that I'm kind of creating these as we go based on what we've done. But I guess I would say, I move that we ask the VHR board to look at how our implementation is working and prepare for us for the Planning Commission and us, a report on I'm trying to get to let me scratch that. I'm trying to get to how do we be a hammer on enforcement and a scalpel on changes to the ordinance? And we don't have a lot of information on, there seems to be a disconnect between, we hear all these complaints, and yet the violations are not. I'm not quite sure how to, maybe it would be best to go about it this way. I move that we direct the VHR board to look at and bring to us a report on how we can increase the enforcement of the rules in our ordinance.
Second it.
Okay. Commissioner Hales, and seconded by Commissioner Rice. Discussion on that?
I would draw Commissioner Hale's attention to that big packet of paper over there that contains 300 issues that have not been solved. And
let's get about solving them.
Enforcement is not working, let's face it. If the sheriff gets the call, he goes up there and says, I got no evidence. So it becomes a zero enforcement.
Okay.
Although I agree with you, Commissioner Noah said it's better to try to get it better at it if we still have VHRs.
Okay. Okay. So all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And
We're still discussing?
ready to go to a vote. Yes,
No,
we'll go.
you're wrong.
You go ahead, and you can discuss. We'll come back to the vote.
Do you have any input to the board, to the UAHR board, on how they would increase enforcement?
Yes, I do.
Let's hear it.
I already gave some today. I would say every hot tub should have a noise monitor. I would say we should look at the possibility of bringing law enforcement not funded through the sheriff's department, whereby the priorities are otherwise, but having law enforcement in our own community development code enforcement program, so that they are dedicated to our code enforcement. I had other suggestions, but I think that they could come up with some also. I trust that they're closer to the work.
Okay. Are we ready to vote now? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, 4-1.
And I have one other.
Okay.
I move that if this Board of County Commissioners is going to look at banning VHRs in any geographical area, that we base our criteria on the following: proximity of current VHRs to each other, occupancy rate, proximity to
Okay, I'm going to object to this. No. She's talking about a motion. She's talking about something that I asked to put on the agenda, which I was promised it would, and we would have a vote on it. Now she's trying to restrict that item, and that's not appropriate. In fact, I was told by the county manager, you're not trying to pull something fast on me by having this open to the entire stuff, that my motion would be heard in its entirety without any restrictions, which is what she's trying to do right now. This is not appropriate under this item.
Well, I think she's in the process of making a motion. It would still require a second. We can have discussion on that, and then the motion can come to a vote. After which time, if that's her last motion, then you can make your motion, and we'll see where we are.
Be a motion made. I made a motion. I asked county staff to put this on the agenda before Commissioner Hill's asked to have this item put on. Instead, they moved this item on first to push mine back. And now if you're saying it's appropriate to vote on my motion before I've had a chance to have it on the agenda, that's completely wrong.
If I may, Chairman. Doug Ritchie with the Douglas County District Attorney's Office. Whatever motion Commissioner Hales might make, and whether it's seconded or approved, that will not preclude your agenda item from coming forward, and that'd be a separate item. So notwithstanding whatever is voted on today, you will have a separate item with an ordinance.
Okay, so if my second item violates the terms of her motion that was voted on today, you're telling me that's going to be appropriate and to be agreed upon or implemented?
Yes, because
I
what
think
you're
you've got
talking
a
about
lot
is-
of problems then if you're going to have two that conflict with each other. But go ahead then. I don't have a problem.
Well, what, just to be clear, if I may, Chairman, what Commissioner Hells appears to be, she hasn't finished, but her motion appears to be some general guidelines for moving forward and requesting staff to bring forward criteria. You, as I understand it, there's an ordinance being drafted that's very specific, and that an ordinance will trump a general direction, a general policy guideline. So whatever you're bringing forward, the four corners of that ordinance, that language, if it passes, will be Douglas County ordinance. I mean, that will be county law. Versus what I understand what Commissioner Hells is talking about is some general parameters for moving forward. And again, I don't want to speak for any commissioner, but that's my understanding of what is happening right now.
So let's let her say it and see whether we're specific or broad brush.
Okay. So you want to try to articulate that again, please?
Sure. I move that we adopt as criteria for any restrictions we as a county commission place on bans of VHRs in geographical locations, these following criteria. I think I said it better the first time. Proximity of current VHRs to each other in that location, occupancy rate, proximity to the beach in terms of attracting people to that specific situation, availability of parking, distance between homes, and the following consideration regarding streets, their width, whether there are dead ends, their slope, the angles of turns, and the number of ingress and egress places.
Okay. Okay, motion by Commissioner Hale, seconded by Commissioner Rice. Discussion? Since no discussion, then we'll take a vote. All those in favor of that motion? I honestly believe that's probably too broad, and I think it needs to be narrowed. So anyways, but all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, those against?
No.
I'm going to vote against it. So that motion's defeated 3-2. Okay. Any other? Okay. Commissioner.
I guess I would ask, is there criteria you would volunteer for guiding the?
I hadn't really put that much thought into it to be, that specific. So I
just
am
would suggest
very concerned about, as I've indicated, I'm very concerned about Lincoln Park, and I also. So anyways, that's where I am.
I would suggest that we have criteria before we take action, which is scheduled for next
And I think that's something that I would like to see the VHR board really take a look at and define, okay? So rather than giving them specific direction in that regard. Okay. Mr. Tarkanian, did you have, I thought you said you had a motion. Oh, you're bringing, okay, but you have one that, in other words, you have agenda item is what you want to do. Okay. I just want to give you an opportunity in case you, okay. Boy, do you have some direction? I don't know. I mean, you look like you still have a question mark. I guess I would like to see, and I don't know that I need to make a motion in that regard, but I would like to see the VHR board take a very, very scalpel look, so to speak, fine-toothed look at your staff recommendation regarding density levels, and in addition to that, and possibly adopting some of that, and then determining a method of how you would get there. I mean, that's, and I agree with the other motions that have been made in regards to time is of the essence. So, does that make sense to you guys?
Yeah, Mr.
Okay.
Chairman.
Okay. Commissioner Noah said you had.
Yes, I have one question. The 15%, is that universal across all 6 areas?
Ernie Strelo for the record, all but Tahoe Village. Tahoe Village is 40%. 15%
Okay.
is active right now.
All right, good. That's what I need to know. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we approved when it was brought to us in April, and then we approved that ordinance change in June. All of the neighborhoods were whittled down to 15%, except for Tahoe Village, which was 40. Okay, and we accepted that proposal at that time because that's what we had before us from the board. I don't know that we had this particular staff recommendation at that time. Maybe you had been working on it, but I don't know that it was ready at that time. I don't know. So anyways, okay. Hopefully you have some direction there. And I know that, okay. So.
Ernie Strelo for the record. Did you say January you wanted to see all 4 of these?
Well, I said that,
4?
no, January was for the Lincoln Park specifically, including how to reduce other than by attrition. And of course, the idea was that by January, it would be brought to the Planning Commission, right? Because it has to go to the Planning Commission and then to us. And I don't know if there's a way to expedite that further, but the idea was not that it had to be to us in January, because I know it's got this long process, and maybe that's something we should look at expediting if possible. I don't know.
Mr. Strela, I do have an additional question here. Now, the VHR permitting process, is that done on when an individual gets granted a permit? You're doing that 12 months of the year. You're not doing it all in June or all in July. So you're going to have different permits that will come due or up for renewal next month, this month, next month, January, February, March, April, right? So if we want to start whittling this thing down and really carving it out, time, like I said, time is of the essence because we're going to have to figure out a method, a fair method of saying, if and I'm just going to use this as an example. Lincoln Park has 7, okay, that are current and in operation. I would imagine that those 7 are interspersed throughout the year. They're not all clumped into that permitting is not all clumped into. So we have to figure out a method of whittling that down in a very timely manner, so that we don't wind up here by, let's say, January, all 7 of those have come up for renewal and have already been approved, right? And so we don't have the ability to act on that except in an arbitrary manner for the next year, right? Because that's what we do is we generate these permits on an annual basis, right? So you understand that, Ms. Hempler also? I hope your committee understands that process, right? So
I would suggest that since we have 11 out of the 6 neighborhoods, we have 11. It's like 2, 2, 1, so on like this, very, very small numbers. And if whoever comes up for renewal the first time, and there's 2 that are coming out of that neighborhood, guess what? You're the first one out. Now, I would temper that a little bit. No, I won't. No.
Okay. I hope you have some direction. You have a difficult task before you. We recognize that, and Commissioner Hales didn't have to. It goes without saying, we really do appreciate the work that your division or your group does, and we really appreciate the work that the VHR board has put into this as well, okay? And we don't want to have that mistaken, okay? We really appreciate you and the other 4 members of your board, and we appreciate what you're doing. So we realize it's a lot of time out of your lives also for very little compensation. So anyways, we appreciate your diligence in that regard. Okay. So we're done with item number 7 then. We have 2 more items. We have to go to presentation only, our reports, and then we have to go to closing public comment. Yes, presentation only. I'll read that into the record. 8, presentation only. Announcements, reports, updates from county commission members, including updates on the various boards and/or commissions that they may be a member of or a liaison to, or meetings, functions they have attended, and any request by a commissioner for discussion of a future agenda item. Mr. Rice, would you like to go first?
In the interests of brevity, now the hour is late. It's almost 9 o'clock here. I would pass.
Okay. So now you're visiting family. You're going to go on a cruise next, or what's the deal? Or are you on a cruise now?
We're visiting family here in Oklahoma. My twin girls and their families are here with 9 of our grandchildren and 8 of our great-grandchildren. And then following that, we will be home for about 3 weeks. I will handle the TRPA meeting by Zoom from the Caribbean. Thank you very much.
Okay. Enjoy. Nothing from Commissioner Hales, Commissioner Tarkanian, Commissioner Noasad, anything to report? I would remind the community that we have our Community Recognition Awards this coming Saturday night at the Carson Valley Inn. I believe it starts 5-ish, 5:30. Okay, I have it in my, and I don't know if tickets are still available. They may be through the Chamber of Commerce, but looking forward to that, and very important program in our community. So that's all I have to report. So at this time then we'll go to closing public comment. Public comment will be taken on those items that are within the jurisdiction and control of the Board of Commissioners, or those agenda items where public comment has not already been taken.
Jason Gibson with the Citizens Coalition for Justice. I had to research Commissioner Noasad's comment on the 4 months that it took to write the Constitution. It was 4 months that it took Madison to draft the Constitution. According to Wikipedia, the time span covered in drafting the Constitution was 5 years and 9 months. As far as Commissioner Gardner goes, who's also misinformed, Bobby Williams, the district court clerk, her presentation does not appear in this packet like you informed the public that it does. The stats that she gave on the page that you referenced at 482 are the stats she provided, but her presentation is not included in today's packet for a reason. The reoccurring theme in her presentation was lacking quality data reporting, discrepancies in reporting. Clearly, we have online systems that are available to the courts, but not to the people, restricting access to online filings, case research, and what have you gives agency the upper hand, and they know it. And that's why they've done what they've done. And we're the ideal judicial law enforcement administrative organization in the state of Nevada. That just tells you about the low social IQ that y'all are banking off of. Pardon me. With regards to Holonomics 101, the law of time shows time and time again that the part contains the whole. On that note, we will go towards our closure. Before he was murdered, John Lennon is quoted as saying, "Our society is run by insane people for insane objectives. On the municipal, state, and federal level, it's the same political body. It's the same dysfunctional organizational principle. It has no basis in science. It's not sustainable. It's unlawful. We're going to bring it." He said that, "I think we're being run by maniacs for maniacal ends, and I think I'm liable to be put away as insane for expressing that. That's what insane is about." We're all nuts. At least we admit it. At least I admit it. If you don't have some kind of dysfunction or mental disequilibrium from this kind of pig pen, then you're not being honest with yourself. We need to decentralize our thinking. We need to get ready for the big one, the inevitable event. All of this stuff here, you got better things to do. Really, you do. And if you're in government after the age of 64, get out of it. Save yourself. Enjoy your life. You won't find me in there.
Thank you. Good evening. I want to thank everybody. We've all had a long day. I respect, and we're going to all have differences of opinion on this last item. I'm hoping we're not getting back into another vicious circle of the Planning Commission nitpicking what they don't like the advisory board did, and eventually coming to you to have to make an ultimate decision on what the perceived advisory board came to you with or didn't. And I'm just hopeful that the direction and the guidance that came out of today can work its way to an ordinance, although November might be another round at this, depending on what happens with the referendum. I also want to bring to your attention the US 395 Southern Sierra Corridor study. I'm hoping we don't have the same issues that we're having with the US 50 corridor. Most of the corridor is in this county. I'm hoping we'll do some coordinating with Carson on their very small piece of this. There are upcoming meetings. I'm hoping they'll get posted on the website so more people can participate. I think both will be equally attended on November 6th in Carson or November 8th, although the November 8th meeting at 5:30 will have a formal presentation via n.facebook. Not everybody uses Facebook. This county is somewhat behind with some of that, so I'm hoping there'll be another measure to look at it. Also, there is another corridor project that Travel Nevada hosts, and I hope we're going to be participating either through the Arts Council or somebody at staff here. There's lots of things going on besides what we're doing here, and again, I will be attending a lot of those TRPA meetings and also reporting back on those. Thank you.
Since no other...
I want to thank you two for not giving us public comments so we can go home. Thank you so much.
Okay. With that, the meeting is hereby adjourned. Thank you.
Recording stopped.